Which a liberal Zionist draws you in with the facade of empathy. He wants to appear empathetic, as if he cares for these people, as if he doesn't ascribe to a genocidal ideology. So, in order to do that, he has to lie, and roping in otherwise progressive people into a death cult. Aside from this video being a nonsensical genocidal propaganda piece, it's also entirely unoriginal. The video is a culmination of a months-long campaign against Hassan and all these other creators and Twitch, the company, to smear them as terrorists and anti-Semites and get people, in trouble. The campaign began as a response to
what is this? Ethan Klein thinks Hasbara. Wait. Sorry, Matt Lieb and Daniel Mate. I thought your podcast about dismantling Israeli propaganda used to justify genocide, but scholar of anti-Semitism Ethan Klein has informed me that Bad Hasbara is code for lying Jews and you're just interested in shitting on Israelis. Okay, big mistake from Ethan is going after the likes of Matt Lieb. You want to know why? Because his audience obviously is not very well educated. So when he starts talking about how these Jews are also anti-Semitic, his audience that is not very educated and doesn't fully understand everything is probably going to be like, wait a minute, what? You're saying now Jews are also, these aren't Arabs, okay? These aren't Muslims. Whoa, hold on. These are other Jewish people that you're now calling anti-Semitic.
Here it is. I just want to show you the beginning of this. By the way, Bad Hasbara, he has a podcast where he just solely shits on Israelis. That's what Bad Hasbara is. It's like a meme. Hasbara in Hebrew means propaganda. And it's like a weird slur that people started picking up, calling just like Hasbara means like a lying Jew.
Ethan has said twice now that he wants Matt Lieb fired from Good Mythical Morning over Bad Hasbara. Ethan loves Good Mythical Morning, so he's just butthurt. Matt don't like him. A slur. Hasbara is a slur. It quite literally is actively defined by the Israeli state as what they want people in the Western world to do, specifically Zionist Jews in the Western world to do. This is not a fucking conspiracy. This is just like a part of the Western propaganda that Israel utilizes. Everything's a fucking slur, man. Holy shit.
Actually, it's becoming
Guy with a 40-plus clip N-word compilation, Hasbara is a slur. Yeah. Dude, he is unironically turning into Destiny. It's so funny. Because another guy who has a fucking... I assume Destiny probably has a 8-minute long N-word compilation as well. Maybe not as long as Ethan's. I think Ethan's is 8 minutes long. Destiny also loved inventing slurs like, oh, Gusano is a slur, or cracker is the real slur. Like, oh my lord. Yeah, it's actually a slur. Good stuff.
The suspension of the live streamer Asmongold. Asmongold made some comments that explicitly justified Israel's genocide of Palestine.
Holy fuck, this has 37,000 likes. I swear to fucking God, I can see Hassan in my carpet. Ethan Klein POV. How the fuck does this have 37,000 likes? Oh my God. This is supposed to be like a fucking incredibly niche joke. The fact that this has 37,000 likes means that this is not a niche joke at all. Like, everyone is aware of the delusions. Taylor Lorenz posted it on Instagram. I'm moots with Simon. They're freaking out about it. That's funny. Wait, I don't see it. I don't see it either. I think it's just like there's like a little bit of a pattern here. But this means is broken containment. And he thinks people are on his side. I don't think he thinks people are on his side. I think he also secretly recognizes that the people that are on his side are people that he shit on for most of his career. And that probably hurts his feelings even more. That's why he actively lashes out against like people who are not sufficiently pro Ethan. Yeah, he recognizes that his mania is something that most people are trying to avoid. If he has such firmly held convictions and is armed to the fucking gills with knowledge on this issue, he shouldn't cowardly run away from debating me on this matter. It's very odd that he does. It's very, very odd. He should have an open and shut fucking case. And yet, Instead, he just keeps stubbing his toe and being like, Hassan is responsible for this.
Palestinians in Gaza.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. They come from an inferior culture. I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Following his suspension for these comments, a community of large content creators, most notably the live streamer Destiny, along with his fan base, rushed to Asmongold's defense, whitewashing and justifying his comments.
Meanwhile, Asmongold gets a 15-day ban for having a spicy take on the war.
So you have someone like Asmongold who breathes the wrong direction, says the wrong thing, and instantly gets banned.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islam.
Yeah, why do these guys always extend the maximum amount of charitability to people like fucking Asmongold? And weirdly enough, Muda is a Muslim himself, which is also crazy, because he's also literally openly complained about his own fan base that he has cultivated coming after him with vicious statements. He was not talking about extremists, bro. He said it's, their inferior culture and their genocide is valid.
Islamic religion, extremists in the Islamic religion.
The case of Asmongold's suspension from Twitch was then weaponized against these pro-Palestine voices, most notably Hassan, in an effort to get him deplatformed. To do this, they compiled a number of short clips taken from Hassan's live streams, using them to accuse Hassan of things like supporting and promoting terrorism, allegedly denying October 7th sexual violence, and making anti-Semitic statements. Each one of the clips and their associated accusations can be...
Yeah, I think they had to delete all this shit because Bloomberg wrote an article and they had to literally delete so much of their fucking posts about me on the subreddit. I don't know if it's back at this point, but they were worried that they were going to lose their subreddit because they were so openly, nakedly fucking brigading in their Discord servers and on their fucking subreddits. Look at this. Look at this. Hassan might have Bernie Sanders on Monday. You know what to do. Send emails to his staff with the most obvious terrorist clips. Hezbollah, what? Hamas rapes. Made hostages hate America. Ethan speaks on the Houthis terrorists Hassan interviewed.
Terrorism.
Let's look at some of these choice fucking subreddit
October
posts.
7th sexual violence.
By the way, just want to point something out here, okay? Snark subreddits are unhealthy. This is a well-established position of mine. I've talked about this before. It's infinitely better not to hyper-focus on people that you fucking despise. What's interesting about this dynamic is that I know this because Destiny's community is a snark community for me. And now Ethan has done the exact same thing. He uses his fucking vast community, even though its numbers are diminishing every single fucking day, as a snark community against myself.
And making...
Which is why... all of his cries about like why certain subreddits won't get taken down are ridiculous. Like he's like, oh, I'm going to go after that Faumwa subreddit because I think that there's a vast Hamas conspiracy that like Hamas is running the drama subreddit of Faumwa. I'm going to sue everyone. I'm going to hit them with litigation so that I can fucking find out who they are and then actively tell everyone that they are being anti-Semitic. Falsely smear them as anti-Semites for the crime of what? Fucking complaining about being banned from his community as long fucking fans who had a disagreement with his opinion on Israel.
Anti-Semitic statements. Each one of the clips.
I think it's morally okay to target Hassan's sponsors and advertisers on Twitch. This is the thing, okay? This is the thing I want to mention to you, okay? This is the thing I want to mention to you. This kind of shit back in the day was seen as a no-go zone, okay? When a content creator and used his community in this way, every other content creator would be like, oh, you're trying to fuck up the bag. You're trying to fuck up the bag. You're going to ruin it for everybody else. This is going to have major consequences for everyone. What's really interesting about this process, okay, from the Destiny subreddit is that they very quickly realized I don't really have a lot of sponsors or advertisers. That is precisely why they went after the entire platform. That is precisely why they tried to take Twitch, an Amazon subsidiary, down in its entirety. Or at least force Twitch to fucking ban me. Okay? And Ethan went along with it. Because if I had fucking sponsors, If I actively had like long-term sponsors, they'd go after them like G Fuel or whatever the fuck, right? The type of sponsors that everybody gets sponsored by. But because the bulk of my support comes from you, and because of that, I don't like ever feel the need to get sponsors in general, and I do it every now and then, and I deny most sponsors that come to me with the opportunity, then I accept them. For the most part, yes, you are my sponsors. You. That's why they actively try to separate you from me by smearing me over and over again to be like, he's not progressive. He's transphobic. He's homophobic. He's anti-black. He's not sufficiently pro-Palestinian. I guess they don't really say that because they're too fucking horny to say everyone who's pro-Palestine is actually, a racist terrorist. Epstein himself shat on who? Keffels for the no bad taxes, only bad targets nonsense in his manifesto back in the day, but these days their community proudly repeats that line. Yeah, but that's it. It's my subscribers that help me maintain my editorial independence regardless, okay? And they know that, which is why they try to get me fucking banned. And it didn't work, and they fucking lost their goddamn minds when it didn't work. Holy shit, dude. Thank you, Cutie McBitty, for the 10 gifted subs. Vil Morgar, thank you for the 10 gifted. D Machine Clutter, thank you for the 5 gifted. You Comrade. Are we ever going to have a shareholder day? Bitch, every day is a shareholder day. Every time you guys yell at me over minor issues and micromanage me, that is a shareholder meeting. Anyway.
Clips and their associated accusations.
Yeah, like imagine fucking going to Bernie Sanders, which also didn't work, by the way. It literally didn't work. Like they were like, oh yeah, let's go tell Bernie Sanders that the guy he's about to talk to is a vicious anti-Semite. Yeah, guess what, dude? What happened? I interviewed Bernie. He said he really loves my work. How'd that turn out?
Accusations can be traced back.
Remember when USC invited me to go speak on campus and they got 27,000 emails? 27,000 emails. That had the same exact fucking terminology in it, where they were like, don't bring this person onto campus, Semite, who also has been banned off Twitch for racism. What kind of racism? Oh, that's right, anti-white racism, because I said cracker. The professor herself said it. 27,000 emails they sent to USC. Didn't fucking work. But when it doesn't work, they just double down. They become QAnon conspiracists. They think I control the media. You know what I mean? It's fucking insane.
Back to prominent.
Yeah, when I went on Podjon, they emailed the Podjons, emailed the CEO and random fucking producers at the Podjons. Hassan, before he became a terrorist sympathizer.
On Destiny's sub.
Something weird with Twitch and not letting you create new accounts in Israel.
Some of the clips were sourced.
Just confirmed. Israeli IPs are indeed banned from Twitch. Twitch is banned on Israel, featured on mainstream Israeli television channel.
On from well over a year ago. These clips were initially hosted on a website created by a member of the campaign called HamasPiker.com. Soon after, another website was created. Dan Clancy.
HamasPiker.com, by the way, was created on October 10th, 2023. Think about how fucking insane that is. October 10th, October 14th, 2023. As in a week after October 7, these guys were like, ooh, and it was also an IP tracker, I think, as well. Time to fucking use as an opportunity to shit on Hassan. It is fucking crazy.
ClancySucks.com, a reference to the CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy. Another goal of this campaign was to get him fired from the company. This site also hosts all of these clips with their associated allegations: anti-Semitism, terrorist promotion, and rape denial. Eventually, several major YouTubers in the usually apolitical commentary.
Yeah, well, what happened? I thought these guys were apolitical. Turns out maybe they weren't. Also, interestingly enough, apparently this is what Ethan's response was to this video. Instead of watching the video, he said, God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the fuck did I ever support a genocide? ? I criticize your idol Hassan and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. By the way, character assassination and horrific lies should be the fucking subtitle of the content nuke. Should be called a context nuke. You fucking nuked context. That's what you nuked. It's always projection, bro. It's always fucking projection. Watch the video, Ethan. Watch the video. Watch the video live on your stream, okay? A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15 years of YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserve better. What is the idea that like the CPS call is also attributed to like Noah Samsen or myself is also fucking insane. I would never in a million years think that that is an appropriate thing to do. It is a fucking morally repugnant thing to do, to fucking falsely call CPS on someone, okay? You're out of your fucking mind. Ridiculous. I swear to God, dude, someone could be a fucking straight up neo-Nazi, okay, who hates Ethan because he's Jewish, and he would still be like, this person who is a neo-Nazi who fucking also hates me, right, is actually a Hassan fan. Yeah, I'm the first time people fucking hated Ethan online, guys, famously. Even though I spent probably the entire year telling my audience to get over it and stop talking about Ethan and how it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things what he has to say about Israel and Palestine, and there was a fucking active genocide going on. If anything, Ethan has probably pushed people to start liking me more because of the way that he fucking behaves, or at the very least cause people who have their own personal opinions on Israel doing a genocide in Gaza to go, wait a minute, let me actually take a look. I feel like this Hassan guy, people fucking, if Ethan is talking about him like this and I don't agree with Ethan, and I know that Ethan is wrong on this Israel stuff, maybe this Hassan guy isn't fucking actually the asshole that I thought he was. Maybe other people were smearing him too. So thank you, Ethan. Your context puke probably is the reason why I have fucking 38,000 people in here. Ugh. Yeah, that's what happened. It fucking nuked my career. Thank you. That's the other side of this cultish thinking, is that the more the intended effect doesn't happen, the more you lean into like insane conspiracies. I stubbed my toe. It must be Hassan and his anti-Semitic tendencies that caused me to stub my fucking toe. It's crazy. It's a crazy attitude to have. So welcome to the other side. He did poison the well by bringing up Nazis, bomb threatening him to prime his audience into hating you. This chat, Denim, Trisha, Ian, Aniza, Snarkers, Reddit CEOs, Twitch CEOs, Sam Cedar, the CPS caseworker. Wait, that's the other thing I don't understand. He knows that I get fucking bomb threats from Nazis too. What the fuck? There was a point in time when Ethan wasn't aligning himself with a lot of these people that are now defending him, where he knew very well what those people were doing to me. We actually bonded on our mutual experiences from these very same communities and the fandom from these very same communities that were actively also fucking coming after my family and whatnot. The reason why I don't talk about this stuff, by the way, openly, as opposed to Ethan here, is because the reality of the matter is there is very little prosecution that comes out of this, okay? There's very little you can do. I have a lot of experience in this field, but the reason why I don't talk about it is because nothing ever fucking happens, okay? Most of the people that are on the criminal justice side of this issue are old fucks that don't understand the cutting edge of internet live streaming, the parasocial nature of fandoms, and how some fucking rabid stalkers will go to insane lengths to ruin your fucking life. And because, and this is a reality that every single streamer knows, every single live streamer knows, regardless of which platform you're on, okay? That's why I talked about this when Valkyrie and Cinna, unfortunately, were victimized in broad daylight while they were live by a fucking rabid psychopathic stalker alongside Emeru, who said that they were going to kill them, that it's the tip of the iceberg. What you saw is the tip of the iceberg. Every streamer has experienced this, no matter how big or small, but they don't talk about it. The reason why they don't talk about it is because, one, there's not really any sort of serious prosecution that comes out of it, and two, it only creates copycats. Just so you know. As a victim, he has every right to talk about it publicly if he chooses to do so, but just make no mistake, this doesn't mean that this doesn't happen to fucking other content creators, okay? Maybe not the CPS call thing, but, you know, bomb threats, doxing, swatting, things of that nature.
Terry Sphere made videos that signal boosted these allegations to millions of viewers. Most of these videos used the same clips, many of them directly citing this smear campaign's website.
There's a website known as danclancysucks.com.
Or there's also a website that's been created called danclancysucks.com that goes over it all.
Another website, Advertise on Twitch, shows a collection of ads playing before the dishonestly framed clips we've looked at, and the contact information of the companies is provided. It auto-loads a preset email with just one click, allowing participants.
Yeah, by the way, I don't even have fucking ads. I don't run ads. They would literally go so far as to like show ads that people that I was hosting were running. Isn't that crazy?
In the campaign to mask.
Yeah, I understand you may have encountered messages like this before, but I'm reaching out with genuine concern. Why are you advertising on Twitch in proximity to extreme content? Recently, your ads have appeared alongside disturbing content that includes discussions minimizing the reality of October 7th attacks in Israel, promoting anti-Semitic rhetoric. Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year. A fucking lie! They sent straight up lies to every single news outlet. They mass emailed every single news outlet. Isn't that fucking nuts? Isn't that fucking insane? They actively unmasked and doxed Twitch staff in the process. That's what they did. One must ask the question why these guys can get away with doing all of this shit. This is what was happening on the background when I was trying to cover the fucking election. I know for a fact people on my team got emails from them. Yeah, yeah. It's also kind of funny because like the only ones that actually bit the bait were, you know, dish rags like the New York Post or fucking Fox News, for the record. Does it not scare you, not about yourself or what these idiots are saying, but that is now normal for more than 50% of everyone online is a dumb hog? Like imagine spending this much effort. Imagine spending this much time and effort in coming after me. Yeah, the only people that bid on this fucking dumb fuck bullshit was Richie Torres, AIPAC's own attack dog, its #1 defender, okay? Israel's #1 defender, Richie Torres, from the poorest district in the country, by the way. And New York Post, which is a fucking right-wing dish rag, and Fox News. They should have been spending all this time and effort doing something positive, you know what I mean? Like, instead of actively trying to deplatform the largest progressive content creator. How fucking psychotic. I worked in a congressional office last winter and would get calls about this Lamau. It hasn't stopped, by the way. If you think these efforts are done, Dan Saltman is apparently actively trying to get Tom Cotton to pull me in front of Congress to also smear me as an anti-Semite. Remember, these guys are liberals, by the way, but they want Tom Cotton. That's who Ethan has aligned himself with. That's who Ethan used in his context puke, his context nuke. Think about that. That would be peak television. I don't want to fucking do that, man.
Spam these companies.
Here's a video of your ad sponsoring Jew-hating content. I realize that messages like these often go unread or receive a standard response. However, I wanted to reach out directly. If I continue to see Oral B ads on Twitch, the impression left is that such association with harmful content is acceptable to your company. Here are examples of content that is not banned on Twitch and ads have appeared by in the past.
With the related smears. There were several motivations behind this campaign. There were direct material incentives. On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hassan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. We can call this the Hassanabi Dunk Video Industrial Complex. It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos.
Yeah, anytime someone's like career is waning, because people have presented me as the avatar for all things social justice warrior related, or all things that is like liberal, or all things fucking left, depending on what that person's particular perspective is, doesn't really matter. What their ideological background doesn't really matter. That's all they fucking do is like Hassan fucking bad. That's how you know rent is due. It's not just on YouTube, obviously. There's also, the Twitter version of this. All those fucking psychotic stake-funded accounts that rip clips from other people. They do that every now and then too. They hit that like classic, I'll get like 30K likes on this easy. That's it. There's a major reason why, there's two reasons why this hasn't really stopped me from, continuing to do what I do and to reach levels of success that I hadn't reached prior. One, because I have a fucking real ideological conviction, and many people that actually do come here realize, oh, when this person is not framed in a negative way, I realized that maybe I was duped, okay? I was maybe being played, and I think that this person is a bad person, but it turns out I was lied to about his actual intentions, his actual worldview, okay? The other reason also is that virtually all of these people lose their minds in the process of doing the fuck Hassan nonsense, and then inevitably they out themselves as horrifying monsters one way or another.
Taking short clips from Hassan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers in the same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos. It's all recycled
It's all literally recycled shit from Destiny subreddit too, which I'm so glad that Ethan also joined in on the fun there.
Like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money by attacking a guy they don't like because the guy in question happens to be a political content creator. They have to try to do politics. It's really funny to watch, honestly. It's also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, you know, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side, you know, anti-genocide.
Yeah. It's a great way to not really say anything and not really openly, you know, admit your position while simultaneously taking a position. Oh, I do like, you know, I do like the Palestinians, but this Hassan guy fucking sucks. He sucks. You can't say that I'm like, you know, anti-trans. I just think Hassan sucks. And there are a lot of people who watch these fucking dumbass drama Sloptubers. It's a easily consumable form of content. So they get their notes from those guys, and instead of making up their own goddamn minds, they just go, all right, well, I've seen this everywhere, so I guess it must be true.
Is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in. Do they realize it? No. Do they care? Probably not. But that's what's happening. You know, that's what they're doing. The success of Ethan's video, which garnered over 3 million views in its first month, is a testament to the algorithmic viability of Hassan Bad content. Get in front of a politically illiterate.
This part I don't agree with because Ethan's last content nuke was on Keemstar. And all of his videos on that channel 4 years prior, when's the last time he ever fucking posted on that channel, had a shit ton more views than the fucking content nuke. I think Ethan thought that content nuke was going to change the game. It was going to get 10 million views or maybe even 8 million views like the Keemstar video did. And he thought that he thought that the internet would treat me like they're currently treating him, either be totally quiet about their involvement with anything related to me or just actively come out against me, be like, oh my God, it turns out this Hassan guy was bad all along. Okay. And when that didn't happen, he lost his fucking mind. He literally thought that like mainstream media would come. How the fuck would they do that, dude? The very same people that actually gave you the information, the fucking 2 hours worth of clips out of context, they already tried this in a more sophisticated way than you could ever imagine by, you know, presenting themselves as concerned citizens randomly by sending this shit to every outlet that would listen, to every outlet that would watch. And of course it wasn't going to work. I'm a fan of Nagla and Terrorizer, but I'm saddened to see they jumped on this train and are slowly spreading their focus on attitude to the Vanas crew. I feel like you just made those names up. There is no, what are you saying? What is any of this? What is the words that you are, what? Nagla and the Terrorizer and the Vanas crew? What is that? No, those are actual streamers. No, those are real people. Those are old gaming YouTubers. What? Why would gaming YouTubers be like, fuck Hassan? Yeah. Every time someone comes in here and says some shit, this is what I think. It's on Tubu. It's literally on Hebe. It's on Pooty with the ads. It's literally on Dippy. You can probably find it on Weeno. Dude, it's on Gumpy. It's a Phoebo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob. You can go to Poob. That's what I think. Every time someone comes in here and is just like, you don't understand, dude. Pooty Poo said this about you on Scourgeberg. I'm like, what the fuck? Listen, I'm sure these guys aren't obscure at all. I just don't know because I'm 33 fucking years old, okay? And I don't watch a lot of YouTube. That's the thing. I'm 33. I don't watch a lot of YouTube and I watch zero Twitch. This is precisely the reason why I have no fucking clue what you guys are saying. Okay? I'm not like undermining their success or popularity. I'm sure they're fucking awesome. Calm down, Gen X, Mark Maron. What is this?
Really do in response to this is try to go after other people that are near Caseytron, right? And I don't want to sink to that level. Like, I don't want to go, trust me, I've already gotten some things of people going like, hey, I know Hassan's a part of this talent agency and has like this sponsor and like these people who support Twitch. We should email. And I'm like, no, don't, stop.
Oh man,
please.
After the election, we'll start looking at all that, okay?
It's just.
These guys hate each other now, by the way, because this guy victimized one of this guy's friends. So now this guy has actively been campaigning against Sex Pestiny for doing sex pest shit. But make no mistake, you know, I suspect that he probably still has a lot of resentment towards me for existing, I think.
Just, yeah.
Yeah.
Literate American audience and call a pro-Palestine influencer a terrorist.
Promoting hateful terrorist music videos.
Terrorist propaganda videos.
Terrorist propaganda video.
Collect
That's the other side of this. That's like so fucking stupid. Terrorist propaganda videos is a video of the Ansar Allah movement talking about Saudi Arabia doing a genocide to them. Like, I watch all matter of terrorist propaganda videos. I watch American military videos. I've watched Israeli military videos on this fucking broadcast. Back in the day, we used to have a fucking tier list of who makes the best videos. We watched ISIS videos on this fucking broadcast, okay? The notion that all of these are across the board the same is obviously ridiculous, but they are using terrorist propaganda videos to just basically say, oh, don't look into any of this, okay? Do not look into any of this. Just know that he's a bad Muslim guy who loves bad Muslims. Yeah, IRA, come out, you black and tans. At the top of the hour, every hour, dude. That's a terrorist propaganda video. That's a terrorist propaganda song. This right here, at the top of the fucking hour, every hour back in the day, I used to play this song. Okay? And I would tell you, at the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. A supporter of all things. A supporter of all fighters against colonialism. A supporter of all fighters against empire. Like the fucking IRA. That's what I mean. It's just like, one of the funnier parts about this also was that they tried to do this with a North Korean song too.
Cheers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed. Come out, sugar like a tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your white how you won medals down in Flanders. How the IRA made your own like Hathaway from the green and lovely lanes of Galashandra. Come tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears and bows and arrows. How bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun. And you frightened them damn natives to the marrow. Come out, sugar like and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your white how you won medals down in Flanders. The IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Galashandra.
Anyway, the existence of the Irish and the Scottish negates the need for the British. I agree. So, you know, it's more so about like where you shift your attention and priorities to. It's obviously like a little bit harder for people to be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing like pro-IRA propaganda because they're white. Also, I can't wait to fucking link up with Kneecap when they're out here in the U.S. It's going to happen when they come out to the United States. Just for the record, yeah, Kneecap will be on this stream, baby. Don't you fucking worry about it. Let's continue. I'm an Irish Republican patriot.
big fat AdSense check. That's how it goes. And Ethan knew it would do well too and made sure to get a sponsor for the video.
Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video.
Which was a VPN company that happens to be owned by an Israeli billionaire with a history of funding and supporting the IDF. He's not a Zionist though, apparently. Apparently he's not a Zionist, and he's pro-Palestine.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
A few years ago, Destiny was banned from Twitch. Since then, he has repeatedly attempted to be reinstated on the platform, and the latest attempt by using the campaign was probably the closest he's ever been in terms of putting pressure on the platform.
We're tired of your site changing the rules every week. Nobody knows what's going on. Get your shit together, unban Destiny, and fucking make a site that people actually want to go to.
Dedicated the last like 2 weeks of my life basically to Steve's cause.
You're talking about the Twitch thing?
That's the guy that Ethan had on his video, by the way. Hey, guys. Hey, he's not linked up with these dudes, even though it came out that he was directly emailing Dan Saltman, by the way.
Yeah, destroying Twitch.
Some of the motivations for the campaign are political in nature, though, obviously. You know, Hassan Piker is one of the most prominent pro-Palestine voices. It's been orchestrated by Zionists. The website that started this campaign, HamasPiker.com, doubled as a donation page for a prominent Zionist organization. Since learning about the existence of Israel on October 7th of 2023, Destiny has positioned himself as its #1 cheerleader, showing up to debates to defend the genocidal apartheid state using Zionist talking points and denying that a genocide is taking place. On the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate, Destiny justified Israel's slaughter of 4 Palestinian children in the Gaza beach bombings using talking points plucked directly from IDF spokespeople.
Those kids weren't just on the beaches as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You can Google it. You can Google it.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's
I think this probably... Like, this was amazing because it was such a visible debate where this fucking sex pest was so thoroughly undermined by an interlocutor that knew so much more than he did, by 2 interlocutors, really, that even his own debate partner was just fucking laughing at him. Like, what an incredible moment. Because, like, up until this moment, I don't think a lot of people knew him as anything but like the guy who autistically dunks on some of the stupidest fucking right-wingers you've ever seen, right? Clips like that would go viral all the time. I think people just basically knew him as that guy. This debate, on the other hand, changed that dynamic where people found out what he was about.
Terrifying.
I left Finkelstein's iconic response in there because he is 100% correct. The events of that day were witnessed by dozens of journalists. There is no real dispute as to what happened except from, of course, the party that slaughtered the children, which is Israel, and in turn, its propagandists, like Destiny.
A group of boys.
Hold on, sorry.
Cousins playing on the beach.
There's a
now,
TOS here.
Were running for their lives. Until seconds later, another shell hit. Israel claimed it was firing at Hamas militants at the port, but the dead were 4 young boys.
He's also explicitly called for the genocide of Palestinians.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at.
It's this guy and his community who are
it's
the source for every one of the arguments that Ethan makes in his
Hassan,
video.
before he became a terrorist, emphasized something weird on Twitch.
Advocates for Palestinians normally collaborate with advocates for Palestinian genocide.
Hassan's favorite terrorist group is having a Luffy moment. They're killing civilians.
No, they do not, in my opinion. Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, the other main driver behind this campaign and the one spearheading the creation of these smear websites, is also a Zionist. Saltman promoted pro-Israel organizations like the ADL and stopped anti-Semitism, and Zionist politicians like Richie Torres, who...
Also, the other side of this story, this conquest to tackle anti-Semitism, is that it's conducted by people who have said, like, a shit ton of actually anti-Semitic things. Like Destiny himself in private logs, or not even in private logs, but like public logs on DG has been talked about saying like genocide the Jews and shit like that. Dan Saltman has said a bunch of horrifying things as well about Jewish people in general. Dan Saltman himself is Jewish. Ethan Klein himself has actively said awful shit about Orthodox Jews. Like, he tried to make it seem as though I wasn't calling the KKK inbred and that I was actually calling a bunch of young, industrious Jewish folk in Israel that weren't fucking actively burning aid going into Gaza, but instead I was calling all Jews inbred. That's what he kept saying over and over again. Okay? Meanwhile, I obviously wasn't directing this at all Jewish people or whatever the fuck. I was talking about these specific rabid terrorists that Ethan also called charity workers, which was fucking ridiculous. But nice, benign dudes who are doing charity. Okay, insane. But that's not, there's so much more that he has done and said that is infinitely more anti-Semitic than the claims that he's even making against me without any sort of evidence whatsoever. The evidence is just a clip copy. Yes. There's videos of you calling Ahmaud Arbery's killers inbred. You've called extreme fundamentals conservatives inbreds for years and years. Exactly. Yeah. Here is Dan, Hark Dan Saltman. Evolution explains why Jews are so powerful and blacks are not. The only Jews to escape the Holocaust were the smartest of the smart. So the only ones left by definition are the creme de la creme. Now take blacks. The only ones we have in America for the most parts are dumb of the dumb who got caught from the slavers. So it's evolution at work. That's the guy that Ethan posted about and took notes from in his context nuke. That's the guy who he prominently featured in his context nuke. When you argue with us SJW, now these logs are from 10 years ago. You might be saying, oh, I'm sure Dan Saltman doesn't have this kind of opinion now. Yes, he does. He 100 million% does, okay? He says shit like this and more on a daily fucking basis.
Who shared and boosted the campaign, he consistently weaponizes Zionist talking points, like asserting that any reference to Zionism is actually just coded anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I mean, he literally fucking retweeted like Sam Hyde and other neo-Nazis recently because they were dunking on me. Sam Hyde defenders. I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't think this guy gives a fuck about anti-Semitism.
Semitic language, the implication there being, of course.
Yeah. He's also talking about like Elon Musk, like retweeting Elon Musk and shit.
Any reference to Zionism is
yeah. He's
actually just
he's
coded
that anyone that says fucking Zionist is actually using it as a substitute for Jew. First of all, in this fucking day and age, when anti-Semitism is literally seen as a benefit, okay, by right-wing content creators, why the fuck would anybody hide their anti-Semitic tendencies?
Semitic language, the implication there being, of course, that criticizing Israel and Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. That's a very common Zionist tactic. It's like the Zionist tactic, in the West at least. Perhaps the most significant motivation, though, and indicative of the sort of unserious nature of this campaign, is just spite. These people all seem to have deep personal vendettas against Hassan and these other creators that should give one pause when considering the seriousness of the campaign that they're running.
God, he's so cringe. He's like such a cringe loser. I would pay we'd raise $1 million to send this dude to go fight in Yemen, and then all of us would volunteer for the Navy. Holy shit, he's such a cringe.
Destiny has for almost 5 years just obsessively talked about Hassan on his channel. He's made video after video about him. The frequency of these videos increased after Destiny was banned from Twitch. In the span of time since then, he has uploaded almost 80 videos about Hassan out of a total of like 450 videos. So that's at least
Jesus
1/5 of
Christ.
his working life.
That is fucking crazy. 80 videos that directly mention me in the fucking title or thumbnail. Holy fuck! These motherfuckers have the audacity to say I'm rent-free, bro. What the fuck? Bro, my own parents don't love me and think about me this much. Holy fuck, dude. Hassan loses it after getting called out beyond irresponsible. 621,000 views. This is literally about IDF bombing a hospital in Gaza, by the way. They bombed every hospital in Gaza. All that remains from this commentary is the fucking ad revenue that he generated. That was the only interest he had in fucking Israel-Palestine, was to find an opportunity to be like, fuck Hassan. And people willingly went along with it. That's why so many people fucking left this community after October 7, only to return later. To be back, to be like, okay, maybe you were kind of right, because I'm fucking finally realizing that maybe the things you said about Israel is not incorrect. What is this? You don't know the half of it? If you only knew how he mentions you daily? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is a way to track, like, search Hassan, upload date descending. This is virtually every video that he's mentioned me in? Holy fuck. How many times a day is he mentioning me? R.I.P. Hassan, chilling and streaming. This guy should be fucking worrying about his own sex charges, okay? His sex pest charges. Hassan's illiberal. Reddit Hamas network exposed. And Dean told Hassan is illiberal. Fucking obsessed, dude. Holy fuck. There's 1,500 clips found from channels Destiny's channel, last night on Destiny, Destiny clips, Taliban headquarters highlights, and Taliban headquarters. 1,500 clips. Did you call out Asmon's hypocrisy and calling for a politics tag to be added on Twitch, claiming that he himself should be affected by it, then talking politics nonstop every day? Asmongold doesn't use the tag. I'm shocked. Because they tried, after that tag was implemented, people tried to fucking get me banned actively. Except I always have the politics tag on. I'm surprised that Asmon doesn't always have the politics tag on. That is literally a fucking bannable offense for the record. I doubt that he doesn't use the politics tag. That would be shocking. Why do you spread hate? Yes, dude. I'm spreading hate. My hatred, don't do genocide. If you think don't do genocide is spreading hate, then maybe you are the hateful person.
Life spent talking about Hassan. In contrast, in the same span of time, Hassan has uploaded over 1,200 videos, and he's talked about Destiny a total of 5 times.
All of which came after the Israel shit. Oh my God. It feels good to finally see someone fucking actively show this disparity. And it's not just me being like, am I going crazy? Like, this man does not stop talking about me.
5. 4 of them have come in the last few months while covering Destiny's role in this smear campaign and the credible allegations of sex crimes against him. So that's less than 1% of his coverage. This isn't an internet beef. Hassan has a stalker. With Ethan, I feel like I can kind of spot the moment that he started going into this direction, which was the moment that people started calling him racist for saying racist stuff. It was one argument he made where he compared Jewish Voice for Peace anti-Zionist activists to capos.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos. Like, that's...
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
The chat started calling him a Zionist freak because that's a Zionist freak thing to say. And then since then, he's sort of constructed an entire...
Which was really interesting because at the time, I thought genuinely that he was actually stepping on a fucking landmine, which you can see in the conversation that we're having. Okay? I was like, oh, dude, come on, you're pro-Palestinian. Why the fuck are you saying this? Like, obviously, people that don't understand that you're pro-Palestinian are going to think, if this is their first introduction to you, that you are a fucking Zionist freak. Because that's what Zionist freaks say. Like, it's just like you are so freakishly pro-Israel at that point that, like, that is what people are going to think about you, okay? That's what people are going to think about you. Why are you doing this? That was the conversation that I was having. And then for a fucking year, I literally told my chat over and over again, like, stop going after Ethan. It doesn't matter. Remember back in 2021 where he posted that thing about Israel? Like, far before October 7. Meanwhile, in that process, unbeknownst to me, he literally was fucking running around saying way worse shit. Only after did he actively join the battle alongside Sex Pestiny and Dan Saltman and try to get me fucking deplatformed, and also actively went after other smaller pro-Palestinian content creators as well and actively get them fucking deplatformed successfully, that I go, okay, this is completely unacceptable.
Mind prison around, and anyone calling him racist is actually the real racists. Because Hassan's community is politically oriented and is able to spot the racist rhetoric in question, that means they're all extremists and Hassan is leading them, so he's an extremist. And that Hassan and them are all the problem, and that he's a perfect angel, which is the direction he's taken, it seems like.
It's also funny because, like, he simultaneously took this position where it was like, oh, if you say someone is a Zionist and they're Jewish, you're actually just, you know, saying that they're a Jew, right? You're being anti-Semitic. But then he would also turn around and be like, 90% of Jews are Zionists. So if you actually criticize Zionism, which is a fascist political ideology built around ethno-religious supremacy and is the underpinning of a settler colonial genocidal apartheid state, okay, which was born out of the ethnic displacement of 750,000 Palestinians, for the record, then if you criticize that ideology, that means you hate Jews. Which one is it? What is it?
Like,
My only crime is wanting a two-state solution.
Yeah. Don't spout Zionist discourse, then shrug. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. He's actually so racist, Lamau. He's so Islamophobic, Lamau. It was correct. They were right. Why did you put this in your fucking nuke? That's what's so crazy. At the time, I literally was trying to explain to Ethan, like, I was like, Ethan, Frogan is a fucking fan of yours. Like, how do you not understand that this person who's like village is fucking possibly being bombed? Which later, obviously, when Israel did invade Lebanon, it did happen. But like, at the time, I'm like, yeah, this person is looking at you as a fan of yours, as a former fan of yours, and is cannot comprehend the words that are coming out of your mouth. Yeah, I like that he made this entire video to be like, look at how wrong these people are for calling me a Zionist, while simultaneously you made a fucking video defending Israel.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it.
Israelis are so afraid of genocide, they're genociding Palestinians to expand their borders. Never again, unless it's those dirty Arabs. Like, that's
why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist.
And now he's just totally gone off the rails.
Yeah, Frogan was right. Like, the fuck do you mean?
He spends most of his time cowering in fear behind Instagram stories that people can't respond to. Every single one of the uploads on his personal YouTube channel in the last number of months have been targeted towards Hassan. He spent most of his...
My favorite is the why does nobody care one. It's such a perfect reaction.
Live podcast talking about Hassan and calling him a terrorist and whatnot.
What is this? Bro, I have not seen a single one of his fucking Instagram stories. I didn't know he was posting about me this much. Oh my God. Every day? Every single day? No.
There was that one Instagram story where Ethan Klein was having to evacuate due to the wildfires or something, and he managed to make the post about Hassan and about how Hassan probably thinks it's burned down while his family is in the background trying to evacuate the wildfires. Just wild. Ethan Klein has repeatedly denied any association.
And then he tried to turn around and fucking criticize me for going and personally evacuating my two friends, Caroline and Will. Okay. I remember that too. That was also hilarious, where he was simultaneously shitting on Caroline while also seemingly defending Caroline by saying Hassan is laughing in their fucking face. Hassan is laughing in their fucking face.
With this campaign and Destiny or his community, that may have something to do with the recent credible allegations that Destiny is a sex criminal, but this is false. Ethan has been caught on his live podcast browsing the Destiny subreddit for
Yeah, Destiny mods urgently ask for clips of Hassan discouraging people from voting. Okay, within minutes, folks, I need to find some clips of Hassan discouraging people from voting. Give me what you can. And they couldn't find it. Because there is no fucking clip of me urging people not to vote. I've never been an anti-vote guy.
Arguments to use to attack Hassan.
Yeah. Destiny's mod requests examples of Hassan discouraging people from voting again at 4:06.
Hassan leaked Discord logs show Dan Saltman admitting to exchanging emails with Ethan and the H3 team personally during the campaign. And even if there wasn't evidence of direct communication, the far more important connection is that Ethan is saying the exact same things, using the same out-of-context clips that everyone else used to call Hassan a terrorist or whatever. It's been a group effort. That's just what it is. So just a few final thoughts here. Zionism is Nazism. It's an ethnic supremacist, expansionist, colonial ideology. You can't have Zionism without genocide and ethnic cleansing. That's the end goal of the project. It's what it is. Palestinians are there, and for the Zionist project to be complete, they have to go. Starve them out, bomb them, destroy everything they need to live. Those are the methods. Those are what they're employing as we speak. And like Nazism, Zionism cannot be defeated through reform or debate. It must be destroyed from the outside.
How long do these freaks start trying to make AI videos of you because they can't find real videos of doing the shit they say? Doesn't Ethan use like a AI voice of me already? So it's not long. It's been happening. Someone told me. I don't know if it's actually... I think that they've been doing that. I know Destiny did one. He did the cringiest AI rap battle where he physically rap battled against an AI version of me. That's a real thing. How the fuck does nobody realize that that is the most insane thing you can do? Like, that is not mental wellness. That is a picture of losing your fucking mind. He used a nuke. No, I'm not going to show you. I'm going to spare you the AI rap battle video because I don't want you to all die from cringe.
outside through efforts made by the Palestinian people, the Palestinian resistance, and coalitions of allies. As history has shown, the downfall of these kinds of racist ideologies is possible, but Zionists cannot be a part of this process. They're Zionists. They uphold Zionism by spreading Zionist propaganda and spending all their time and effort attacking anti-Zionists, even as those anti-Zionists are actively fighting against a genocide that Zionism is the ideological pretext for. In the case of liberal Zionists like Ethan Klein, using his weird personal Zionist crash out as a jumping off point to educate people about the ideology that he adheres to is a great use of time, I think. And Bad Empanada has done a fantastic job with that. His videos have reached pretty wide audiences and exposed them to the reality and history of the genocidal Zionist project. That's a really good thing. That's a really important thing that he's doing, and I think many of you can probably also help out with that. Most of you have smartphones and cameras and TikTok, so go ahead. Start posting about it. Spread the word. Aside from being a morally good thing to do, it's also becoming sustainable. You know, it's algorithmically viable. The Ethan Klein crash out industrial complex is booming, and we can harness it as a propaganda machine to expose Zionism for the genocidal ideology that it is. You may have the feeling, as I often have, that the history books will look back upon these times and those who supported the Gaza genocide with shame and horror. The only problem with that.
By the way, Today shouted out Boner Box as the one people who should be people. Today shouted out Boner Box as the one who people should be watching, and this is what Boner Box said recently.
This can literally get proven wrong in the most obvious fucking way, and they will still just chug on like nothing happened. Like, how obviously wrong was it that that story about the Al-Ali hospital? The idea that...
How obviously wrong was it? The fuck? The fake misfired rocket video was debunked. Israel literally also tried to use the same exact thing at El Shifa a week later, was debunked again.
Israel airstruck. And
it's so crazy that this man is still talking about Al-Ahli Hospital when every fucking hospital is in rubble, okay? Who the fuck is this for? I don't understand it. Like, who still at this day and age has not made up their minds? Like, either people are just like, yes, I'm pro-Israel. I think everything that Israel is doing is for valid security concerns or whatever. Or people are just like, yeah, no, Israel is a fucking apartheid on a good day and doing genocide every other fucking day. Like, who is looking at this and going, yeah, remember that time when Israel fucking lied about the Al-Ahli hospital that I'm going to act like wasn't a lie at all? Like, how are you still holding on to that? It's like debating the details of the Night of the Long Knives in 1946. Yeah, just exactly. And being like, you don't understand. Not all the victims were Jewish or some shit. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck kind of insane attitude is this? Literally.
And flattened a hospital, killing 500 people, which is what Bad Hasbara said about it when it happened. And even after a year of every investigation, left, right, center, disagreeing with you, and still just going to... how do you know Israel didn't bomb it? Like, yeah, they don't care. There's no point. These guys...
What do you... that's crazy. Israel allies and Five Eyes repeated their false story. No evidence of a misfire rocket has ever been produced. The bombing was focused on the courtyard of the hospital where hundreds of families were sleeping. There are videos of body parts being picked up off the lawn. After the misfire rocket video was debunked, propaganda switched to claiming the explosion was too small to be Israeli. Bunker busters. Nonsense. Here's the Shifa story where Israel was caught trying the same lie again. I just don't understand why you would try to be so fucking bad faith, you know? No, I unban this person. Don't ban him again. That triggered me. Oh man, that's crazy you're saying that when you got offended by something I wasn't even directed at you. Have fun with that. You suck, not gonna lie. I'm unbanning Tony. I think Tony's got some good ideas.
That is that these people feel no shame. They're here to make money and to convince themselves that they aren't evil. And the way they do that is by lying, by spreading liberal Zionist propaganda. It's profitable and it's easy and it's acceptable. You're allowed to say that you think all Palestinians should die.
I'm pro-genocide.
And still get invited to Jubilee as a resident liberal. You're allowed to do it and run your quirky, epic, silly podcast and make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that because the Western media ecosystem encourages it. There will be no justice for the Palestinian people if all we do is watch content about about what's happening. Consumption is not politics. There will be no justice for the victims of this genocide unless we all actively fight for it. From the position that most of the viewers of this video have, that's by using the resources and time to continue to speak out, preserve the record of what's actually happened in Gaza, name the perpetrators, and highlight and boost the voices that understand these facts more than anyone in the world, that is, the Palestinian people. Don't stop sharing their stories or contributing to direct aid. I'll leave a document below with some Palestinian voices and outlets that you should follow and campaigns to contribute to. In If I Must Die, Rifat El-Arir tells the story of Yasser Ashur, a young Palestinian survivor of Operation Cast Lead, Israel's late 2008 onslaught in Gaza. During Cast Lead, Israel bombed a UN school, which was also designated a safe zone, killing 44 civilians. Ashur was 14 at the time of the attack, and Israel killed 5 of his classmates and friends. Ever since the massacre, Ashur has tried to honor the memories of his classmates by exposing Israeli crimes. I run a few Twitter accounts with tens of thousands of followers, he said. The battle for justice for Palestine over social media is crucial, and we have to win it. We don't have Israel's billions, but we have the power of the truth. And that's what we have. We have the truth. October 7th, the genocidal Israeli project. October 7th is the reason you're here watching this video today. Israel's response to it has radicalized a generation of people by exposing the Israeli state and its backers in the West for what they are: depraved, ethnic supremacist, genocidal lunatics. That's the truth. We have all these tools to speak the truth, and now's the time to do that. So just do it. I don't know. Don't stop fighting for it. Free Palestine.
Great video. Fucking fantastic video. No notes. Anyway, the mayoral debate is soon to begin.
At the time in 2021, I was covering her campaign. Nobody thought she was really going anywhere. She was the sanitation commissioner. People were surprised that she was even running, and then boom, one day on a Sunday, the New York Times came out for Catherine Garcia. It changed the entire race, and she became
Caitlyn Jenner is dividing LGBTQ Israelis as Tel Aviv Pride's guest of honor.
Lander's going to try to use this and push this forward with the same momentum, but it's not the same. The New York Times has decided not to weigh in.
It's not the same, but I do think it sort of starts to get into the inside baseball territory. Like, we know it's not the same. We're watching it each and every day, but if you're a New York Times subscriber and you have been waiting for them to give, their seal of approval to a candidate, are you parsing whether or not it was the editorial board or this panel? I'm not sure. Yeah. It will be very interesting to see. I think this is an experiment that the New York Times is engaging in. I would have certainly like to see them do a full-throated endorsement. I'm sure the candidates would have liked it a lot sooner as well. But I do think it's a test, and I do think it will be hard for the candidates on stage tonight to explain it the way you just did if Lander does proclaim that he is the New York Times editorial panel endorsed candidate. How do you take that away?
Greg, you're shaking your head. You don't think this matters?
I don't think endorsements have the weight that they did even 4 years ago. Why? Because there is an absolute cataract of content that is shot in everybody's phone every moment, that it just doesn't have the impact that it used to have. And again, I agree with you that did they make a
I talked about Alex Padilla already.
7 people who Brad Lander definitely has 7 votes. I can say that definitively.
The timing on this, though, is tricky. There is a little bit of indication in some of the polling that Lander's got a little bit of momentum. He's clearly sort of in 3rd place. But Adrienne Adams also just went up on air because she was late into the race and just got her public matching funds. I think we're going to see some very interesting polling at the beginning of next week. Early voting will have already begun, but in this final week, 10 days, I think we're going to see some indications that things have shifted. Even in one of the polls that came out this week, not necessarily indicative of exactly where the race is at. In the next to last round, Lander was within 3 points of Mamdani for who would go on to be against Cuomo in the final round. There's a lot of potential movement here, and I think the question of whether Cuomo's numbers come down further in these polls to come is really something worth watching, because that's some of the trend here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even in some of the internal polls have been flying around. People are putting out tons of polls about how he's the winner, she's the winner, et cetera. But the last legitimate poll that was out there was from Emerson College a couple of weeks ago, and it said that Andrew Cuomo's unfavorables were 47%. And everyone in New York City, I would think, mostly everyone in New York City knows who Andrew Cuomo is. So how do you even change any of those minds?
Well, that leaves 53%. If all 53% rank him ahead of Mamdani, then he's in good shape. Adrienne Adams, by the way, there was this weird episode yesterday where she put out a post on social media attacking Mamdani, sort of, and then took it down, but then later said that she still sort of stood by it. Meanwhile, Mamdani actually encouraged people to give her money. So I don't really know whether she's decided whether to attack him or not.
Her team had said that she did not write this tweet. Basically, it was a video of Mamdani on MSNBC a couple of days ago saying that ICE should be abolished.
That's worth watching tonight.
Yeah.
Adrian Adams, Mamdani, I think.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for now. We are going to head to John Jay College in just a minute. You can join us online at ny1.com or on the Spectrum News app during the debate. Courtney, Bernadette Hogan, and I will be live blogging our commentary throughout, and let us know your thoughts using the
I can't believe he's said abolish
ICE. We'll be back
ICE.
at 9 o'clock as soon as the debate wraps up for our post-debate special with reaction from the candidates and our own analysis. Now here is Errol Lewis, Brian Lair, and Katie Honan with the candidates at John Jay College.
Good evening. Welcome to the final Democratic primary debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News New York 1, and we're coming to you from the Gerald W. Lynch Theater at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, located on the west side of Manhattan.
I do think there will be more
I'm joined
attacks
by Brian
coming
Lair,
Zoran's way now that he has
WNYC
a,
Gothamist, and
not a
Katie
commanding
Honan of the
lead, but
news
like at least one
organization,
poll
The
that
City.
shows him leading.
The candidates have been making their pitches to New Yorkers for months now, and we are only hours away from the start of early voting across the 5 boroughs, starting on Saturday.
Over the next 2 hours, you're going to hear from the 7 leading Democratic candidates on their proposals on issues directly affecting the lives of New Yorkers. A reminder that the mayoralty is currently held by Eric Adams, who has withdrawn from the Democratic primary and is running in the November general election as an independent candidate. Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the Public Matching Funds program. It's also sponsored by Spectrum News New York 1, WNYC Gothamist, and The City, and Spectrum Noticias. And our co-sponsors are John Jay College of Criminal Justice, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, and the Museum of the City of New York. And you can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It's also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and C-SPAN, and in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a polling or fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board in order to take part in the debate. In alphabetical order, Adrian Adams is the City Council Speaker representing parts of Southeast Queens. Andrew Cuomo previously served as governor of the state of New York. Brad Lander is the New York City Comptroller. Zoran Mamdani is a state assembly member representing parts of Queens.
I really hope the first question is about Israel. Please, I need to know. I need to know how much people want to.
And Manhattan.
I really need to hear about how much they love Israel. Please ask about Israel. Oh my God! Look at the ribbon.
Now for the rules. The rules that you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds. Answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds.
Wait, is Cuomo
with a
not
chance for
attending?
rebuttals
Did I miss
at the discretion of the
him?
moderator. And candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent
Is the ribbon
one
bigger?
question during our cross-examination round. We're going to begin with opening statements. The order was determined by a random drawing this morning, and so we'll begin
I missed
with
him.
Scott Stringer. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Look,
I love New York City.
And
I was
I
born
love-
and raised here.
And I love Israel.
And I believe the future of this city can be limitless. But let's face it, people are feeling that it's getting tougher to live here. People who built our neighborhoods are leaving the city. Young people who want to lay down roots here do not see enough opportunity. I say enough
I
is
hope
enough.
everyone declares
We
their
need a mayor
allegiance,
who
because
has
otherwise I don't
experience.
know who to vote
We need a
for.
mayor who has competence and a mayor who has a vision to build affordable housing, to enact universal child care, to build a public school system so that kids can thrive. I've seen the best of this city in every neighborhood as controller, as a borough president, as a state legislator. And I know that right now at this moment, we need somebody who has the ability to make sure this city can rise again, and I'm going to do it.
Okay, next is Eleanor Myrie.
This morning, I was on Flatbush Avenue getting my hair cut so I could be fresh for this debate.
He
And one of my
loves the
constituents walked in
anecdotes.
and didn't talk to me about politics. She said, "What are you going to do to fight for immigrants like me and my husband?" I got on the train as I left and I ran into a mother who said, "What are you going to do to fight to help make our schools world class?"
He loves his anecdotes.
So here's
man.
the thing. You're gonna hear a lot of promises, a lot of nice and cute things on the stage tonight. But when you put your head to the pillow, you want a mayor that is gonna fight to keep your family safe, fight to keep that roof over your head, and fight to give you opportunity. I know that because that's what I think about every single day. And I'm ready to put the gloves on as the next mayor to fight to make that a reality.
Thank you. Next candidate is Whitney Tilson.
Good evening. I'm Whitney Tilson, and I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman and philanthropist, and I entered this race because I love this city, but right now it's a mess. It's not talent that we lack. We've got the best and brightest, nor money. We spend double that of any other city in the world. It's leadership, and we can't afford amateur hour in City Hall anymore. It is rightly said that being job of mayor of this complex, enormous city is the second hardest job in the world. That's why we need a mayor who's experienced, competent, and can get things done, not a social media phenom with cute videos. Someone who can balance the budget and make tough choices, not pie-in-the-sky promises that there's no realistic plan to pay for, and someone who will keep us safe by ending chaos, not inciting it, by supporting law enforcement, and by not threatening to defund and dismantle our police. I will be that mayor, and so I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate is Adrienne Adams.
Thank you very much. My name is Adrienne Adams, and I'm running for mayor because I'm an everyday New Yorker, just like all of you are. When I open my front door, I see what every New Yorker sees, and that is we are in need of a change. I raised 4 children in Southeast Queens in the same home that we live in. I buy my own groceries, so I know the costs of groceries for everyday New Yorkers. Look, as the leader of the city council, leading the most diverse city council in the history, led by a women majority, I realize what leadership truly is. I'm already doing the job. I have successfully negotiated 3 city budgets. I'm now in the middle of negotiating my 4th city budget. I continue to lead and step in where our current mayor has not, where we have fought through the city council budget cuts. We have saved public libraries and pre-K. I'm Adrienne Adams, already doing the job, asking you to rank me #1 to be the first woman mayor of the city of New York.
Next candidate is Brad Lander.
If you watched last week's debate, you already know I'm not the flashiest candidate in this race.
Damn.
I don't have a famous father. I'm not the best at TikTok. My daughter's here. All her videos do better than mine. But I love this city. I believe in its future.
God, you are
and I know
so
how to
zesty,
make
Brad.
government work better.
You are
As
so.
controller, I've saved
He is
taxpayers over
just.
$2 billion.
He is dork maxing every time, dude.
Manage the pension funds to record highs. I've built or saved over 50,000 affordable homes. As mayor, I'll deliver 500,000 more. That's why today the New York Times opinion panel said I'm the best choice for mayor. I've got the public integrity that New Yorkers deserve, the progressive values that New Yorkers share, and the management chops to deliver on them.
Next is Zohran Mamdani.
My name is Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani, and I am running to make the city affordable. I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich, the same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House, the same ones who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign. Like many New Yorkers, I wasn't born in this country, but I grew up in this city, and it's one that we're in danger of losing. We're under attack from authoritarianism from the outside and an affordability crisis from the inside. Yet if you turned on your television 20 years ago, you'd have heard the same tired, failed policies you'll hear from politicians tonight. It's time for a new generation of leadership. And that's exactly what my campaign is building. A movement of more than 36,000 volunteers who have knocked on nearly 1 million doors and left us just 2 points away from City Hall. So join us, and let's win a New York you can afford.
Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening, and thank you all very much for having me here today. I do have a very famous parent who I'm very proud of, Matilda Cuomo, and I hope she's watching. Everyone has a plan, as you've heard. Everyone always has a plan. That's always the way. But the question for tonight is, who has the ability to get the job done? That's really the question. Who can build housing? I built housing across the nation as HUD's secretary. I built LaGuardia Airport, Kosciuszko Bridge, 2nd Avenue Subway, and more. Who can do public safety? While my colleagues were defunding the police, I was adding more police. Who can manage the city? I manage the state that has double the budget of New York City. And who can take on Donald Trump? That is the big question. And he sent troops into cities all across this country, but he never sent them into New York when I was there, and he never will when I am mayor. A job looks easy when you haven't done it. Experience matters. I will get the job done. I will work for you 24/7.
Thank you for your opening statements, candidates. Mr. Cuomo, many New Yorkers are concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles. Workplace immigration raids and deportations, protests with some violence, the president's deployment of the National Guard and the Marines over the objection of the governor and the mayor. The Trump aide Stephen Miller said the mayor has no say. If you were mayor of New York right now, how would you handle this situation if something like that happened here?
Yeah, we had this situation before, right? This is not a case of first impression. President Trump did this and Trump won. He did it a number of times. He sent troops into cities all across the country. This is him being macho, authoritarianism. He's the commander-in-chief. He never sent them into New York because I said to him, you better never send troops into New York. We don't need them. It would be a hostile act. It would be a problem. Right now, in this situation, we're going to protect our immigrants. This is a sanctuary city, and we are going to defend the laws of the sanctuary city. We have an NYPD that is the largest police force in the United States of America. Donald Trump only picks fights that he can win. He cannot win a fight with me.
Yeah, because you're aligned. He also already has a DOJ case on you. You're compromised.
You know, what is so troubling to see right now is we also have the NYPD assisting ICE in some of those very missions right here in New York City. We saw the Strategic Response Group arrest a pastor who was peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza. When I am the mayor, the NYPD will serve public safety of New Yorkers. They will not assist Trump's ICE agents. And furthermore, though Donald Trump may not believe in the law, we have to be clear that we do, and we will in fact bring back our law department to its pre-pandemic staffing levels, 200 additional lawyers, and start to provide lawyers for immigrants who are in deportation cases, because we know that by doing so, we in fact increase their likelihood of coming home to their families in New York City by 11 times. Finally, we can see examples in previous mayoral administrations where the mayor's team, like Steve Banks in the last administration, took every single step they could to ensure that none of the personal information the city had would be turned over to the Trump administration. I would follow that example through all of our agencies.
Say that he's compromised by the DOJ.
Ms. Adams,
Ooh, big
staying
claps.
on this topic, but with kind of a follow-up. If the president sees what he thinks is disorder in the streets and believes that local and state law enforcement officials are not doing a good job at protecting citizens and property, why shouldn't he step in? His supporters say that's his responsibility.
We are right now dealing with a lawless president enacting lawless behavior across this entire nation. As one who continues to speak up and out against Donald Trump, currently Donald Trump would like to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. Through an executive order put forth by the deputy mayor of the city of New York, not the mayor of the city of New York, which is unprecedented. They want to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, and The person that is endorsing me, she is the baddest AG in the nation. Her name is Tish James. She said, Adrian, if Donald Trump starts to get in your way, sue him. So I am suing him. I am suing the mayoral administration and Donald Trump's ICE. We will continue to protect immigrants when I am mayor, just like I am protecting them as the leader of the city council. We will make sure that Donald Trump's ICE obeys the law. We are a sanctuary city. I am here to protect that in the city council. And when I am mayor, I will continue to protect.
No, she got more emotion than Kamala. She has more passion than Kamala.
Continuing on the same track, but if the president says the mayor has no say, which seems to be the case because he did deploy the Marines and the National Guard, what would you do? What could you do?
Let me tell you about how the mayor could have a say. Last Thursday and again this morning, I went down to the federal building to observe immigration court and then accompany immigrants out past ICE agents so they could get out of the federal building and back to their families. One was a couple with kids in our city school system. They were worried they weren't going to see them again. So I stand up to bullies. I don't back down from a fight, and I will make clear that we're going to protect the 40% of New Yorkers who are immigrants, and we're going to keep them safe, and we're going to keep New York City safe. You can de-escalate conflict. What Trump wants is to strike fear and escalate conflict. We're going to make clear we stand up for immigrant New Yorkers, and we de-escalate and keep the peace. I do want to tell you, though, about some immigrant New Yorkers that Andrew Cuomo screwed when he was governor, and we're defending in my office. A couple of hundred immigrant subway cleaners who he made clean the subway cars but cheated out of the prevailing wages and health care that they were due. We're fighting right now to get it back. I stand up to bullies, and I'll stand up to Donald Trump.
Mr. Cuomo, you were named, so we may not be able to do this every time all night, but you were named, so you get a brief response.
I don't know what Mr. Lander is talking about. The MTA contracted for cleaning services. I assume that's what he's talking about. The MTA goes through a rigorous contracting process. They should never have hired illegal immigrants if it is true. But obviously, I had nothing to do with them hiring.
I'm sorry, is that what you said? What did you call them?
If anyone was undocumented or they didn't pay the proper wages.
Oh, they're laughing at him in the room.
You didn't pay them the proper wages. You cheated them out of the prevailing wages they were due and the health care they were due.
I didn't contract with them at all. The MTA contracted with them.
Who appoints the chair of the MTA?
Oh, I see. So every contract that the MTA contracts, you want me to be held responsible?
This one, yes, because 400 immigrant workers got cheated out of $2.5 million and their health care, and the orders came from on high.
Yeah, so you
Boomers hate when someone just says, it's not my responsibility.
$6 billion per year. They have multiple.
Why the fuck do you want to be mayor then, jackass, if you're not going to be responsible?
The state of New York, who audits the books. I'm sure he's almost as
okay,
good
Brad.
as you.
Okay, Brad, I take it back. He was dork maxing, but he's now cooking.
Workers under city contracts.
But
nerds rise up.
Trump and Mr. Stringer, you can reply to that if you want. But my moving on question is: his administration has made deep cuts to some programs that directly fund services for New Yorkers. A listener to my radio show asks, how do you propose addressing funding shortfalls for critical services, or which programs will you prioritize above others, assuming you can't make up for all the funding gaps? And please tell everybody how you think your approach would be better than the other candidates.
Sure, Brian. Well, look, I was in Trump 1 when I was a city controller. And during that time period, I didn't let him get this city down. During my time, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuels controller. I divested from gun manufacturers. I divested from private prisons. I put the line in the sand with that guy, and I will do the same as mayor. Look, when you grow up in Washington Heights, everything comes your way. And you understand the only way to deal with it as a bully is to draw the line early and fight back. So here's specifically what I'm going to do. First, as mayor, we're going to establish a very, very rainy day fund. We need to get $500 million from the state and $500 million from the city so that we can continue to replenish the money that Donald Trump is taking from us. $80 million was taken in the dead of night. We need to keep the social safety net alive until Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker and we can dismantle the Trump organization in just two seconds, just to straighten out the two of them.
His ribbon does
I was
look
the one
tiny.
who brought the prevailing case with the MTA on those workers, and I believed very strongly then that we have to make sure that we pay wages so people can live and stay in New York, and that's why I did it.
Mr. Myrie, same question about dealing with the defunding of the city.
Yeah, first let me put my lawyer hat on for a second. What Donald Trump is doing right now is flat out unconstitutional, and we got to say that very clearly because they are counting on the chaos being normal. They're counting on us being relaxed about this approach because we see it in the headlines every day. It is flat out unconstitutional, and we should not, as a city, hesitate whatsoever to bring it to him when he's coming after our folks in this city. So look, I want to hire 50 more lawyers to our law department so we can go on the offensive. And the best way for us to be independent of the Trump cuts is to expand our tax base. That is why I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m. It is why I want universal after school for everyone. This has to be a city where you can raise a family, where people can make the choice to stay here, when they can spend their money in our local economy. We can create $18 billion over the next 10 years if we create 1 million homes over the next decade. That is what I plan to do, and I plan to go on offense every single time this bully comes after my city.
Mr. Tilson, you'll get the last word on this. People are talking about standing up to President Trump. Can it ever be smart, in your opinion, to hold your tongue about your worst opinions of him so that New York could possibly get better treatment? Or would that not be effective?
Yes, possibly. There's a grim anniversary coming up on Tuesday. It is the 10-year anniversary of Trump coming down that escalator, spewing hatred and xenophobia, and I've been fighting him tooth and nail every day of those 10 years. That said, he is a childish bully, and getting into a Twitter war with him needlessly would hurt our city, I think. He tweets a lot of crazy stuff, and most of the time, if you simply ignore it, he moves on to his next childish foolishness. So to your question, I will fight Donald Trump as mayor, stand up to him, sue him if necessary. But my job is to serve the people of New York, and that sometimes involves not provoking.
You guys are booing the guy with the biggest ribbon, a community of anti-Semites, clearly.
10% of our city budget.
The ADL was right. The ADL was right. Ethan Klein was right. I've manifested a community of anti-Semites. You are not supposed to boo the candidate with the biggest ribbon who says to ignore Donald Trump. Just ignore him. It's fine.
Elected to any office. So, and then if we consider age, one of you would be, if elected, the oldest person ever to be sworn in as mayor, while another would be the youngest mayor to take office in more than 100 years. So let me start with you, Mr. Mamdani. What do you say to critics who think that a 33-year-old assemblyman who's only been in office 4 years needs more experience before becoming mayor?
Oh, my mistake. I didn't realize you guys were saying you're booing him because you want a bigger ribbon.
To judge me by the campaign that I am running. A campaign we began with about 2 full-time employees polling at 1% that has now grown to be one where we manage over 36,000 volunteers that have knocked on nearly 1 million doors. And ultimately, what I will deliver to New York City is what I've been delivering in this race: innovation and competence. And I will do so by hiring the best and the brightest. Because for too long, we've had an understanding of leadership where you simply want to replicate each one of your ideas and hire the people who will be quickest to say yes to whatever you say to them. I will instead hire the people who have the track records, the excellence, the fluency. And it has been a pleasure to meet with incredible officials like Maria Torres Springer, like Patrick Gaspard, like Steve Banks, like Amit Baga, so many who have delivered that public service and that public excellence in this city. And that is what I would be doing as the next mayor of this city of New York.
Mr. Myrie, similar question. What would you say to New Yorkers concerned that your legislative record, however lengthy, is not the same as running an organization of 300,000 employees?
Listen, I think New Yorkers want a mayor that is going to deliver results for them and to do it when it is difficult to achieve. I've passed over 60 bills that have become the law. But when I ran for state senate back in 2018, Albany was dysfunctional. Some rogue Democrats, propped up by Andrew Cuomo, prevented so many legislation that would help everyday New Yorkers, whether it was protection for tenants, whether it was reproductive health, whether it was climate legislation, whether it was your right to be safe in your neighborhood. And on day one in the state Senate, I passed something called early voting, which all of us are going to participate in on this Saturday. So I am about the results and about the work. I have built coalition. I have listened to stakeholders. I've done really difficult things. That is the job of the mayor, to get everyone at the table and to achieve something that people said was impossible. I've been in the business of delivering for the people of my district. I look forward to doing the same thing for the people of New York City.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, if elected, you would be the oldest person ever sworn in as mayor. If you serve 2 full terms, you'd be 76 years old upon leaving office. Is somebody in their 70s the ideal age for holding the second hardest job in America?
Let's do 1 term at a time if we can. I think you raise a very important point. Experience matters, and I think inexperience is dangerous in this case. Mr. Mondami has had a staff of 5 people. You're now going to run a staff of 300,000.
He never says his last name right, by the way.
He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with the union. He's never built anything. He's never dealt with a natural emergency. He's never dealt with a hurricane, with a flood, etc. He's never done any of the essentials. And now you have Donald Trump on top of all of that, and he's never dealt with what I think is the greatest national threat that we face in this president. To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous. To Mr. Lander and his experience, remember, this was the fiscal watchdog under the Eric Adams administration, which was like the bookkeeper at Tammany Hall.
Mr. Mamdani.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right.
Yeah.
Mr. Lander.
May I respond?
My response, or is this my
I don't
60
care
seconds on
about
that
your
question?
last name.
Let Mr. Landers speak, and then you can respond to both. Okay.
Just to be clear, is
Those
this my
women
response
deserved
to
it.
Andrew, or
I'm
is this my 60
Italian.
seconds?
It's my
This is your
culture.
response if you choose.
Thank you. So I've gotten so many Eric Adams contracts canceled, we can't keep track. He tried to put a $432 million no-bid crony contract, and we audited it, and we got it canceled. We have done it time and time again. Andrew knows a lot about corruption. That's part of the experience he had. He created a corruption commission and then killed it as soon as it got too close to him. But his senior aides had to resign in corruption disgrace. And let's be clear, he has experience, but leadership is not inviting 25-year-old young women into your office, as he admitted he did, and then asking them about their intimate life and whether they would date older men. I lead by building the best teams, not through sexual harassment, corruption, and disgrace.
Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Mondami's right. He's never done anything, period.
Mr. Mamdani.
This is a man who
Mamdani. Just say the name right, Mamdani.
This is a man who has done nothing. He's accomplished nothing. 3 bills are all he passed.
City full of immigrants.
He has the worst attendance record in the New York State
City
Assembly.
full of immigrants.
He has
They've
never
all fucking
held
experienced a guy
job.
like Andrew Cuomo
He has
fucking up their
0
name
accomplishments.
deliberately.
I want to be very
And now he thinks he's going to be ready to be mayor of the city of New York. It is laughable. It is laughable, and it is dangerous.
I want
really
Mr.
quick, and then we're
Cuomo to
gonna
look
move on.
out into the crowd and look at Richard Chow, who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that. And we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing.
Okay, let's move to.
Oh, he used personal anecdote. Oh my God. Oh my God. He had a crowd
Just cut
placement,
to
personal
chase
anecdote.
and tell what's really going on here. So, truth be told, experience matters. And Andrew Cuomo has experience. I know that. He does. But vision matters. And Mamdani said it right? Mamdani.
Mamdani, almost there.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Almost there.
But you have the vision, and you have articulated it during the campaign. The problem is we need somebody who can do both.
Oh,
and my experience and my vision, when you combine it, is the third lane to win this race, and that's what we have.
They're laughing.
Very good, very good.
We cannot have a mayoralty on training wheels. But we also have to have a mayor who's willing to go to town hall meetings, to meet with the voters where they are. And that hasn't happened with the experienced candidate. Now, one last thing. Every job I've had, state legislator, I introduced rules of reform in the assembly and got it passed. As Manhattan Borough president, I actually built affordable housing. I didn't do 1 or 2 rezonings. I did that as my life's work and made a difference. As controller, I built the best controller's office.
This is where Mamdani is supposed to turn around. This is where Zoran is supposed to turn around and basically be like, listen, experience is negligible because Andrew Cuomo's entire experience amounts to New Yorkers experiencing failure and a quality of life diminishing. We don't want that. That's why I'm running. We need people who are dynamic. We need candidates who are younger. We need candidates who are actually experienced with the life experience of what it's like to be working poor in this city.
Doing this work,
not someone who comes from a political dynasty that has cursed the New York State and New York City for their entire lives and is directly responsible for all the pain New Yorkers feel in this affordability crisis.
as one that has seen 120,000 units of affordable housing coming up in the city, as one who has championed the largest victory for affordable housing in a generation, as one that is already doing this work, as one that has taken private skills from the private sector in management. I have trained people that will make more money than I will ever make in a lifetime. And bringing those skills with me into the public sector, into the New York City Council, now leading a body of 50 council members as the one with the experience ready to go to work tomorrow, because where I work is where everyone else on this stage aspires to work, in City Hall in Adrian Adams, New York.
Okay. I have a question for you, Mr. Tilson, related to this discussion. You have frequently said on the campaign trail that, quote, career politicians have caused many of the city's problems or made them worse. You said tonight, in fact, that this is no time for amateur hour. Explain why a lack of experience running a city agency would make you a better manager than some of your rivals here.
I actually view not being a politician as a feature, not a bug. It is possible to hire people into administration, of course, who have the experience of running a big bureaucracy. I would point to Mike Bloomberg as my inspiration when I decided to run for mayor. He had never held elected office before. I think he was one of our greatest mayors. He steered us through the global financial crisis, and I believe that having someone like him, who I saw was independent of all the special interests, who in a low turnout off-season primary like what we're having right now,
like, this guy is for no one. I can't in good conscience believe that there are people out here that look at what this guy has to offer and goes, yeah, that's my guy. I really want like a fucking soulless technocrat, VC guy, a hedge fund guy to run the city. That's really going to fix the problems. Oh, at least got the fattest ribbon, you know?
Which I think is more relevant to managing one of the world's largest bureaucracies.
Okay. Thank you, candidates.
It's also funny because, like,
when New Yorkers are asked their top concerns, one of the biggest issues is always affordability, particularly the high cost of housing. Millions of New Yorkers in rent-stabilized apartments are currently awaiting a final ruling from the Rent Guidelines Board about how much they could pay more each month in rent. But first, we'll get to a crucial question about the production of housing. We want you, the candidates, to address New Yorkers with your top proposal to ease the housing crunch. And I'll start with you, Mr. Myrie. We know you've been vocal about a plan to build and preserve 1 million units of housing. You mentioned it earlier. Is that a realistic possibility given the current dynamics in the city?
Let me tell you what's real, Katie. People are leaving the city because they can't afford to stay here. They can't afford the rent, can't afford to own a home. Like me and my wife, who were looking to put down roots in the same neighborhood we grew up in, people are struggling. And we've had leaders of the past that have put their solutions forward, and things have only gotten worse. So yes, 1 million homes over the next 10 years, because we can't keep nibbling around the edges. That is the only way we're actually going to bring down the cost of housing. And listen, is it going to be challenging? Of course it's going to be challenging. But anything worth anything is going to be hard to do. We built the Empire State Building in 13 months, and we did it 100 years ago. Come on already. Of course we can do 1 million homes. I want to change our public land to be affordable housing. I want to convert our industrial areas to residential. We have commercial real estate space that is laying vacant that can be converted as well. We have opportunities to revitalize NYCHA. We got to be bold in this moment, but we need the leadership and the courage to get it done, and that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, your housing model, your housing plan is to model a highly successful plan from the 1950s. You call it Mitchell-Lama 2.0. It sounds ideal, but how would you pay for this expansive plan?
Okay, this is where we just got to have an honest conversation. I'd get $1 million. I could easily say we could do 2.5 million, given my experience. It's all. Put that aside for a second.
I love him.
People need affordable housing now. They need
like not for mayor, but just I love him in general.
Is we take the 1,000 vacant lots I audited as controller, and we give that land back to the people, to not-for-profits, to limited profit developers. We don't ask the luxury developers to build the low-end and affordable housing we need. We get a generation of people to come in and build the tens of thousands of units of housing. See, it's not just about building housing. The second question, or the question that I care passionately about, is who are we building housing for? We got to build more housing, 2- 3-bedroom apartments for families so that after the second kid, they don't leave, they stay here. We need to do what we did with Mitchell-Lama housing, a housing stock that is the best practice in the world. We got to build more of that housing, integrated housing, because the people who moved into those buildings, you know what they did? They didn't just exist in those apartments. They built communities, schools, and daycare centers. And this is a promise I can keep while I'm alive, while I'm mayor, and we'll see what happens going forward. But let's do that immediately on day one when I'm mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lander, as mayor, you declare a housing emergency which could help you build 500,000 homes, including on city-owned golf courses. How do you get the citywide support for this plan?
So the New York Times opinion panel today said I was the best choice for mayor because I combine clear and bold plans and a real track record of delivering. That is especially true on housing. In the neighborhood around the Gowanus Canal, when I was council member, I organized the community to support redevelopment. More housing, more affordable housing is going up there than anywhere else in the city, and the community's supporting it because it's coming with open space and affordable art studios, as well as 3,000 genuinely affordable homes. We're even fixing up the NYCHA units nearby. As controller, I saved the 35,000 rent-stabilized units that were put at risk when Signature Bank failed by investing to buy the mortgages on them. I know how to do this. I have a detailed plan for getting 500,000 units built. That's around the Interborough Express, where we've got new opportunities for transit-oriented development. And we can build great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 golf courses because people will be excited about courtyards for families, about daycare centers, about new schools and libraries, places they could own in neighborhoods they will love.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, you were HUD secretary, you were governor for more than a decade, you managed a nonprofit housing organization. What would you say to voters who wonder if all that experience might end up being, in the end, the wrong experience, since after decades of work, we've ended up in a housing emergency here in the city?
Yeah, I would say, Errol, I would say, look at
That's what I mean.
Right?
That's why you can use experience against
I have a
Cuomo
plan,
like
I have a
this.
plan. Everyone has a plan. They had a plan to build LaGuardia Airport.
But
Nobody
it shouldn't be
until I
coming. But
did
that
it.
shouldn't be coming from the fucking moderator. It should be coming from Zoran.
Station, but nobody could do it until I did it. They had a plan to finish the 2nd Avenue subway, but nobody could do it until I could do it. Now we have plans to build affordable housing, and we do need hundreds of thousands of units of affordable housing, there's no doubt, but we're going to need a different model. The city HPD does not work to create this volume. The state housing program does not work to create this volume. We're going to have to accelerate the ULERP program, and then we're going to have to open every option available. NYCHA units, office to residential conversion, every city-owned piece of property we have to look at, air rights. How do we maximize it? We are going to have a full-on assault to build affordable housing. And yes, it's one thing to have a plan It's another thing to have the ability to do it. And that's where New York City has fallen down time and time again, not the managerial ability to complete a plan.
Ms. Adams, you mentioned the recent City of Yes rezoning that you were instrumental in helping to pass. It's supposed to create tens of thousands of units of housing, but the experience of past rezonings, like the one in downtown Brooklyn, suggests that it can take as long as 10 years or longer for rezonings to result in actual construction. If you're elected mayor, what would be your plan to get units built more quickly than that?
We're going to build it faster, and just to let Mr. Cuomo know, I've got a plan. It's already in the works. It is called the City of Yes, the City for All, something that I have already ushered in. So the work is already being done. We're hearing a lot of plans and policies, but this is something already, I'm already doing this work. We have already begun the works for the City for All, and in that proposal, it is the most aggressive rezoning proposal in a generation for this city to build upwards of 82,000 affordable units for New Yorkers. We want to keep people here. I want my children to stay here. I'm an everyday New Yorker. I don't want them leaving because New York is not affordable for them. And so I have made sure that there is $5 billion that is put into the City for All proposal. So, Mr. Cuomo, we are going to take care of the HPD vacancies within that $5 billion. We're going to make sure that communities like mine in Southeast Queens are protected, infrastructure is protected. We're going to make sure that we've got extended and expanded access to City FEPS vouchers. We're going to make sure that there are repairs available for NYCHA residents and Mitchell-Lama residents. And we're going to make sure that homeowners also have access to funding to make sure that the homeowners have repairs. We won't have to look at foreclosure in the volume, and we don't have to look at deed theft in the volume. I'm already doing the work. I'm already there.
Thank you.
And still on housing, and to bring the last two of you into it, Mr. Tilson, you said in the last debate that your housing construction plan is the opposite of Mr. Mamdani's. More private sector, less public. Can you elaborate on that in your 60 seconds, and then we'll hear Mr. Mamdani argue for his approach.
Notice how everybody is going in the public direction?
In 4 words, it'd be unleash the
except for the hedge
sector.
fund guy?
That is the only
That is because of Zoran, by the way.
Build to anything like the scale that we're talking about. I said it's the opposite of his plan because his plan is to spend $100 billion city dollars
The counter to this is so simple. It's like, if the private sector was supposed to help New Yorkers, it would have by now. What you're describing is the past 30 years of private-public partnership. And I think every New Yorker that doesn't make $20 million a year like you recognizes a very different reality than someone who is out of touch, such as yourself, experiences.
By 15% in 3 years, and rents drop by 20%. I don't just want to stabilize rent. I think we can drop rents in this city. That's the objective. But right now, it's outrageous that businesses and real estate developers have to hire expediters to deal with the city bureaucracy. So it's a much bigger problem, and the mayor controls most or all of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
I met a grandmother in a senior center in Brownsville, and she came up to me and told me that she'd been on a waiting list for 7 years for senior housing, and that she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to stay in the city any longer. The reason that my campaign is committing to building 200,000 truly affordable homes is because if we don't, we will lose the very New Yorkers who built this city. And we will lose them unless we rapidly scale up the programs we already have. Programs in HPD like SARA, Senior Affordable Rental Apartments, ELA, extremely low-level affordability, the very kind of programs that are built for the New Yorkers who are being priced out of the market. And we do this while also ensuring that it is easier to build even for the private sector. We end the requirement to build parking. We end this piecemeal approach that we've taken, instead having a city-wide comprehensive planning approach. These are the kinds of ways in which we can actually ensure that we start to build more than 4 houses per 1,000 people, that we actually start to get up to Jersey City and Tokyo and build the housing that's necessary in this city.
To finish this round, by a show of hands, I will translate for the radio audience, how many of you would support a rent-stabilized rent freeze this year? Hands up if you do. Okay, the ones whose hands are up are Stringer, Myrie, Mamdani, and Lander. Not up.
State the question, please.
Would you support
your donors who gave you $2.5 million to freeze the rent
in the rent stabilization system? this year, a rent freeze this year? Yes or no, Mr. Cuomo?
Would I vote for a rent freeze this year?
Yes.
I'd leave it to the Rent Guidelines Board.
Who controls them? The mayor.
We appoint them. The law controls them. You should read it
Ms.
once in a
Adams, your
while.
hand
The law didn't
was
control
not-
you, did it?
You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand was not up, was it? Why not? Oh, it was
There has
raised.
to be a balance there,
So
though,
only
between the
Mr.
homeowners as well,
Tilson's
though.
hand was not
Oh
up.
my
So
God.
That was a yes or
Oh
no.
my God.
And finally, also
She
on the
went
show of
half up
hands,
because
on
she
rent
supports a
freeze,
balance
I know
for the
a listener
homeowners.
to my show asks, would you be open to tying rent increases to landlord rates of return, their profits, rather than simply on 1 year's costs?
The last time we had a rent freeze, it was
Yes or
terrible.
no, if you're open.
Okay, I'm gonna figure out where you live and I'm gonna call up your landlord and I'm gonna tell your landlord to increase your rent because it seems like you're not paying enough. I mean, by your own admission. Are you chill with that?
Already.
It's part of the formula.
It is part of the formula. Now you look at a variety of
Oh,
factors.
I own my
including net
house.
operating
Yeah, there it
income
is.
Relative to cost.
Well,
as it should
then
be.
this doesn't
Mr. Lander's
this
right. That
doesn't
is the
worry
law.
you at all.
Look
This
at the
doesn't
costs
this shouldn't
that the
bother you at
landlord
all.
is, incurring, and that's how you set the
Fucking
rent
asshole.
increase if you do.
But also the profits. The
Yes, but they-
profit margins.
Yeah, they do an economic analysis. That's what the Rent
Okay.
Guidelines Board does.
Katie.
Thank you. And this question is for Mr. Cuomo because it did come up earlier.
My grandmother
Many
is a
voters are
landlord.
grappling
Of
with
course
how
it does.
To disqualify you or not.
Yeah.
After the sexual harassment
Yeah, I
findings
hope.
that led to
I'm
your
sorry to say
resignation
this,
as
but I hope your
governor.
grandmother
How do
is
you
not going to
argue
be
people
able
should
to
consider that
have a
factor and
higher
let the other candidates give their take?
higher profit margin next year.
I would ask them to look at the facts and not the political rhetoric that you hear on this stage. I said when the report was issued, it was all political. That's what I said. And I said nothing was going to come of it. 4 years later, we've had 5 district attorneys, Democrat, Republicans, upstate, downstate. They've all looked at them. Nothing has come of them whatsoever. There has been one civil case that's been resolved. I was dropped from the case. So absolutely nothing has come except political fodder for my opponents and political fodder at the time.
Do any other candidates want to chime in?
Andrew, you admitted at the time that you called a 25-year-old staffer into your office and asked her questions about whether she'd had older partners and whether she was available and intimated that you were looking for a partner. Everybody here knows that you sexually harassed women, that you created a toxic work environment. We're here with all these CUNY students, many of them young women. I went to the City College commencement. The valedictorian is going to come work at the Department of Homeless
I'm gonna be
Services.
100% real, by the way.
Don't go work at City Hall.
It's kind of crazy to say this, but I don't think women give a shit about rape, like voting for rapists. Like, at least looking at the current margins for Cuomo, there are a majority of women who don't give a shit.
A camera and lie that.
And also Trump, too, obviously.
I never said that. I never said that. And by the way, that has been totally disproven.
Obviously, men don't give a shit at all, even though, ironically enough, white men are the only demographic that's more pro-Zoran than pro-Cuomo.
A
But
report was issued. The DAs looked at it. They all disagree with you. I was dropped from the case. So those are the facts.
The Biden Justice Department and the Attorney General of the state of New York, and again, it was reported that you admitted at the time that it was a mistake to call that 25-year-old into your office. Folks can check the record.
And the
and
Attorney
folks
General
know if he worked for you, you would fire him.
Hang on. The Attorney General's, just wrap up. Yeah. The Attorney General's report was determined by a court to be hearsay and not a finding at all. I understand Mr. Lander is just appalled.
The women accused you of sexual harassment. That's what you're calling hearsay.
The district attorneys looked at all those complaints, and not a single case was
We're going in
brought.
circles. We're going to
Maybe
move on,
you know
candidates.
better than the facts.
Obvious that this is disqualifying.
Candidates?
The man resigned. Should be obvious.
No,
the problem is we do not get to address the issues that New Yorkers care about.
Yeah, that's
because
just
we're
what we're talking going to
about
do.
his
That's
past.
just what we're going to do. Just hang on. We are done with this topic. We're going to move on to the next one, candidates. Let's talk about quality of life, concerns about disorder and public safety. The number of complaints about disorderly conduct in New York City have nearly tripled compared to the pre-pandemic year of 2018. Arrests for disorderly conduct have risen significantly, but New Yorkers still say they are less satisfied about their quality of life than in the past. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Lander. Do you want the NYPD to address quality of life violations, or is there some other way to do it? And how would you address concerns about quality of life without violating constitutional rights or opening the door to accusations of illegal profiling?
As mayor, my #1 priority will be to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. When I talk to people about what's influencing their quality of life, what would they like changed? They would like to be able to get on the subway and feel safer. Last week I talked about a friend whose middle school student was pushed to the ground by a mentally ill homeless person. But we don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors sleep on subway platforms and the sidewalks and stoops of our buildings. And yes, of course, NYPD have a role to play in keeping neighborhoods safe, getting guns off the street, but no amount of policing is going to connect a homeless mentally ill person to the housing and services that they actually need. The plan that will is called Housing First. It's working in Houston and Denver and Salt
Guys,
City.
he's not. Don't get caught up in the language. He's not wrong.
I will use it to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness.
He's not wrong, and he wants to do housing first. Like he's dork maxing, but he's right.
Okay, Mr. Stringer.
Like, what are we doing here?
Answer your direct question, which is the issue of quality of life.
The goal is to get people the care that they need, and the starting point for that is
people
housing first policies.
With trash. They don't want to live with broken sidewalks. They don't want a 311 system that can't resolve the basic day-to-day issues that New Yorkers face. We've gotten away from that kind of work. You know, swagger to me is different than swagger at City Hall today. Swagger means I feel satisfied when we help somebody get the services we need. How I'm going to do it specifically, we got to have a deputy mayor.
The fact you have to hurt your followers and then they comment, yeah, he's right. Or maybe there's 50,000 people in here and some people disagree with me and some people don't.
Responsible for the day-to-day running of the city and resolving complaints and issues. We need
have
to
you
measure
ever thought about that?
We need to look at the data at 311. We need to do the follow-ups. I'm going to be the mayor.
No, you don't think about anything. You're a fucking moron.
That comes to town hall meetings and communities, just like Ed did as controller.
Stupid.
Roll my sleeves up, go in front of hundreds of people and say, let me have it. What do you want? What's going on? And I will resolve the complaint in 24 hours. That's the kind of mayor that we need in this city to keep people here and to make sure that we become the beacon of the greatest city in the world.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, what I hear time and time again are these very kinds of complaints. Complaints around the cleanliness of our streets, complaints around whether the parks that they love can actually be maintained. And so many of them come back to a mayoral administration that has underfunded city agencies time and time again, literally requesting to take garbage cans off of sidewalks. That's what we have had for the last 4 years. I'm proud to have been endorsed by DC 37, the single largest labor union representing municipal workers in this city. The people who run this city trust me to lead this city. And what I will do is fully fund each one of those agencies to ensure that we are not just providing public service, we're providing public excellence so that each and every New Yorker is finally receiving the quality of life that they deserve living in this city.
Okay. And so, Mr. Myrie, really in a lot of ways what I'm getting at is that the city government and a lot of voters, frankly, will reflexively reach for the NYPD as the best tool to handle what they perceive as disorder, which some people say is kind of a stepping stone towards crime or in some ways a precursor to it. What's your take on that and how would you handle it?
Yeah, let me first say, Scott, you got a little bit of swagger. You got some sneakers on today, so I don't want you to discount yourself.
Oh my God.
All right, very good.
No one laughed.
So let me say this. Look, I walk the streets, I take the subways just like you do. And part of the reason that people are frustrated with politics is because you walk the streets, you take the subways, and then you listen to folks on this stage, and it's completely divorced from your reality. Here's what I want to do. I think we need police and clinician teams in our subways and our streets 24/7 to get people on a path to real recovery. New Yorkers are compassionate people, but we want to ensure that people are actually getting that help. So I want stabilization centers in every borough so that we can deliver that help. Public safety requires us to do two things. We understand that police officers are necessary, but we also have to invest in the things we know prevent crime and disorder in the first place. That's why I want 50,000 more summer youth jobs, so that it is universal. We have no young person on a waiting list. Stop telling our kids what not to do without giving them something to do. I want universal after school as well, so that we can have a safe place to be and have our families have a place where their children can stay.
Okay, Mr. Tilson.
Yes, to answer your question directly about enforcing more quality of life issues. For example, I ride my bike almost every day in the city. The e-bikes are fast and dangerous, and we're riding up on the sidewalks, blowing through red lights, and cops started enforcing it, and I can tell you, being out there every day, they're now obeying the law. That is the kind of thing that contributes to the feeling of lack of safety.
Cuomo's winning in most polls. Zoran is winning in one.
What I would not do is
but not by
demonize
Cuomo's
the
not
police
winning by a
calling them
wide
wicked
margin.
and corrupt, by threatening to defund and dismantle them, as Zoran has done. And we are at a 34-year low in the number of police officers. There's only one candidate on this stage, him, who has not said that he would try and build that number back up. So I think his Department of Community Safety, which he talks about, is just backdoor code word for continue to defund the police. They are demoralized. They are understaffed. And
not the cops,
we've created
dude.
a revolving door where an officer at the Midtown North Precinct, very close to here, actually told me she is still filling out the paperwork for most of her arrests, and the criminal is back out onto the street before she's finished.
Did you want to respond?
I want to say it very clearly, because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me on our television screens and right now. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating public service, public safety. And fundamentally, when I put together our proposal for the Department of Community Safety, it was built upon the many conversations I had with rank and file officers who had told me that they signed up to join the department to take on serious crimes. And yet what they were being asked to do is play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is part of the reason why 65% of crimes in the first quarter of this year are still not solved. We need to ensure police can focus on those crimes, and we have mental professionals and social workers to address and tackle and resolve the mental health crisis.
Whitney, did you not talk about my police retention plan, or you didn't?
Come on, Scott. Ms. Adams, I want to bring you in the conversation because you were at City Hall when the funding question came up that has been interpreted by some as defund the police. What was happening then in that particular session with that particular proposal? And if you're elected, what would you do about this question of where and when and if the police get involved in quality of life policing?
Thank you for asking the clarifying question, Errol, very much. The FY 2021 budget season was a very, very tough season for the New York City Council and, quite frankly, for the mayoral administration as well. We were still masked up in the pandemic, and New York City was very, very underfunded as a city. We were looking towards going in the hole, if you will. So several city agencies had to take a haircut. The NYPD was one of those agencies, as were many, many city agencies. Heck, the New York City Council, we had to take a haircut. So there was funding reallocation that happened across the board for New York City because of the pandemic. So, I mean, services were cut. Many folks out there realized that some of park services were cut and other services were cut as well, unfortunately. So that was the climate that we were in, quite frankly, during the pandemic season. As mayor, though, I know that New York City is fiscally found. Our issue right now is going to be Trump-proofing the New York City, Trump-proofing New York City, which I am doing right now as one who is negotiating the fourth New York City budget, something that no one else on this stage can say. And we've already put aside in reserves through my leadership on the council $1.9 billion to begin to protect the people of the city of New York from Donald Trump's harsh cuts. We want the administration to not match us, go above us. We're going to need to make sure that our resources.
Some chatters in Tehran are saying that they're hearing explosions.
That our children, our seniors, our health care is
Be
protected.
safe, chatters.
And as leader of the
Iranian
city council,
chatters.
I've already made a start in doing just that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, if we wonder why the people watching this are frustrated, is because of the disconnect of what they're hearing. They are afraid on the streets. They feel unsafe. You can quote statistics all day long. They get afraid walking into the subway. They get afraid walking down the street when they see a mentally ill homeless person. We did defund the police. We did. We cut $1 billion from the police. People on this stage said, defund the police. That was the chant. And $1 billion was taken from the police department. Mr. Mondami says he would dismantle the police.
He still says it wrong. Everyone's laughing now.
That's his expression. Mr. Landers said, I'll admit, progressives like me were slow to recognize the problems of crime and quality of life and mopeds.
See, it's not so difficult to take responsibility, is it?
That's what he said, that they were slow to realize the crime that people were living with. We have to get back to safety. I would add 5,000 police officers. Yes, we need mental health professionals who also help work with the mentally ill, and they're two totally separate things. But this city has to be safe. Opportunity for youth is part of it. But if people don't feel safe, Errol, they're not going to stay. End of story.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Yorkers want accountability. They want accountability when people commit crimes. They want accountability when officers use excessive force. They want accountability when top brass violate their office. And they want accountability from elected officials. So yes, I said we were slow to reckon with rising disorder. Here's how I'm going to actually deliver it. You've never taken responsibility for one single thing you've done wrong in your entire life. Not one single thing. You should try it sometime.
Okay, Ms. Adams, real quick.
Yeah, I just want to clear up the whole defund mystery here that keeps on being used as far as the New York City Council and the FY 2021 budget is concerned. Let's just be clear. The budget is negotiated with the mayoral administration. The NYPD is a part of the mayoral administration, and the reallocation of funds was done with the knowledge of the NYPD, not in any far-off land, far away. I don't know how long you've been out of it, Mr. Cuomo, but it's been a while. So I just want to make sure that we are clear here tonight. Old slogans and scare tactics aren't going to make anybody in New York City safer.
Okay, candidates, thank you. Candidates, we're going to move on to our lightning round. That's where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to start with a show of hands one. Despite changes in technology, do you still have a Metro card in your wallet? Show of hands. Mr. Myrie, Mr. Cuomo, Ms. Adams still have the Metro card. God bless you. Let's go down. Name one department that you would make cuts to. We'll go right down the line. Mr. Tilson.
Israel has declared a special state of emergency in the home front.
Lightning.
Following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran.
I think there's a lot of fat to cut in the DOE budget.
A missile and drone strike against the state of Israel's civilian population is expected. They literally started bombing Iran and then declared a state of emergency, claiming it's a preemptive strike against Iran. What the fuck?
Efficiencies in every city agency to make them more run better and efficient. So it's not about cutting or targeting one agency. It's really about doing due diligence in all the agencies.
Mr. Myrie.
Yeah,
Holy
I think,
shit.
New Yorkers experience city services every day. It's not about who has what. It's about how we're delivering. So I think it's important that we are efficient in that. I think we can shift some funding from the Economic Development Corporation to our city's general fund.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think we have to end our city's addiction to consulting and contracts. We're currently paying McKinsey millions of dollars to design a trash can. We don't have to do that.
Mr. Landon.
Last year, we paid out $2 billion in claims against the city. I'll put them on the books of city agencies so they have an incentive to reduce them. They can keep half the savings. It's hundreds of millions of dollars we can save.
Mr. Cuomo.
City government hasn't been properly managed in 12 years. It needs an overhaul from top to bottom. That's what I think has to be done.
Where'd you start? Where would you start?
I think if housing is a top priority, I would start with HPD because that's one of the first jobs we have to start.
Okay, Ms. Adams.
You know, I'm still negotiating the city budget, the only one on the stage that's doing this thing. So let's just be real about it. The mayor actually
Israel is not
pegs that
maybe attacking Iran. Israel is attacking Iran right now. They have officially declared a preemptive attack against Iran and also officially declared a state of emergency. Breaking as of 3 minutes ago from Barak Ravid, Israeli Minister of Defense Israel Katz declares a special state of emergency in the home front throughout the entire state of Israel. Following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone strike against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future, says Israel Katz.
Mr. Cuomo.
No, the laws.
Mr. Brand.
Not a joke, but not by 2027 either.
Mr. Mamdani.
Israel officially conducts strikes in Iran. So the chatters in Tehran that reported hearing explosion sounds were correct.
On yes or no, do you support an expansion of red light cameras, Mr. Tilson?
Absolutely.
Mr. Stringer.
Yes.
It is not yet clear what Israel is targeting.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr.
Also, statement posted by the IDF to Telegram just now changes the home front command defensive guidelines. Following the situational assessment, it was determined that as of today, at 3 a.m., immediate changes will be made to the home front command guidelines. As a part of the changes, it was decided to shift all areas of the country from full activity to essential activity. The guidelines include a prohibition of educational activities, gatherings, and workplaces, except for essential sectors. The public is required to follow the guidelines published on the official Homefront Command channels. Full guidelines will be updated on the National Emergency Portal and the Homefront Command app.
Ever voted for Republican, Mr. Stringer?
Never in my life.
Mr. Tilson? Sure. Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Cuomo? No. And Ms. Land?
After hours market closed 5 minutes ago. Holy fuck, did Israel just strike? They struck right on the dot.
And would you, as mayor, commit to at least 1% of the city budget's going to the Parks Department?
Now, America has said that it won't participate in an Israeli strike on Iran. But, of course, this does not mean that America won't defend Israel. Let's be real. America is defending Israel.
Park every day. We circled the park and had a number of favorite playgrounds. I'd say the favorite we called playground number 1, which is at 96th and 5th. And I've actually called for permanently making the parks budget 1% of the city budget, so it increases with the city's budget. Their parks are our gems.
Mr. Stringer.
1% for parks, because every kid deserves outdoors, and we have got to make sure we fix all the parks, not just in wealthy communities. But look, my favorite park is where the kids want to play. So if it's on a basketball court, I'm there. If it's Central Park, I'm there. Rockefeller Park, I'm there.
Commercial
I have no
jets
decision-making
that were heading to Tel Aviv have begun to turn around over the eastern Mediterranean.
My favorite park is Prospect Park, and my parents... Let's go, yeah, Prospect Park in the house. My parents are here in the audience with us, and it is where I learned how to ride a bike. It is where they took me throughout my childhood. So I absolutely would commit to 1% to our city's parks. It's a shame that we have not done that already.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would absolutely commit 1% of the city budget to the Parks Department. I'm proud to have done so over the course of this campaign, and I have to say that my favorite park is Astoria Park.
Mr. Lander.
Zelnor Myrie is right on this question. Prospect Park is the best park in New York City, and my kids are here, and they played baseball and learned to ride their bikes, and I was just at the Celebrate Brooklyn concert opening. Yes, we'll do 1%, but we've got to focus it on the parks that need it most. I passed a law that helps us do that, and as mayor, I'll make sure we focus on those parks that have been way too long neglected.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yes to the 1%, and I'd also like to see the private sector.
I'm in Tehran. We heard a really loud explosion followed by several faint explosions. My parents are in Karaj, and they're also hearing explosions. Trump posted this right at 7-2. The Trump card? Ain't no fucking way, no. Mike Fuckabee is in Jerusalem right now. Obviously his favorite place on the planet. At our embassy in Jerusalem and closely following the situation, we will remain here all night. Pray for the peace in Jerusalem. Well, it was targeted. How will Iran respond? They said they will target U.S. bases. So many uncertainties. I know. And there's a lot of people posting footage, but we don't know. Like, I don't know if this is confirmed. You understand? So we'll wait for more trusted resources. I'm not going to go with like BNO News. You know what I mean? Israel's not striking the capital, Tehran. Israel lacks the heavy bombers needed to destroy deeply buried Iranian sites like Fordow and may resort to repeated raids. The Pentagon canceled a top general's visit to Israel, signaling distance from any strike plans. Why Israel can't destroy Iran's nuclear program alone. Hardened nuclear sites, buried under 80 to 100 meters of rock. Only US GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator B-2 bomber exclusives can reach it. Israel lacks both the GBU-57s and the B-2 bombers. Israel's GBU-28 can penetrate 6 meters of concrete, insufficient to destroy Fordow or similar deep sites. There's also operational limitations, over 2,000 kilometers one way, requires multiple in-air refuelings, tanker capacity. Israel's fleet is too small for sustained long-range operations. The conclusion, Israel can carry out targeted attacks, but destroying Iran's nuclear program outright is beyond its solo capacity. U.S. help is essential for such a mission to succeed. This is from Axios. Tehran, sounds of explosion heard in Iran's capital. Israel's defense minister. Yeah, I already covered that. Yeah, here's also another ominous development. Per a cable obtained by Dropsite News, the State Department is creating a Middle East task force to coordinate crisis-related support to U.S. citizens, public messaging, and diplomatic engagement due to increased tensions in the region. As in, they're setting up a specific task force for manufacturing consent to potentially go to war with Iran. Considering that they didn't set this up for the past 19, 20 months of genocide to defend Israel's image, this means that America will get more hands-on involved, and in order to deliver their hands-on involvement to the public with a more appealing message, this could be the reason why they're setting up a task force. The Iranian journalist is posting more video footage as well of more sites that were bombed, seemingly. Is the debate over? No, but I'm tuning away from the debate for a second because this is, this is a developing situation. It's has a high priority. Well, obviously, the debate is coming back from break right now, but also no NOTAMs for civilian flights in the area. Planes are still flying. Commercial airliners have started turning around. But I think when they declared a state of emergency, that also comes with a NOTAM, right?
From John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We're more than halfway through the debate with the 7 leading Democratic candidates. Now it is time for the cross-examination round. That's when each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. Our order was selected at random, and we'll begin with Scott Stringer.
Thank you, Earl. My question is for Adrian Adams. So during the City of Yes negotiations, you successfully brought billions of dollars in benefits and opportunity on top of City of Yes. As you know, I've been campaigning because I really do believe we can have a realistic opportunity to take those parcels of land and turn them into affordable housing. Do you envision, or would you sort of signal that that idea could be coupled with funding, the funding that you obtain when you start thinking about your own implementing your own housing agenda if you were mayor?
Well, Scott, thank you for the question, and thank you for recognizing that I have ushered in billions of dollars for housing for the people of the city of New York.
Stock guy says it was time to be exactly after the U.S. post-market close so no one could get ahead of the commodities or futures. I'm inclined, just so you're aware, they waited until right after the post-market close. That's what someone in the chat was saying as well. I normally, under other circumstances, if it was another country, I would say, like, there's no way, and it's just a coincidence. But Israel is so fucking lasered on American politics and whatever the fuck's going on in America. Like, they will use uncertainty or moments of panic in American discourse as an opportunity to fucking shelter themselves, and will, like, they are super dialed in. Oil and gold spiking, stock futures falling. Obviously, they didn't time it for the New York debate about questions against Zoran chatters. The fuck? S&P 500 dropped in the last 2 minutes after market trade. Someone new and sold, hence the big price swing. At a time when there's growing instability in the United States of America, where people are experiencing, like, there's too many different things to hyper focus on in day-to-day American existence. I feel like Israel could have seen this as a unique opportunity to strike, especially as the Iran denuclearization agreements with the maximalist position that the Trump administration pushed forward was seemingly going nowhere. The only reason why I'm shocked that they did it now, after signaling that they would do it sometime before Sunday, was because of Trump's military parade on Saturday. I know that sounds really fucking stupid, but Trump is really fucking stupid. He is exactly the type of guy. He's exactly the type of guy that would get mad at his birthday parade getting fucked up by a ally. But also, once again, Israel is an extension of America. So nothing Israel does, I think, is considered on its own, independently from without American supervision.
And the organization's platform is not the platform of this campaign. The platform of this campaign is the one you can find on the website at zohranfornyc.com. That's a platform that is going to deliver an affordable city for New Yorkers who are currently being priced out of what is instead the most expensive city in the United States. It's one that we're going to deliver public safety to each and every New Yorker, and we're going to do so by recognizing the critical role that police have to play in that, and also by creating the Department of Community Safety so that police do not have to do the work of mental health professionals, and that we can follow the example, the evidence-based policies we've seen be successful elsewhere in the country, and start to divert those mental health calls outside of the police department so the police department can focus on the 7 major categories of crime.
Okay. Next is from Ms. Adams.
Yes, thank you. I was looking for Errol to...
Okay, I don't care. Who's this?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I have a question for Assembly Member Mamdani. I know how to pronounce your name.
Thank you very much, Speaker Adams.
Assembly Member, I've
A
raised
preemptive strike is just a strike? Whoa, dude. Dial it back with the anti-Semitism. Excuse me. No, a preemptive strike is actually an act of self-defense if Israel is doing it. Anyone else doing it to Israel or anywhere else would be considered a direct escalation of violence. But if Israel is doing it, then it's actually anti-Semitic not to consider it a preemptive defensive act. Perhaps the most moral and the most woke and the most kind thing to do. I will not allow this kind of anti-Semitism to manifest in my community. I'm sorry. You are taking a second off, sir. Please.
That we are the most qualified to lead this city, because if we didn't believe that, then we would have no business running for mayor. And ultimately, I believe that because I believe the most pressing crisis we're facing here is one of affordability. And that is something that my campaign has been laser focused on. And that is why I'm proud to say that we are going to address it by freezing the rent for millions of rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare to each and every New York family.
Yeah, the reason why I keep muting this stuff, wow, he's got a big applause. The reason why I keep muting this stuff is because none of them are talking about how they want to visit Tel Aviv instantly after this debate is over. And I feel like this level of unprecedented anti-Semitism cannot go on in the New York City mayoral debate. It's like kind of fucked up.
Disastrous order, sending people with COVID into nursing homes. Then, as you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So tonight, will you finally apologize to Peter and other grieving New Yorkers, or will you just keep gaslighting them with blather about what a great job you claim you did?
Maybe where you come from in St. Louis, facts don't matter, but here they do. So let's talk about that.
Where you come from?
On nursing homes, 1.2 million people died of COVID in the United States. It's horrendous. 83,000 people died in New York State. It is horrendous. It was a pandemic unlike anything we have ever seen. When it comes to nursing homes, we now know the facts because numerous studies have been done. New York State implemented...
I'm not going to lie. I think they have to visit Tel Aviv even more now that Israel is preemptively defending itself in an act of combating anti-Semitism, which is when there's just another nation existing in the region and is trying to do a separate denuclearization agreement with America. So if these guys don't leave the debate saying, Am Israel Chai, I'm going to, translated, I'm going to Tel Aviv to defend Tel Aviv with my body, with my life, that's the maximum anti-Semitism.
And does not give enough credit to the women and men in those nursing homes who worked so hard. Mr. Arbini lost a father. I am very, very sorry for that. He brought a legal case against the state. The legal case was dismissed. When you look at the papers on the case, there was no COVID-positive person sent from a hospital to the nursing home while Mr. Arbini was in the nursing home. So it is factually impossible, Brad, that he got COVID from someone coming from a hospital.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani. You know, I want to address something first. which is that
you're going to ask a question or not?
I'm going to ask a question, but Brad Lander is more of a New Yorker than Andrew Cuomo is, and to hear all of this, to hear all this about St. Louis, we have to just make this clear. Now, all of us on this stage.
Wait, who are you going to ask your question to?
I'm asking it to Andrew Cuomo.
Okay.
I feel like most people would have known I'm going to ask Andrew Cuomo the question.
I knew.
I knew.
He's charismatic. Zoran is very charismatic.
We agree.
All of us on this stage have spoken about how Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy, to this city, to this country. And Andrew Cuomo, you have received millions of dollars in funding from the very
Near Devori of Channel 12, the operation is coordinated with the U.S.
Will you now look at the camera
Breaking.
and tell your super
Wait,
PAC
hold on, I want to see this.
to return those millions of dollars, and to your own campaign to return that close to $500,000 to ensure that this is not a race that is bought by those same Trump billionaires?
I know you don't understand the law, but it would be illegal for me to direct an independent expenditure committee.
Is it illegal for you to direct your own campaign?
One question, one answer.
That's the law, okay? Number two, I dealt with Mr. Trump as governor. We had very, very difficult times. I got more help for New York from Trump than anyone expected. New York was one of the few places that he did not send
Israel
troops.
launched preemptive strikes against Iran
because he didn't want to deal with me. That's the fact. I got him to send us masks.
So are you going to return the $500,000 to your own campaign?
And then on your point about, billionaires, let's remember this. I am the candidate on the stage who is supported by more labor unions than any other candidate. 650,000 working men and women support me.
Then why is it that J.D. Vance went to more picket lines than you did?
Let me finish, because they know me and they know my record. The firefighters worked with me in storms. The utility workers endorsed me because I was in Puerto Rico putting the power back together after the storms. Every major union that has endorsed has endorsed me greater than any candidate on the stage.
You get the final question, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah.
You get the final question to anyone on the stage. Yes.
My question is to Mr. Tilson. We learned today that, shockingly, Mr. Mamdani is not part of the DSA, but we've heard his plans over and over and over. You're a financial man. You're not a politician, Mr. Tilson. Probably smarter than the rest of us in that regard. But you've heard his plans for how to build housing, how he's going to finance the housing, free buses.
This is her shitting on the unions, by the way.
And he said he can do all of this, and our taxes will not be any higher than New Jersey's taxes.
Question.
You're a financial expert.
By the way, this is the reason why he's on that stage, so they can double team Zoran. No, dude?
Is telling the truth.
The biggest piece of his, he says he will raise the revenue to pay for all the things that I can't even keep track of, all the spending promises he's making, by raising the corporate tax rate to New Jersey's level. What he is failing to acknowledge is that there are already many other city and state taxes that, in fact, if his plan were implemented, would result in New York City businesses paying double the tax rate of New Jersey, triple that of Connecticut, 5 times that of Florida, which would lead to an exodus of businesses and jobs and crush our city. But even more preposterous is that this all has to go through Albany. There is no appetite for what he is calling for.
This is a double team. This is the reason why he's literally on that stage, so that Andrew Cuomo could attack Zoran without directing the question to Zoran. So they're doubling down and double teaming him.
That's truly delusional. So I want to double taxes in New York City. I want to double spending in New York City, but I want to do it the way Mike Bloomberg did it, by doubling the size of the economy, which he did over 12 years. It's economic growth that we need, not destructive policies that would crush growth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, candidates. We're going to move on to a new topic.
It's a way to attack Zoran without Zoran being able to respond. That is literally his primary purpose. He's running just to fuck Zoran over.
Unofficial but important task of every New York City mayor has been to bring New Yorkers together, even on issues of passionate concern where finding common ground is difficult. So let's talk for a few minutes about what kind of job you would do in this area. Mr. Mamdani, what is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who are supportive of Israel and fear for their safety in this current political climate?
That I hear them and that I have heard them over the course of this campaign and before that. After the days of the horrific war crime of October 7th, a friend of mine told me about how he felt sitting in his synagogue for Shabbat services when he heard the door open and a chill went up his spine as he turned around, not knowing who would be there. And I heard that even just recently from a Jewish man in Williamsburg who told me how he locks the very door that used to be unlocked for so many years out of a concern for his safety. I will protect Jewish New Yorkers and deliver them that safety. I will do so as the next mayor of the city. And ultimately, what I will also say is to New Yorkers who have a disagreement with me on any issue, but also on the question of the Israeli government's policies, that disagreement, I know, is rooted in a shared sense of humanity. And in the words of Ed Koch, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist.
And just as a follow-up, Mr. Mamdani, when it comes to the boycott and divestment movement,
okay, I gotta see a
aimed
psychiatrist.
at Israel, which you have supported even before this campaign, what would you say to people who feel that that is an existential threat and that despite your position of wanting to keep people safe, they feel like you actually either have a different agenda or are in league with people who have an agenda that makes them feel fundamentally unsafe?
I've been very clear, and I will continue to be so, which is that at the core of my politics is a belief in nonviolence, and that my support for compliance with international law is support for nonviolent movements that seek to do so and build on the example that we saw with South Africa. And ultimately, what my focus will be, however, is not on what is happening outside of this city. It is going to be on making sure this is a city that is affordable for each and every New Yorker. What is currently the most expensive city in the country finally be one that the working class New Yorkers who built it can afford to live in, and to ensure that each and every New Yorker feels represented by me as their mayor. Because you can win an election with a majority, but it is your job to represent every single person across this city.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, according to Muslim American organizations, you never made a public visit to a mosque during your 10-plus years as governor. Why the reluctance?
Yeah, I believe I have. I would have to check the record. But let me correct the record here, if I might. Mr. Mamdani is dangerously divisive.
Let me ask you about this because this was an issue in the 2018 campaign when you were running for re-election, when they said that in 7 years you had never visited a mosque. Did something happen in the several years beyond that?
I believe I have. I know I've participated in many forums with imams. I am not, off the top of my head, I can't tell you where I went, but I'll check the record and I will.
So let me just get to the point then. I mean, what would you say to more than 760,000 Muslims here in the city about whether or not you would reach out to them, make them feel welcome, make them feel protected at a time when...
I would say we are a city of immigrants. I welcome them. I love them. I'm not Mr. Mamdani. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not divisive. I didn't say I would boycott Israel. I didn't say I would divest from Israel. I didn't say I would sanction Israel. I don't give forums to anti-Semites.
What does this have to do with?
I don't give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11. I didn't say that I would boycott Cornell Technion because they're pro-Israel. He is the flip side of the coin of Trump. Trump says he'll boycott Cornell because they're anti-Israel.
Was he talking about me?
He says, I'll boycott Cornell because they're pro-Israel. Division is our death in this city, this state, and this nation. And division is what Trump sells. We should be selling unity, not the division that this man is spreading.
Mr. Mamdani.
By the way, question about Islamophobia.
Ridiculous to hear Mr. Cuomo talk about himself as a man of unity when just yesterday we found out that his super PAC was sending mail that artificially darkened and lengthened my beard to stoke the very fears of that division in this city. The reason he doesn't have a message for Muslim New Yorkers is because he has nothing to say to us, because he doesn't see us as if we are every other New Yorker. And ultimately, the campaign that I am running is a campaign that seeks to go beyond the politics of the Trump era, where candidates on the stage describe me as a monster, describe me at the gates, where they say that I am, in fact, the other. This is a campaign to bring people together. It's why we have the support of Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers. It's why we have the support of people across the 5 boroughs.
Real quick. Yeah. You don't bring New Yorkers together by saying President Obama is evil and President Obama is a liar. You don't bring them together by saying Hakeem Jeffries is like George Wallace and the DAS sending ads to Hakeem Jeffries with watermelons. Koch didn't say what you said he said. He said, anyone who threatens Israel, I would never support. Okay. That's what Koch says, and that's you.
We're going to bring in the other candidates. I want you to tell me, and we'll do this 60 seconds and keep it a real 60 seconds. What would you do as far as bringing people together around this particular issue, which has brought people into the streets and caused so much controversy in New York?
Errol, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe, no matter who they are. As City Council Speaker, I have allocated millions of dollars to combat anti-Semitism. As mayor, I will fully fund to protect all New Yorkers, something that our current mayor has not done. We're going to fully fund the Commission on Human Rights to make sure that we are taking
this
care
looks like a targeted
of
assassination
all of the
attempt.
citizens of the city of New York. Right now, that commission is significantly understaffed. 20% of their headcount is lacking. And as mayor, I'm going to make sure that that headcount is appropriate and that we are truly looking forward to unifying this city. Anti-Semitism has grown and it is at its peak in New York City. That is unacceptable. It should be unacceptable to everyone on this stage. And it is something that as mayor, we are going to unify this city once and for all and treating.
Ugh, this topic is so fucking annoying. Are supposed to say, okay, the goal of DI initiatives are to simply, 1, offer additional background, like background education, like affirmative action and whatnot. Is supposed to address some of the systemic discrimination and the systemic imbalance that exists for educational outcomes for white people versus non-white people. All right, but also beyond that, DEI initiatives are supposed to force both government agencies and also everybody else to not overlook black people, okay? Not overlook brown people, black people, women, trans people on the virtue of their background. And considering that there has, throughout American history, been a DEI initiative for white men, it's an understandable means of addressing the existing remnants of said discriminatory hiring practices. That's it. And it's not just black, brown people either. It's veterans as well, disabled people as well. Anyway, let's continue.
You feel like you have to, you're pressured to. Yes. You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get tax cuts.
All right, return
At
to your
the
seat.
end of the year when you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone.
Dude, I don't know how he doesn't understand that like federal government agencies don't pay taxes. They are funded by taxes. They don't get tax breaks because they don't pay taxes. Why would they pay? How? This is like, I feel like a 4th grader understands that, right? I mean, am I crazy? Like, don't Americans have like civics class or something? I don't know. I didn't go to school here, but what's going on?
Someone who speaks
Please
a different
return to your
language or
seat.
different skin color.
I don't know how to respond to that.
So this entire group of people thought he cooked there? Like, is that, they're like laughing because they're like, haha, yeah, you're right, he got you. Because as a matter of fact, the FDA does get tax breaks? Like, is that what they're thinking?
How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification because I don't even know if we got it yet on which part benefits corporations, like from your perspective.
So agencies, the U.S. government agencies, the vast majority of them, what they function to do is inhibit corporations from essentially externalizing their costs onto society.
Sure.
So the example would be, I used it before, but it's a good one. I'm making Teflon, C8, for instance, okay? And C8 is supposed to be burned because instead of deposited, because it's a forever chemical. And I can go out and instead of burning it, it's too expensive to burn it. I'm going to
dump it in the water.
Dump it into a river. And the EPA's
man, yeah, what Sam is describing here is surely a hypothetical, right? Corporations would never really do that in the real world and dump poisonous forever chemicals in the water supply and directly destroy wildlife in certain areas, right, that are downriver. I mean, surely that could not be a real thing.
Comes in and says, you can't do that. We're going to fine you. You're not allowed to do this. But what the company is doing when they do that is they're going to take the profits that come with lowering their costs by dumping it into the river. And those costs are then borne by everybody who lives around that river. They're going to get cancer. They're going to get gastrointestinal problems, whatever it is. And society bears the cost of that.
Can you connect the dots for me, though? Because it sounds like we're talking about something completely different.
And so the DEIA stuff is just the beginning of demoralizing these agencies and trying to wreck them from the inside. It's all part of Russell Votes thing, the OMB, the whole Schedule F, where they get rid of civil servants and they demoralize people. And
The American government works at the behest of corporations in perpetuity with some limitations. The federal regulatory agencies try to do their very best. There's still obviously a lot of stuff that happens that undermine the regulatory agencies, like the revolving door between agency versus public sector jobs versus private sector jobs. And having said all of that, Sam is correct. In both principle and in theory, the regulatory agency's entire job is to ensure that private corporations do not actually create harm for broader society, right? That is their job. Their job is to make sure the society does not bear the brunt of the cost of doing business. Be careful, bro. Chevron is a Twitch sponsor. Yeah, okay. I don't suck Chevron. So Sam's argument is that the Trump administration, working directly with the private sector, is actively trying to undermine the regulatory agencies that have already been crippled in perpetuity, but basically them, so that there is no administrative state, there are no regulatory agencies whatsoever, so that corporations can dump toxic pollutants without fear of any repercussion or the marginal fines, penalties that they might actually pay. Right? That's it.
Don't want them to be able to function.
So then would you agree, if this is about demoralizing, I mean, over 75 million people voted for Trump, right? He won the popular vote. Do you not think that in part, you even said yourself that Americans don't really know what DEIA is, according to your definition of it?
I love this argument. Well, 75 million Americans are stupid. So what do you have to say to that? I don't know, that they're stupid and they voted against their best interest. This is common. This is a thing that happens all the time.
Well, the government's definition of it.
Okay, well, I would argue that the average American is demoralized by what they've seen, the way that the government goes about their DEI policies and the military and other organizations, not just the military.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
Hey, before we go any further, of the news straight from
mistake. My next claim is, unless you're a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake.
Oh, there's another great fucking bars from Samuel here, okay? Bars. Presented it perfectly.
Okay, so let's tackle one aspect, religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists get? And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
And maybe you could say,
I mean, bro, you subbed out last time. Why are you, I mean, come on. You really want the smoke again? You want the 2-time? You want back-to-back? That's crazy. That's crazy. You can't, Bro, you can't say, all right, I'm tapping out last time around and then come back hot.
More of like a Christian nationalist. In this instance. But things like, the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose, the idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RFRA, which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education, we should take that money and pour it into religious schools, you're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
What do you think you're gonna get out of the Trump administration?
Economic relief. That was
what kind of
dog? Ain't no way. Okay, they filmed this I think they filmed this before Donald Trump became president. To be fair, this might have been filmed pre-inauguration or right as the inauguration happened. I'm fairly certain because Sam was in LA and we couldn't link up because I was in Japan. So obviously, if you had any understanding of what Trump was saying he was going to do, just even like tariffs, right? Or I'm going to deport 20 million undocumented migrants, for example. He hasn't done so, but the claim that he was going to do so, you could have recognized that there was going to be a devastating impact on the American economy if you had more than 3 brain cells to rub together, okay? Having said that, it's hilarious that the video came out not in January, but on March 9th, and we know that you haven't gotten the economic relief. You have not gotten the economic relief at all. Amazing. You could have seen it. You could have foreseen that there was not going to be economic relief, for the record.
Economic relief. They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut. When they go after the agencies,
he's like, no, they're not going to cut Social Security. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They're going after, right? This is outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head, he was the OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up
I'm relieving myself of all my savings. Yeah, that's a form of relief.
When you cut agencies and go after them, and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits. So it may be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That's good.
He was doing too much listening.
Hey. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay.
Okay, here's the problem. If you don't have a established consensus truth, things that are happening in the real world, if you don't have a established consensus on this, then a big part of this quote-unquote debate is going to be Sam Cedar describing basic functions of the government to increasingly dumber people, okay? And in terms that a juvenile can understand, because clearly the people across from him are operating with a 14-year-old's understanding of the world. And not even a particularly smart 14-year-old, but a 14-year-old that's just watched too many TikTok videos. This guy's about to blow your mind? Okay.
Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect. Yeah. Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious fundamentalists? So like when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem...
What's wrong with religious fundamentalists? What the hell? Does this guy think the only religious fundamentalists are like evangelical Christians or something? Which, by the way, there is much wrong with that as well, but I suspect that he doesn't understand what that word means, you know?
I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the...
Sam should have just been like, bro, what do you think about ISIS? Do you like ISIS? And he's going to say, no, obviously not. I'd be like, okay, so you don't like religious fundamentalists. And then if he says, oh, but I like evangelical Christians, you'd be like, okay, well, they're religious fundamentalists. The only thing holding back the religious fundamentalist movement from doing style is, you know, the established material conditions in the United States of America that stop them because they all heart disease before they can go and do ISIS style. Okay, I'm joking on that front, but like, I'm not joking when I say if conditions were ripe for revolution or barbarism in the United States of America, if the United States of America resembled like a crippled failed state that was invaded by a much larger superpower that completely destroyed it, then yes, our religious fundamentalists would be doing ISIS as well. Right now, they just go and protest outside of Planned Parenthood and then go get $5 jalapeno poppers and call it a day. The moment that they can't get those $5 jalapeno poppers, oh, all hell will break loose. Trust me.
The rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference.
What's
so morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist, utilitarian.
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. We have.
Oh my God, this is a TikTok debate guy, 100%. Here we go, dude. We're doing. You know how back in the day, there was an era of like pop psychology, and that never really went away. But now there's an era of pop philosophy, which I think is even worse than pop psychology. It's people, this is 100% one of those like TikTok debate guys, okay? All they do is not really understand dense literature surrounding philosophy and just like kind of abide by like the meme-ified versions of it. And that's it. That's like, they just operate on like false understandings, false philosophical understandings, and try to argue simply on the basis of their false interpretation. Charlie Kirk tweeted about how this guy destroyed Sam.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, well, let's see how Sam gets destroyed
We have
here.
laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way. And for some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean, it would be...
It would be morally right under your view.
Not morally right. No. I'm not talking about morals
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off of.
I believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates, you have a reproductive dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy...
Wait, I don't understand. So, like, does he think that if unshackled and unrestricted by religious boundaries, we would just be doing butt sex? Like, I don't get it. Like, taken to its logical conclusion, there is no logic behind assuming that devoid of religion, we would literally just only have gay sex. Unless, in your mind, you're constantly thinking about just down a dude, you know what I mean? You're just constantly, and the only thing that's holding you back from entertaining the act of sweet is the fact that you're going to go to hell. And that's the reason. That's why you're holding back. What a strange way to address the importance of religion in civilized society, to be like, without religion, everyone would be gay. Nah, I think that's just a self-report, big dog, you know? Like, I don't think Sam is particularly religious.
The straight couple, religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good. Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so...
Okay, why are debate lords so bad at debating is a question that always comes to mind. Pedophilia, regardless of the way that you're born, cannot be compared to homosexuality. The reason why you can't compare pedophilia to homosexuality is because if a pedophile acts on their urges, okay, they create harm. If a homosexual man, such as this guy maybe, acts on his urges to consensually have sex with another consenting homosexual adult, for example, you're not harming anyone at all. As a matter of fact, harm would only be caused if you are forced to repress your homosexual tendencies and desires, as is evidenced by the fact that you are making a horrible argument comparing pedophilia to homosexuality. I don't understand why people spend hours and hours and hours on TikTok debating back and forth, and they're still so unimaginably bad at arguing. How is this possible? I hate to debate. I'm not particularly great at debating. Something that I voluntarily reveal about myself all the time. And yet, seemingly, for a lot of these guys, I feel like I cooked them, you know? It's just, it doesn't make any sense. It really, that's why so many of Divorcelli, or Epstein, rather, with his new name, when his fans come in here and they try to do a watered down version of his arguments, they fail spectacularly because there's not really a good argument there. And people who love debating or watching debates don't necessarily have the same rhetorical skills.
So should we let file off the hook since they are born that way?
No, I think we as a society has decided...
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a
children.
45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? Incest?
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's not beneficial.
Right, there's duties and obligations that we have, so religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, well, you want to impose your religious doctrine on me, and I don't want that.
You just admitted we need duties. We have a responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view,
the other side of a debate lord is that they always have to bring up incest after they brought up pedophilia. Classic. Please don't fall into the trap, okay, chatters. Every now and then, maybe you watch a debate, okay, and you're like, damn, this guy's cooking, okay? If that's your whole content, you're inevitably going to talk about CP, pedophilia, and incest, and you're going to be debating those issues. When all other debates have run dry, you got to hit those. You got to hit those untapped veins. That's what happens every time. Now, of course, for Sam, he drops that bomb in there because he wants to shake the confidence of his interlocutor by touching a subject that most people don't want to talk about or even think about. Problem is, Sam is an experienced political commentator and has a very calm disposition. So I don't think he's going to eat that bait and come across like befuddled by this rhetorical flashbang grenade that this dipshit dropped in the conversation. A conversation that's supposed to be about billionaire religious fundamentalists and xenophobic nationalists that only benefit from Trump's election, and that everyone else that doesn't fit into either of those categories actually loses from Trump being president.
The liberal view doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
Also, religion does make you feel good. That's kind of the whole point. You abide by a certain set of standards that you dogmatically associate with like the appropriate moral code, many of it is like misunderstood and misinterpreted, but that's besides the point. And it makes you feel good to follow those rules. Like, you just need a guiding principle, because personally, I guess you're afraid of your urges, your own personal urges that many other people don't have, like, you know, inoffensive urges like wanting to have gay sex, or maybe really scary urges like wanting to philia. I'm just saying, if religion is the only thing that's stopping you from engaging in public acts, then you probably should get institutionalized, you know?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
you have no
your
contention.
religion to, well, because the other, first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, you know, like, you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalism.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say, under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of
and
Christian.
female. You're right.
You have a Christian nationalist, and
which is necessary.
Yeah, this guy's a loser, bro. Whole ass loser. He's like, yeah, I want only male and female. Like, as though you think, just for the record, even though Donald Trump is obviously giving red meat to these dipshits, they will still experience the material consequences of the Trump's devastating agenda of austerity, okay? Just make no mistake. He just thinks right now in the interim that they're winning, okay? That's it. That's it. Oh, yeah, only two genders, men and women, male and female. We won. It's like, no, your egg prices are still high as, okay? Look at the stock market, dipshit. You are not BlackRock, okay? You are not a CEO overseeing dumping toxic pollutants in the natural water supply, okay? You're not going to see the benefits. You're only going to see the harms. But yeah, you'll just go male and female, two genders, all the way into your demise, okay? You'll feel like things are good because Trump gave you that red meat because you're a dumb.
So I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage under this.
Sorry, we're going to have more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have...
Sorry, we're going to have more kids, less abortions. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's sick, man. Hey, good luck paying for your child care, by the way, dumbass. First of all, you are not having more kids. Who is man? Please. Ain't no way Big Dog is getting laid, all right? That's number one. You don't have to worry about these things. These things don't concern you, okay? You are not getting pussy.
More family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better education.
People, gay people should be outlawed.
They should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit to the husbands.
Women
that doesn't mean that doesn't mean they are slaves.
Right,
it doesn't mean they are slaves. It means they are protected. Okay, let me ask you then. Let me ask you.
No.
Should women be drafted? Should women be drafted?
Listen, I think
if they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it.
Yes.
I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist.
It's funny, though, because, like, he seems to be at least, like, he seems to have, like a definable worldview that in his own twisted moral confines, like, makes sense. But the problem is, other people are listening to this. This is not just the intellectual trappings of your own scary mind. You are revealing the insanely cruel worldview that you have. So in some ways, I respect conservatives for the brutal honesty, But in other, but also I can't help but notice that like when you are an intellectually honest conservative, most people are going to look to what you're saying and go, "Oh my God, you are a monster." I think Lil Bro forgot why conservatives use dog whistles. I think he forgot why conservatives try to frame their agenda from the perspective that is more appropriate for liberals, like the permissible boundaries of liberalism. Conservatives don't say, we want to do forced impregnations and we want to force women to carry pregnancies to term, regardless of whether or not there is harm to the carrier in the process, because we don't want women to be able to choose what they do with their own bodies. They say abortion is murder. We're actually saving the baby. That's marketing. And there's a good reason for that marketing, because a lot of dumbasses in the edges respond to that marketing and go, well, okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah, a baby is a life. Like, they should preserve the life of the baby. I care about the sanctity of humanity, whatever, right? This guy dropped all of that and was like, no, women should be subservient and servile to their male partners. It doesn't mean it's slavery, but they should be subservient. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that attitude, big dog. You know, I don't think you're going to win a lot of people over here.
This prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at it.
I do love this because he just accidentally agreed with the underlying premise that Sam Cedar made here, which is, unless you're a billionaire religious fundamentalist or xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And he basically came up and said, yes, I'm a religious fundamentalist, and I love that Donald Trump is doing religious fundamentalism. So technically, Sam is correct. And also simultaneously, he has revealed the devastating agenda of Trump. So congratulations to this TikTok dip.
A country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and apparently that's, you know, good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
but I don't want to live in a theocracy.
My final point is whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right,
I think you are at home in the Trump.
Right.
Trump
Thank you very much.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Oh, he's back.
I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the religious fundamentalism. I think it's unfair to view Christianity separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for a society to function. So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral implications that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion, is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an ideology like all ideologies are. It's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed upon others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't remember his name, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be, but others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion inherently immediately theocratic. Like having a theocracy is something different than having.
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept. I think there are things from religion that are good. I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter, or it could be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be.
I want Sam to ask him, who this person thinks Desmond Tutu is.
The same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't, at least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he has a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine is ruled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is discovered.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine. I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting democracy in civil society.
And I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you.
Well, I mean, look, we can have a debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to men. I don't think they should be, and in a democracy, I don't.
How do these guys look back at like thousands of years of religious history and unironically look at like the most secular era that we live in, at least since like the invention of Christianity, and go, we got to go back to that old, we got to go back to the old ways, you know? Whoever said this is Timu Nandre, you, Nandre with a wig. You can't fool us. You can't fool us. You thought, oh, I'm slick, bro. I put the wig on and no one will notice that it's me. Lud's the bald asshole now. You know what I like to think of? When I like to think of religious democracy, the Inquisition. Like, they would melt you, dog, for looking this gay, okay?
I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table to have that work either, right?
I don't know, when Pete Hegseth is in
famously, religion always is open to interpretation, and that slight deviations never lead to horrifying acts of violence that span across centuries, okay? Famously, religion is super chill about having slight deviations, and it's always open to interpretation. Everybody always agrees to disagree. That's insane, dude. Oh, that's awesome. There's no way this person has not done like theology 101. You know what I mean? Like, there's 0% chance he knows anything about history. Oh my God.
Bar yelling, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's,
but now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the world. I think, and he is informed by his Christian nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well,
we can disagree on that.
Yeah, we don't take.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks, Sam.
Return to your seat.
Oh my God. Why is it the same losers that keep winning, dude? Yo! That's crazy. Luther's 99 Thesis were seen by the church as a suggestion box submission famously. Yeah. No, of course. When I think of like religious dogmas and the history of all religions, okay, but especially Christianity, I always think of no repression, no persecution, and only wonderful, bountiful democracy. Endless democracy, as a matter of fact. That's what I think of. Because I'm stupid. Because I'm a stupid person.
Okay, so Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to...
Bro, in a long time scale, let's say a quadrillion years when humanity's gone and it's as if we had never existed. What does it matter if someone did X or didn't do Y? What would differentiate a saint from a murderer then? Don't you think there has to be an ultimate arbiter of morality beyond the harm principle for our actions to have ultimate consequence? I just don't think that our actions have ultimate consequence. Like what? You're just operating on the assumption that it does, while simultaneously talking about the meaninglessness of all of our individual actions in general. We live within the limited time frame of the human lifespan. So I say it's up to you to make it as good for other people as possible, and in the process, make it as good for yourself as possible. You know, like I just don't believe that there is some ultimate arbiter of morality in general. Like why does there? I think it's inherently selfish, narcissistic for humans to assume that our lives are meaningful and consequential in the grand scheme of things, and I just don't agree with that at all, beyond the confines of the human lifespan. It is utterly meaningless, which you also come to that recognition by expanding on history and just like removing ourselves from the equation and saying like for a quadrillion years after mankind has existed and has ceased to exist.
Prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years. Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want. Yes, in public, kissing in public. No law against it. Just your own opinion. Okay, so these are all people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its
We should not have a theocracy.
Correct. And so what I'm saying is,
wait, most Christians don't want to have a theocracy. What does this guy unironically think that like in 2025, the overwhelming majority of self-identifying Christians are like, we wish we could go back to like, you know, I wish we could go back to like a world that is guided exclusively by church. He thinks Sam wants the big gay in charge?
I think that Christianity, I'm a Catholic. I think that Christianity...
Bro, reassign all his intelligence points to speed. True.
...is, I think, fundamentally very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now, let's talk about...
I'm okay with that, too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine, believe that a woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned your gender later on. What you choose to express is something that is similar to wearing a garment, similar to what you decide to put on your face. And I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to manipulate children, for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age. 50% of children...
Do you know how many children are treated over the past 5 years, let's say? I think it was from 2018 to 22, there was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
Give me the numbers.
You tell me. I'm curious.
Well, I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have the numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I do, but I'm curious if you know.
Tell me what the numbers are.
I promise to tell you after you tell me what you think it is.
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
we're not playing this game.
No, I am.
It's not a game. You have, again, and I'm going to repeat myself here, you have a firmly held conviction, okay? This is something that you care about. This is why I would always ask people like, what's his name, Christian Walker, or any number of different, like, trans people are ruining sports, people that make that argument. I would ask them, like, who got second place in the high school swim meet? Who got third place in the high school swim meet? It is a debate tactic, to be fair, okay? But the reason why I would ask that is because, like, obviously you don't give a shit. This is not something that you truly care about. If you did, like, if you had a genuine interest in, like, women's swim meets or whatever, you would know. You would know the answer to that question. And the same goes for people that make these arguments where they're like, no, you don't understand, like, thousands of, not even thousands, you didn't give a number, but, like, everybody's getting hormone blockers and everyone is having this kind of invasive surgery at a very young age is totally unacceptable. The reason why it's important to ask people, The reason why it's important to ask people, like, how many people do you think this is happening to? Is because they don't know. They don't know. If they knew the answer, they would recognize how laughable of a position this is.
I'm playing this game because I think you think it's much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers.
Unless he's talking about circumcision, in which case the numbers in the millions. Okay, hey, listen, shouts out to my circed up boys. Okay, they took something from us. And we'll never be able to return. I'm an intactivist, as you guys know. And as an intactivist, I have a poster that says return with a V on it, but instead it's actually not about like white Christian nationalism. It's actually return my penis skin. That's what I would want. I want my hoodie back. Circed up boys. Ends off my penis.
Numbers are. And I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much.
What?
It was reported that scientifically every single child who has received gender-affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it. And 50% of them are suicidal because of it.
Studies on the subject often suffer from researcher bias and methodological errors, including inadequate follow-up, imprecise measurement, and poorly chosen sample bases. Doctors agree more research is needed. Wait, what? That's the fact check? That's a terrible fact check, dog. He just straight up lied. Why would you... I don't even think that there is a single study that says that. As far as like surgery regret goes, surgery regret is really high for procedures that are absolutely necessary for survival. Okay, we're talking hip replacements. Even that has a higher surgery regret percentage than any sort of like HRT, any sort of like gender confirmation surgery. Okay. Gender confirmation surgery regret percentages are unimaginably low, like insanely low, much lower than any other kind of invasive procedure, okay? And considering the incredibly low number of like surgeries that trans people get to begin with, you have to understand that this is like 8 total people. You just hear about it a lot more because Times will write articles about it endlessly. That's it. Hassan's HRT dealer, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Subscribe, chat, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. You will never have any regret. You will have even lower levels of regret than the already existing incredibly low levels of regret that people experience after getting some sort of gender affirming surgery, well, specifically surgeries involving trans people, if you subscribe. That's right. Subscribing will allow you to support the stream, but also simultaneously give you access to incredible emotes that you can use all around the platform and the opportunity to send me links. Study from the National Institute of Health analyzing multiple studies showing that the number is less than 1%. Regret after gender affirmation surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. Evan Devs, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. For the chat is asking for proof, a total of 27 studies pooling 7,928 transgender patients who underwent any type of GAS were included. The pooled prevalence of regret after GAS was 1%. That fact check is wrong. Minors don't have surgeries. Yeah, that's true. Well, no, minors do have surgeries. Minors have gender-affirming surgeries as well, like rhinoplasties or breast reduction surgeries or breast enhancement surgeries, as a matter of fact. That is infinitely more common. That is infinitely more common than minors getting any sort of trans medical care, as a matter of fact. So the idea that minors don't get any sort of gender-affirming surgeries is wrong. It's just overwhelmingly cis minors that end up getting said surgeries. No minors get SRS, none. Oh, you mean, yeah, as far as medical intervention, like a bottom surgery or top surgery for trans minors, it is, I think, either non-existent, depending on what year you're looking at, or incredibly, incredibly low and done only because it's like a last resort. It is seen as a last resort. Medical intervention that is not reversible is not often done to trans minors. It's not done to trans minors at all. It's like very, 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 very few instances and only seen as a complete last resort. Yeah, knee replacement surgery is a 30% regret rate. Gender affirmation has like a 0.3%. Exactly. No one under the age of 25 should get gender affirming surgery. That's a crazy take, dude. Like, not even once you're legally seen as an adult can you get gender affirming surgery. You can only do it at 25. Like, that's so stupid. Bro, if you're trans, you don't magically become trans at 25. You're just trans, okay? This is what's so crazy about this argument. This is what's so crazy and so stupid about the conversations surrounding trans people. Like, trans people don't materialize after paying taxes for a couple years, okay? They don't just like magically become trans after they worked at McDonald's. They were just trans always, okay? This is what's so annoying about having back and forths about this conversation instead of just like letting the medical community find through research what the best possible ways of going about this is. I hate it. Keep that energy with hair plugs. Okay, chill. Calm down now. Bro, I thought you were a foe. Make no mistake. I am a foe. I am a foe of the LGBTQ community. Okay? This guy's coming after the one remaining medical tourism sector in my home country. Okay? I take great offense to this, sir. How else will Turkish hairlines make money? How else will industrious Turkish entrepreneurs, doctors, how else will they be able to make money? You are tanking an economy that has experienced hyperinflation for the past decade or so. You're trying to bring Turkey down even further. I will not let it slide. We are the table. We're not just at the table, we are the table. All right, let's continue.
They're actually more depressed because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist, by the way.
How many over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me. Just give me
I know
a
what you're trying to do. You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
no, I'm not trying to put you in a choke. No, this is definitely an I got you moment because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than it is.
It is a huge problem.
I was one of the 530 trans minors around the age of 15 plus to get top surgery in the year 2018 in the entire United States. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of us in the U.S. I needed over 3 years of maintained diagnosis and 4 referrals from doctors and psychiatrics. Bottom surgery does not happen until 18. Yeah. Now think about the interesting part about this, right? By the way, shouts out to Catboy Collector. The interesting part about this also is that there are definitely more than tens of thousands of people that do get top surgery as minors in the United States of America. That is seen as gender-affirming surgery that is appropriate. Why? Because it's cis minors that get it. That's the difference. It only becomes an issue. It only becomes a real issue when it's actually trans minors, okay? That was the point that I was making. It's like an incredibly, incredibly low number.
Medi-Cal, you know, Medi-Cal covers inmate trans women.
I understand that, yes. And I know one person has had that.
Bro, can you explain how people regret surgeries like knee replacements like you said? I mean, I can give you an example of this. I have a little bit of regret myself from my knee surgery. I had a laparoscopic surgery, which was like not super invasive, right? But in the process, like my knee never fully healed. Some people have chronic pain, you know? I don't fully have regret over it because obviously the alternative I understand was far more damaging, which is like having a piece of cartilage just like flowing around in my knee freely, inevitably getting stuck under my kneecap and then causing permanent repair, a permanent state of disrepair, sorry. But like I had to get it done, but yeah, it didn't, I still can't dunk and it hurt for a long time. I never actually got back to the same level of strength that I had in my legs since that surgery. And it's been years and years at this point. You know, there are plenty of instances where people regret surgeries, and it's significantly worse than my situation, which is why I don't even like bring it up that much. I'm 26 and I had to get multiple letters from multiple doctors and mental health professionals to get gender affirming surgery. It is insane. They think minors are just getting it on a random Tuesday just because. Yeah, that's the other side of this, that like conservatives are not known for critical thinking in general, but this is an area where they certainly demonstrate their lack of any sort of logic, right? Where they think that you can just like get HRT over the counter. You just walk up and you're like, I'm trans now. Give me some or testosterone. I wish it was that simple, by the way, because I'd be getting that all right? I'd be spiking myself. Probably would be a little damaging to public health overall. They think that there is no like mental health professionals checking every step of the process. That's number one. Number two, they do this with everything, okay? It's the same principle behind claiming falsely that Gavin Newsom has let 75,000 roam the streets. Why are they saying that? Because Gavin Newsom said we need to lower the number of prisoners in the California state penitentiaries because there is a real crisis of overcrowding in California state penitentiaries. That process is infinitely more complicated than the way people think it is. You don't just like walk up to the worst you know, okay, who's like an Olympic level. It's like he just for fun, but also as though it was his own profession. And you're like, well, Gavin Newsom said you can get out now. And he's like, oh my God, I've only been in prison for 1 year so far in my, triple life sentence. Oh, thank you so much. I can't wait to go out and do again. That's what conservatives think is going on. It's like, no, there's a parole board. Like you have to go in front of an entire group of judges who will look at whether or not you have demonstrated good behavior, if you've actually served the majority of your sentence, okay? And then they commuted, especially after you've demonstrated good behavior in general, like that you don't have a capacity to reoffend. Like it's not that simple of a process, but in the mind of a conservative, it is that simple. And then because of how stupid we are as a society, we have to entertain the conservative stupidity. Their lack of imagination and their lack of critical thinking skills all of a sudden becomes all of our problems.
That surgery.
I don't understand how my taxes should go for an inmate prisoner who wants to transition.
Well, I think because we're going to do health care for prisoners,
Gavin
and you don't consider it real health care. But
Gavin Newsom has imposed $2.6 billion in 2022.
Kids over 5 years.
That is a lot of children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900
AB
kids over 5 years.
547 just passed, including gender identity to allow children to be separated from their parents just due to not affirming their gender identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump how is he hurting these people? He just rescinded the ability of the Labor Bureau to investigate discrimination in workplace. Are you for trans people being discriminated in workplace?
They're never being discriminated.
Are you for trans people being discriminated?
They're just not being discriminated. Oh, okay. My bad. Okay. That's cool. Well, I guess we should wrap this up, No, they're not being discriminated. Oh, well. It's just like you operate with the level of thinking of a child. Like you have a child's brain. What do you mean they're not being discriminated? What an insane thing to say to begin with, but also, what is happening? Like you're like, no, it's not happening. Okay, I guess we should move on to a different point then.
I'm very passionate about that question, and can I answer it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so
he's passionate, so he knows better.
I believe that affirmative action should be.
It's not affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination. It's not saying that you have to hire trans people. It's saying you can't fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone or when you interview someone, for example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic, not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
not based
action.
On their sexual
Are
orientation.
you allowed to fire them if you find out they're trans?
If you need to, then you should. If you need to, then you should.
So we have a disagreement. Right, I don't believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not.
Wait, what do you mean? If you need to, you should. Like you have a competent employee. You like the employee. The employee is doing decent output. You'll find out that the employee is actually trans. You'll fire them because they're trans. What do you mean? If you need to, you should. Some needs are not valid, and in the past were considered illegal. And the reason for why this was a restriction enforced by the federal government was because people were doing it, okay? And you're also in the process of arguing that they should be able to do it. What is happening?
Not discrimination. It's based on your knowledge, not what you sleep with, not who you sleep with. Just saying.
They're clapping for that? Oh my God. Bro, they don't understand. They don't understand anything. What is going on? I would lose my mind if I was in a room like this. I genuinely, like, this goes back to the point I make all the time. If everyone is stupid and you're the only smart one, then, you know, you're stupid and they're smart. That's just how it works, okay? In a society in a society of blind men, the one-eyed leads everyone is wrong, okay? In a society full of blind men, the one-eyed person is cast aside and ostracized, as their vision is now no longer a benefit. It is actually a point of discrimination, because everyone's like, you, what do you mean you can see? Get out of here. They'll kill you. You're a witch. It's awesome.
Hi.
Sam.
So I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is just a...
Okay. I'm sorry. We will misogyny alert, okay? Hypothetical misogyny alert. I'm not saying that this is my worldview, but in this process, I'd be like, all right, get back to your seat. Get back to your seat right now. I don't want to hear from you. Get back to your seat. Women should be seen and not heard. Like, what are you talking about? Religious Christian nationalism would be the good order. Why are you here? Frolicking about. Why are you here and not barefoot and pregnant in your home in the kitchen serving your man? Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to cameras? Are you a witch? Are you a witch? Yeah, shoulders uncovered, frolicking about like a harlot? What is this? What do you mean you want Christian nationalism? What are you talking about? Well, what is this?
Congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you. And yeah.
No. Oh my God, I can't say. Oh my, what is that, bro? Why are they letting the Amish into this room? What is happening with Jedediah in the back? Like, hell yeah. Dog, you came here on a horse carriage. What are you doing? What are you celebrating?
I think what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation.
Bro is spending Rumspringa on Jubilee, okay? You could be doing right now, okay, with strippers, and you're out here spending Rumspringa at Jubilee in front of cameras.
Ever, we have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a...
Are you reproducing? All you're doing is reproducing dumbass talking points. What are you reproducing? I don't see you reproduce. Are you pregnant right now? Why are you talking?
We mandate people reproduce?
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids.
You want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw abortion.
I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so, like, sure.
All right. I mean, this I think, though, reinforces my point that if...
No, you don't believe it. You don't believe in the things that you're saying. Or it's the second thing, which is even funnier. You're too stupid to recognize that you are actively spelling out your own demise. Like, you want society to be organized in a way that actively harms you, okay? The mean, I don't believe in divorce. What do you mean you don't believe in divorce? She's like, yeah, I would rather murder my husband secretly by him with Visine. This is my alternative vision for divorce. Insanity.
If you are
but it would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society. And same with Z.
That's my argument, by the way. Like, yeah, back in the day, women couldn't get divorces. So they just their husbands, dude. Technically, divorce is not just good for women. It's good for the men, too. People just don't understand that, though. You know, we can't even have that conversation. It's for male preservation. I promise you. Okay. Or the guy she was having an affair with. What? Yeah. By the way, they're not even arguing his claim. They're just straight up arguing that his claim is correct and that Christian nationalism is good. Which technically, I think Sam foolishly thought there would be people that go, "Oh no, I mean." Christian nationalism, xenophobic nationalism, Christian fundamentalism, these are bad things. Like, I personally didn't think that every boomer that was going to run up to the mic was going to be like, nah, shit, that's dope, dude. I love religious fundamentalism. That poggers is sick. I'm so skibbity. I'm so phantom tax on Christian nationalism. You have no idea. Like, I don't even think he was baiting. I think he wanted to entertain a good conversation amongst people who don't fit any of these categories because he thought that the average Republican Zoomer that wants to go on a Jubilee video was probably going to have some semblance of normalcy, some interest in at least maintaining decency, and that they wouldn't have said those things, they'd be defensive, and then Sam could just like cook them up. I didn't think that every single person that comes up was going to be like, actually, the three things that you mentioned are awesome, and that's why I voted for Donald Trump, and you're totally right about your premise.
Xenophobic what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
Stop!
Like
There used to be some fucking decency in people that came out. They would shelter their actual harmful opinions. They wouldn't just say it out loud. What is going on? Zoomers are worse than the generation prior. This is crazy. You should know better than to be like, no, conservatism to me is about being a Nazi, okay? What the hell? This is insane. He said, what's the problem with being a xenophobic nationalist, dude? To a Jewish man, nonetheless, but holy
nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on European and Christian values and identity. That is the dominant culture.
White Christian,
it's rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is that
has been the dominant culture.
This is also such a funny thing to say for like Americans especially. Ask the average European person how they feel about American culture, okay? Like, I doubt that they're like, oh yeah, those Americans, they're just like us. Hundreds of years of history and culture versus Amerifat dipshit eating burger. Yeah, just like me. Amazing.
And we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
Your argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think the identity of America...
For the majority of time, America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
Well, actually, no. I think actually the identity of America has been, for better or for worse, a melting pot.
Yeah, it's an amalgamation of all of the other, ironically enough, countries that America dominated that then bring those people over here. And actually, that amalgamation is one of the best aspects of America, if not the only good thing about America in general. She's not wrong. America has been very racist historically, Law. I know, but the inverse of that, the other side of that is also the fact that, not having a singular focus on, defining and maintaining some kind of like European colonial mindset has caused, or rather, as a consequence of maintaining some semblance of white supremacist European colonial mindset, America has become an amalgamation of all these different cultures. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. Part of the reason why America is also not run into the same generational trappings of other more xenophobic nations is directly a consequence of waves of migration. That's it. No, lib speak. It's not lib speak. There's obviously the bad, but there is a silver lining to this as well. The Daily Wire does not disappoint. I'm impressed how aggressively these guys from Daily Wire are owning white nationalism and theocracy. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good thing that people are just like openly taking ownership over direct white supremacist Nazi statements. This is a bad take. While religion offers some good rules to live by, it also led to some of the bloodiest conflicts that should not be 100% followed as modern law. 100 million people were murdered in the last century under the banner of atheism. Black Book of Communism.
That regard.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, like even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
No, it doesn't
and
mean
now instead we're saying there's something wrong with xenophobia.
Culture. No. I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this.
Wait, she works for Elijah Schaffer, who literally so much that he had to be fired from a right-wing news outlet. That's who she works for? Girl, you are in danger. I guess you got to be that crazy, though.
It's a choice. And people, I think what you're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about. And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago when it comes to social issues.
So you don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, definitely. Nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right.
Well, okay. I'm just saying he's not even in this. Okay.
My next claim is...
Bro, she dropped H-1Bs as a pejorative, like just in and of itself. She said H-1Bs. They're dumping a bunch of H-1Bs, man. Yo, Zoomers are broken, dude. They are literally doing the thing. Oh, they're just posting this and going like, we won? Like they're saying, you know, I said a bunch of racist and therefore I won. Like what? Town I grew up in Canada was 95% white. Anyone who wasn't white was culturally assimilated. Now they turned a church in my neighborhood into a mosque. And when you go to the park, there are families with 50 beers to their toes chattering in a language I can't understand. I don't think there's anything wrong with me feeling uncomfortable about this. It's not that I hate anyone. It's that my hometown feels like a foreign country. And I know that I will never go back to how it was. It makes me sad. I hope they build more mosques in our town, honestly. I don't get it. What's the problem? Like, you said, the fact that there are mosques doesn't mean, this does not imply religious fundamentalism. But maybe you can get religious fundamentalism if you would like, you know, more mosques. And she should not be out there showing her shoulders, okay? Sounds like Islam is the dominant culture where she's from. Yeah, maybe you should assimilate to the dominant culture.
Is the GOP will destroy Social Security and health care. Nice to see you.
So what if Social Security should go away? That's my question to you.
Ben, you are so cooked, dude. I mean, it's probably going to go away if Republicans get their wishes across, and your ass is cooked. You are never going to retire. None of you dipshits are ever going to retire. I swear to God, you can't. You're going to die on the assembly line as a Amazon-ordained like Autobot is whipping you in the back, okay? You're going to be like, oh, at the age of like 73. You're going to die to a communicable disease because like it's illegal to get health care now. Dumbass. God, these people are so stupid. The thing that really pisses me off about conservatism in general is just that they actively champion causes that will f them, okay? It's so dumb. The smug nature of just like defending the worst positions that will destroy your life, your future. I will never understand it. It makes me so angry.
Because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. And not only does it keep our elderly out of poverty, it's essentially a social insurance program that protects you if at the end of your life you don't have enough money to survive.
This is my king's bread and butter, okay? You're talking to a guy who goes to tort conferences for fun. Social Security is his bread and butter. You have fallen into the intellectual trappings of a Samuel Cedar, okay?
For right now, do you know that it's also the albatross around our generation's neck?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so
let me just explain this.
Well, you're
going
to go back to lecturing me about Social Security.
Well,
we don't
that's
have.
what we're talking about. Social Security.
Yeah, Social Security is one of the top 3 funded.
Social Security is almost the biggest thing that our government does.
Exactly, and we are more than $30 trillion in debt.
Well, first of all, Social Security cannot contribute legally to the deficit.
Because they don't even account it in the federal deficit every year.
That's correct.
We have
because
30
it's
years.
Self-funding. When Social Security started in 1936, you have more workers than retirees because people haven't entered into retirement. By 1970, it was at 3.5 to 1. Now it's at 2.5 to 1. But productivity has increased during that time, so the amount of money paid into Social Security has been up there. The reason why we are running out of money just for the trust fund, not for Social Security, like I say, if we do nothing with Social Security now, it is statutorily unable to contribute to the debt. The math is right there. The reason why the trust fund is running out is because wealth inequality has hoarded so much money above the cap.
You don't think it's because the government does a terrible job managing their money? They have a huge spending problem, and they go, oh, look at all this money we have for Social Security that's earmarked for 60 years from now that we're just going to spend on something right now.
40 years ago, they predicted this. This is an actuarial table. Accountants sit there and look at it. This is a very easy math problem.
Accountants in the government are always right? That's totally the thing that you're saying? That they're always correct about money, right? That's why we have a $40 trillion debt problem.
The problem isn't the math with the $40 trillion debt problem. It's you have tax
cuts. It's the spending problem. I totally agree with you, which I would argue is part of why Social Security's gone in the hole already.
That's simply not true.
Oh, okay. So we're out of money from the Social Security bucket.
No. Statutorily, by that I mean by law, Social Security pays for itself. If we do nothing, the 6.2% that your employer and your employee pays into it will pay out 78% of benefits starting in 2033.
And why is it going down? If everything's so much better, why is it only 78%?
If we raise the cap, there's a cap right now at $176,000. So, for instance, if you make $100,000, you pay $6,200 into that.
A year,
A year. But if you make $4 million, do you know how much money you pay into Social Security? $6,200.
And so why should wealthy people hang on?
Why should wealthy people pay more? I don't know. That's just how progressive taxation works. It's like kind of the entire point of our tax structure. It's a good thing because they have more money. What are you going to do with the money when you die? Wealth inequality is a major problem, don't you think? I thought these guys were populist. How'd this happen? Do you make $10 million a year? Like, why? Why do you care? Why? Why do you care? Are you going to make $10 million a year? No. Shut up. Advocate for your best interest. Rich people advocate for their best interest every day. Poor people, on the other hand, poor Republicans, on the other hand, especially, just genuinely advocate for rich people's interests. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. What's wrong with you, dude? This is why I always say, dude, if you're a conservative, like, you have to be so goddamn lucky. You have to be the luckiest motherfucker on the planet to ever actually reach a level of success where you will benefit from conservative policies. Because conservatism, especially when you're not immediately benefiting from conservative principles, unironically means that you're so stupid, so goddamn peasant brain that you probably aren't going to be rich. You're just not. The smart thing to do in your situation is to advocate for a better future for yourself, okay? If you get to that point, then you can advocate against it. But for now, you should be advocating for your best interest. Conservatives don't even do individualism and selfishness correctly. That's how stupid they are. That's what pisses me off. They can't even do being selfish right. They literally think being selfish means like harming others that are not in your immediate in-group that you've chosen for yourself. And never on the virtue of class. It's so dumb. I completely agree with you, but what he's going to say is, why do wealthy people get Social Security? It's marginal. And if you want them to not get Social Security, you can tax them. Okay? But that's an entirely different conversation. It's like, oh, if we do free college, then rich people will send their children to college. Okay. You think rich people are sending their children to public universities that are free? Great. Wonderful. Everyone has access to education. It's so dumb where people are like, oh, I don't want there to be any publicly funded programs because rich people will take advantage of them, is the most idiotic argument of all time. Okay. One, they don't. And two, who cares if they did? They are paying for it. Why the do you care? Why do you care? Well, the reality is you don't care. You just think it's a good argument, but it's not a good argument. It's additionally funny because they don't even benefit from it. Do you see what I'm saying? They do not benefit from the things that they're advocating for. They're advocating against their best interests, which means they're stupid. Okay? And if you're a stupid person, you probably are less likely even to make it out the cut.
Why should wealthy people pay a higher percentage?
No, they should pay the same percentage. 6.2 on $400,000, 6.2 on $1 million.
Yeah, I don't think this person also understands that what lifting the cap means, raising the cap means. Like, he doesn't realize that after $172,000, everyone pays the same. So if you make $172,000 or you make $172 million, you're paying the same into Social Security.
Why should they pay even more money at all? Because they make more money? Again, you fundamentally have this idea that because somebody, you have an idea that because somebody makes more money, that's fundamentally wrong, right?
No, I don't think it's fundamentally wrong. I think that they should pay more taxes into it. Now, I do think as a society, we should not allow billionaires. So, for instance,
they can pay more taxes generally, but why should they?
The highest tax rate was and the greatest expansion of our economy.
Hang on, does a
country?
Billionaire get more money from Social Security if they went to go take it than I would?
No,
of course not. So why should they pay more?
I'll tell you why. Because it is a social insurance program that keeps you from being in poverty when you're a senior. And the reason why I think billionaires should pay more taxes than other people, even a higher percentage, is because it works better for society. The greatest expansion we've had in this country in terms of economics and the least amount of wealth disparity was in the 40s and 50s and 60s in this country. Do you know what the top marginal rate was?
It was high.
Do you know what it was?
I don't know the exact number, but
if you made over $470,000 in 1955, every dollar you would make above that was taxed at 90%.
So I have a question.
90 cents on every dollar was taxed above 470. So if we had today's dollars,
which is wild, by the way. But
it's also the greatest expansion we had of the economy.
Yeah, you can expand for a time, and then you see places.
You
see like Nordic countries that were like, oh, let's tax the hell out of our rich people, right? And then they go, whoops, we messed up. We can't actually live off of our terrible. We basically are able to live off our economic boom that they had between like the 40s and the 90s, and then we have to revert all of that because we made a terrible choice and we were able to have a party for 50 years until we realized we ran through all the money that capitalism got us. So let me ask you real quick. So the average person, right? Right now they fundamentally look at Social Security, young people like me, and they go, I'm going to have that money waiting for me when I retire. Since your opinion is whatever works best for the average person is better, wouldn't you rather shift towards something that I would agree with, which is getting people that are 19, 20 years old into funding their own retirement rather than relying on other people to fund it for them?
You're talking like the 401k.
Sure.
Dude, why didn't I think of that? Yeah, that's an incredible idea, man. Okay, I have another one. Okay, how about instead of taking a percentage of your income and putting it into your 401k, you put it into like this holdover in the federal government, okay? And instead of getting over by market volatility, considering that many chatters are probably currently checking their 401k accounts and seeing all red at this moment due to Trump's insane nature and his back and forth attitude on tariffs, a real will they, won't they. Instead of that, how about we just give it, I don't know, we just like put it in an area, we just put it in a space, let's say. I don't want to say anything else. We just kind of give it to a holdover area that and then you can collect it back because it's actively being refunded by other people that are paying for it. You know, like a trust of sorts. What's a secure place that you could do that with that is not subject to like the volatile market conditions? Like maybe, I mean, it could be like it would offer security, right? It would offer like a lot of security because like this is very important. And I guess we could technically socialize it, you know, like a social security. I think that's a good idea. What do you guys think? Like a security for a future society, like a social one. I don't know.
Well, not just a 401k, but for IRAs, any other type of retirement. Would you agree? Would we agree with that?
Social Security was set up as part of a three-legged stool where back in the day when I was a kid, we had defined benefit pensions where you'd know how much money you would get out. Yeah. That all shifted in the 80s to defined contribution where you know how much you put in. The 401k started during that Reagan era. It has been a disaster because the fact of the matter, for better or for worse, people just don't save in the way that you're talking about.
Why?
It would be nice if they could.
If the government were changing the mindset and actually pushing that cultural.
So you want to just change the mindset? Yeah. No, I feel like that's not going to work, considering what Sam Cedar is saying, which is exactly the argument that they made back then, and it's been an abject failure. I think we should do the other thing that everybody likes and wants to maintain. And there's a very easy fix, it seems.
Shift towards, we're not just going to hand you money when you're 65. You have to plan for it right now.
We've had a 40-year experiment with that, the government affecting the culture.
You're not handing people money when they're over the age of 65. You're paying into it.
Mindset, and it failed.
We've had a 40-year experiment of everybody. You know what my parents say? Do you know what grandparents say? They go, well, I'm just waiting for my social security check to come in, rather than I have $800,000 waiting for me because I thought.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Conservatism and infantile disorder. I swear to God. Okay. Holy dude. Dude, everyone could have $800,000 in their pocket if they did Sigma Grindset in the market, dude. Market movements, baby. I'm moving my money. If everyone became a day trader, okay, like we would all be rich, dude. What the That's so dumb.
I thought about it when I was 19 and 20 because I didn't have this grab bag of money waiting for me. You're assuming that young people.
I try and tell my kids.
So we agree. We should get rid of Social Security and phase it out. Well, so we should phase out. How would you?
That's so dumb. You can still do that without Social Security. You can do that alongside Social Security. Does he think that Social Security can't exist? And if Social Security exists, like people won't, put aside money culturally in the market? Like, this is not a mutually exclusive concept. You're like, is you one or the other? Can't do both.
Listen to this idea. You phase out Social Security to where people who have 5 years left before they retire get 100% of the benefits. And then people like me who have 40 years until we retire, I'm not going to get it. I'm going to get screwed either way.
No,
you really think I'm going to get Social Security someday?
I guarantee you, at the very least, you're going to get 78% of your benefits.
That's awesome. I'll get $9,000 a year. That's great.
In calling for our government to increase the cap, in fact, get rid of the cap, then your grandkids will get Social Security.
I would much rather, and again, maybe we'll just disagree, but I would much rather result to, hey, 20-year-olds, please save for your own retirement, invest for your own retirement, because the government is bad at dealing with money.
And what happens
Don't rely
if they
on
don't?
them. What happens if what?
What happens if those 20-year-olds don't listen to you?
The same thing that happens if a 20-year-old just doesn't go and get a job because I tell them to.
No.
They're going to have a problem, but that's not my fault.
No, I got news for you. It's not your fault, but there used to be in New York City 30,000 people sleeping
No one in this room was alive before Social Security. We've all lived under this, just like the
and it
income
has
tax.
been the most successful government program in the history of our government.
Things that are successful don't just start to die out and end up in the.
It's not dying out.
It's the grab bag of money, the massive.
Once again, the conversation is so stupid because there is no, like, he is just refusing to recognize key parts of it, right? Like, he refuses to recognize the solution for funding Social Security further. And he also acts as though it's going to go insolvent, like it's just going to go bankrupt at a certain point when that's not the case. And it's just like, how can you have a conversation with a person like that? I just don't understand it. It makes no sense.
Excess that was there in the early years because of the 42-to-1 beneficiary.
It wasn't a massive excess in 1936.
42-to-1 is a massive excess.
There weren't that many people who had entered into the Social Security program.
And the fact that
in 1970 it was 3.5 workers to 1. Now it's 2.5, but productivity has increased it. I've told you why the Social Security Trust Fund is running out. It is because of wealth disparity. Billionaires hiding and hoarding their money above the cutoff line, which is 176,000. That's the cap. If you remove the cap,
their money.
Your grandkids
billionaires aren't keeping $2 billion under their mattress. They're investing it back into.
They're just putting it into some stock market, or they're just looking around.
And what do you think a 401k or an IRA relies upon? It relies on the stock market and things like that.
Yeah, a 401k relies on the stock market, and I knew people who were retiring in 2008 when the stock market tanked and they got screwed.
Well, that's a whole other problem. I would argue that's largely driven by the government being once again terrible with policy and creating bad economic hazards.
Social Security is there regardless of what happens with the stock market.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks,
Micah.
Hey, Micah.
Good evening,
Sam. Nice to meet you.
There's an idea that you have that basically government can kind of fix all these problems, right? If you didn't save for retirement, well, then the government can just come in, swoop in, and save you from that.
Well, not swoop in. It starts on literally the day you get your Social Security.
Sure. It swoops in once you retire, right? Once you can.
Well, you pay into it.
Right, exactly. And so you believe this idea basically that government is an effective organization, which it does time and time again, if you look at history, that's proven to not be true.
When you're hitting at retirement, you don't know. This is an insurance program. That's it. It's an insurance program, and it basically says you're insured against eating cat food when you're 65, and it works. It works.
No, it doesn't. You should have, well, one.
What do you mean it doesn't? Yeah, it does. Explain why it doesn't.
You should have your own personal.
How doesn't it work?
How doesn't it work?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've already discussed the details of how it is just completely failing as a program. Like,
how is it failing?
Because
is it not paying out Social Security beneficiaries at this moment?
I'm not going to receive any Social Security
I've already
benefits.
told you right
I know. I'm not going to rehash out that debate.
Well,
the main
look at
issue.
the numbers. You've just been told this, and you know why you've been told it? Is because they want to raid it to give tax cuts to rich people. That's why.
No, that's not why. This is the funniest part about this is that this is not hidden. Like, it has been a Republican project since the invention. Okay, and since the Reagan era, where the death of the New Deal Democrats came to be, they've been actively trying to do it. The only thing that stops it from happening, and even Democrats have actually undermined Social Security in the past, or at least tried to undermine it. The Tea Party actually nuked it. Thank God for the Tea Party. Holy, Barack Obama literally was going to cut Social Security benefits at the time. But the only reason why, like the major reason why Social Security has not been harmed in this process is because old people vote and they love their Social Security. Okay? That's it. But it does currently seem like the mad lad, Donald Trump, might actually end up putting a dent in that. Barack Obama almost did it, and you know whose idea it was? Joseph Robinette Biden. That's what. Okay, let's get
So are you saying there are the Trump tax cuts were only for rich people? You're saying
No, I'm not saying they're only for rich people.
Oh, okay. Then how could
rich
they
people
only
benefited more from it than low-income people? And I
like it literally sunsetted. It's supposed to sunset this year for you, dude in a blazer with an ugly ass t-shirt. The only permanent tax cuts for the top marginal tax bracket. And also for corporations, the corporate tax rate. That's it. Everybody else's taxes are slated to go up. This is going to be a major battle, major legal battle, major legislative battle. Sorry.
And what do you mean benefited more from that? Because we already went over the percentage numbers and we know that's not true.
They don't need the money as much, and they don't need it.
What are you talking about? These rich people are the people that are investing in smaller businesses. These are the people that are giving other people jobs to allow.
There's that old hat conservatism. Finally, dude. Jesus Christ. It's kind of crazy because like MAGA nationalism has like kind of stopped advocating for these like super old school classic conservative positions. Like rich people are jobs providers. You must respect them. You know, I think with growing income inequality, Republicans basically realize like they can't get away with that kind of sentiment any longer. But I'm glad that there's at least one person who will bring back the old classics. This is a classic take. Okay. Oh, wealth will trickle down, dude. Rich people are glorious. They're the jobs providers. They're the jobs creators. Excuse me. Put some respect on it. What do you mean they don't need the money? Yeah, rich people don't use money or bring it back into the economy in the same ways that poor people do. That's it. They park it, and then they benefit greatly from the unequal system of capital accumulation. And they get taxed less for it. And there's also on top of that additional methods of simply borrowing against your pre-existing assets loans with even lower interest rates. Instead of a tax at that point, you're just offering a incredibly low, depending on how wealthy you are, an incredibly low interest rate. That is the tax that you're paying, but instead of paying it to the government, you're paying it to a bank. And then just keep doing that over and over again. This is non-taxable because it's a loan. And you die. Buy, borrow, die.
Allow them to provide for their family.
Okay,
Listen,
pause.
Hey, go for it.
What's up? Hey. Good to be back.
Nice to see you.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you too. I want to zoom out a little bit.
Okay.
So obviously you're pinpointing on Social Security, and there's a reason for that.
And healthcare too.
Oh, okay, but Social Security is the program that you're very concerned about, and that
Medicare. I'd love a Medicare for all program, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the reason you're focusing in on Social Security precisely is because Social Security is the most successful in a shadow of social welfare programs and government spending. That it's like the Democrats.
It's also the biggest bucket of money.
It is the biggest bucket, but the
thing.
Democrats have these social programs and this deficit spending, and it just never ends. It's never enough money. So you're focused.
Oh no, we got a deficit hawk in the building. Oh, this is another old school conservative guy. I like it.
On Social Security because it is the one successful child, but you're ignoring all the social welfare state that we become.
Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid make up
the majority.
Over like a
right. So
70%
of our federal spending is mandatory, and that, you're right. It's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on debt. 8% of we're paying for that. So the Democrats run on this. Essentially, they want a welfare state. So yes, Social Security might help a lot of people, but it's like we're closer to a welfare state than we've ever been. 38% of the GDP in the U.S. is government spending. That's the highest since World War II. So us conservatives, we're trying to tell you, like, you guys are fiscally really
So are you worried
irresponsible.
about the tax cuts and what that does to the debt and deficit?
The tax cuts increased revenue.
No.
Yes.
I want to tell you about Kansas.
Okay, tell me about Kansas.
Sam Brown back in 2012 brought in Arthur Laffer. You know the Laffer curve, right? That's
Laffer curve, yeah.
The argument that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more revenue.
And that's exactly what happened.
Kansas.
No, that's exactly what happened
It
in TCJ.
destroyed Kansas. By 2016,
Let's
the
look at the
Republican
numbers.
legislature raised taxes again. They destroyed their education system.
Reality is against you, my friend.
Look up Kansas.
The numbers
During
say
the Trump administration, they sent Sam Brown back. They made him the ambassador to faith because they didn't want this guy around because it was a disaster.
If you want to tax the rich, you should vote Republican because they pay more in taxes under Republican. It was the same as Reagan. It was the same as Trump.
Look at
Wait, what? Both Reagan and Trump lowered the top. What? Reagan and Trump both lowered taxes for the wealthy. What is he saying? Is he trying to argue that like when taxes are lowered, wealthy people are more productive and therefore end up even with a lower taxable income or a lower tax rate, they end up paying more in taxes overall? Is that what he's trying to say? Like what? That's what he's trying to say, right? That's the argument that he's making, which Sam directly contradicted because with his Kansas argument, Sam directly undermined the point that he was trying to make, which is that in practice, that's not how that works.
Look at the U.S. Look at the U.S. We have the numbers for this.
It was the perfect
Obama's
experiment.
best year, federal income revenue is pales in comparison to Trump's worst year. Do you get what I'm saying? Does more taxes necessarily equate to more revenue?
Yes.
No, that's where you're wrong. So if you look at TCJA, and I'll say the numbers again, the top 1% paid more into the system. GDP grew, wages grew 3% year over year under TCJA. So when you're saying tax the rich, it sounds like you're actually a Republican. You just don't know it yet.
You're confusing causation with correlation because Obama's economic recovery was way too slow, and I agree with you on that.
Way too slow.
Way too slow.
When you have tons of stimulus, what you're doing is you're creating the Great Depression for the bottom 90%. All the assets inflate. So who does that benefit? Your policies benefit the 1%. Inflation disproportionately benefits the 1%. It's an immoral tax on the poor. And that's exactly what happens when they stimulate.
Inflation was not a function of monetary stimulus.
It absolutely was. They increased the money supply by $6 trillion.
No, I understand they did that. I understand they did that. And they could pull it back on taxes with the wealthy if they wanted to. You're making an argument for higher taxation.
Do you think taxing people makes the country wealthier? Is that what you think?
Does it make the country
wealthier? Do taxes make us wealthy? Is that government increasing taxes? Are we now more wealthy? Do you think that the only way you create wealth is by producing?
If you tax and spend, government stimulus can increase GDP. Of course.
Is GDP wealth?
Is GDP wealth?
If we import 10 million immigrants and our GDP goes up, are we now wealthier? If the housing costs more, if CPI goes up because there's more people.
No, I understand. And inflation is under control, and we haven't pulled that money off the table.
Right, but I'm just saying that
inflation is back down because we had a problem.
The welfare
with
state
logistics.
makes us all poorer. Yes, it does. And you can see
it doesn't.
Across history.
If you compare,
he's playing fast and loose with the concept of poverty over and over again. On the one hand, he's not wrong when he says an increase in GDP does not necessarily mean that everyone is wealthy, but also simultaneously, he does point to an increase in GDP as wealth growing. I'll explain it as such. In the K-shaped recovery after COVID, the wealthy put billions of dollars of wealth directly into their pockets, okay? Their net worths exploded. Their net worths grew. That, especially if they're, American billionaires, means that the overall American wealth grew, but that didn't necessarily trickle down to the American poor. Redistributive tax policies are supposed to literally take the money from the tippy top and give it back to the working poor in ways that meaningfully improve their lives. He starts the argument with taxes are bad because it decreases revenue, but then says stimulus is bad because it increases revenue. Yeah, I'm saying that he on the one hand says that the overall wealth growing is good, but then simultaneously says GDP with the overall wealth growing is actually bad because it doesn't yield any sort of material benefits for the 99%, which is why this argument doesn't make sense. You haven't established, once again, an understanding of what the government is supposed to do. I think the government's primary directive is to improve the material wealth of every single citizen, not just the tippy top. It's just a longer way to basically argue on failed Reaganomics that everybody understands in both principle and in theory is an abject failure.
People want to come here for economic opportunity. We don't want handouts. We want opportunity. That's why, as an immigrant, that's why my family came here. We left the socialist paradise. It's garbage. The people that come here want...
What socialist paradise did this motherfucker leave? Where is the socialist paradise? Vuvuzela? Is he from Vuvuzela? Bro's like, we left the socialist paradise. Meanwhile, it's like, you're like 3 generations removed at this point from the socialist paradise. He's Venezuelan.
Want economic opportunity, and you're stifling that. You're undermining capitalism and the free markets with your utopian vision.
There is no free markets.
Well, there's not anymore.
No, there's never
but now
been
there
a free
used to be.
market. No.
That is what makes America the greatest. That's what makes the greatest.
I want to ask this person, when was the American markets truly free? Like, when has there been free markets? Has there ever been a point in time? The freer the markets, the freer the people. When was it free? Like, I guess pre-New Deal, maybe? He's like, they were so free during the Great Depression. Let me tell you a thing or two about robber barons, okay? The freer the market, the freer the people.
America is the greatest economy in the world because of the free market.
The greatest
free market capitalism is the most ethical and moral.
America had was when we had 90% tax.
That's not true. The numbers are against you.
1940, 1950, 1960, the highest top marginal tax
stagflation,
rate was 90%.
So what happened in the 70s?
And
when Milton Friedman predicted stagflation in the 70s with your social welfare.
We had OPEC.
When your welfare
Milton Friedman predicted the oil shock.
That drove inflation way up, and that was a function of OPEC. But in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s, highest top marginal tax rate was 90%. We had wealth inequality shrink.
Post-World War II industrial
Great Compression, and more people enjoy.
Damn. He said we had post-World War II industrial revolution. Seems to me like you want centralized planning, incredibly high rates of taxation, and to get dumb bitches like you back to work, okay? Because guess what, dude? If you say, oh, it's the post-World War II industrial revolution, guess what, dude? That is America at its closest to the USSR or communism. Obviously not entirely, but if you're talking about like the war economy or post-World War II economy, yeah, that is literally the closest we were to a centrally planned economy. I would love to get back to that. And instead of, building war machines or whatever, I would like to, build things that matter, build things that are good. Free markets. I mean, wait, is he also a free trade advocate? Like, I don't understand. I wonder.
Post-World War II industrial revolution. We were producing more than every other country. It's because we were producing more than every other country. That's what creates wealth.
And we
production.
were doing that with a 90% tax rate on the wealthiest individuals.
When Reagan came in and brought it down, the top 1% paid more. Can you believe that?
No.
Do you know that federal income tax? Wait. You know federal income tax?
I don't get it. Like, he keeps talking about the benefits of manufacturing in the United States of America, but also then hypes up Ronald Reagan. I mean, is he like a anti-NAFTA free market person? Like, what? Why are you giving Zio liberal Sammy screen time on the show? Are you a leftist? Isn't there more important things to talk about than this spectacle? That's the easiest ban of my life. 6-month subscriber. Insane statement. He says Zio Sammy. Just call him a Jew at that point,
It was when it was established.
You're talking about the Laffer curve, and I'm telling you to go look at
here's my last
Kansas.
claim. When federal income tax in 1913, when it was established, was only targeted at the people making $100,000 and over. Now we don't even know, most people don't even know that it's just a base tax. Why? Because the project.
Did that chatter hurt your gringo sensibilities? Okay, I'm gonna give you a week off for that one. No, he did not. He was being a freak. It's also weird, especially because Sam Cedars' position on Israel is if not identical to mine, fairly close. Like we have some differences in opinion every now and then, especially, but not much. Groypers are out of school. No, I don't even think these are Groypers.
Actions that they had of taxing the rich didn't work out like they thought. Because it doesn't work out. There's a ton of loopholes. The rich are smart. Like, the
I
rich
understand.
people are smart. So focus
Our
on
top
producing.
marginal rate still produced an effective tax rate that is
It was
double what
lower,
it is today.
it was
50%
More
effective
taxes
tax
does
rate.
not create more wealth.
Yes.
More taxes
well,
do not
I don't
create.
know what you mean
how.
by wealth. I mean,
Wealth is very
more-
simple. It's
more-
production of goods and services.
more
That's what wealth
taxes-
is. That's
I think there's a strain of anti-woke lefties. Do they not realize I'm the wokest of them all? Like, what the I dressed up in a maid outfit, dog. Like, what can be more woke than that?
More taxes.
Money. People think money is
more
wealth.
taxes
Money buys wealth.
creates
Money
less wealth inequality, and then you have wealth that is shared by more people rather than being in the hands of a plutocracy or a plutonomy. And then you get stuff like an oligarchy.
We've
like
seen
we
what
have
happens
today.
when you punish your top producers over and over again. They leave. They stop producing. The government,
Capital flight's a myth.
No, it isn't. You cripple the economy. Guess what happens next?
Wait. When did this happen in the country? When we had a 90%
It happens in
tax
every
rate,
socialist
did
country.
people-
This is the socialist playbook.
This is
They're like,
not
they
a-
come in and they're like, guys.
This is not a socialist country, and I'm not calling for socialism to have higher tax
It
rates.
is more
We
socialist
could
than
in-
ever before.
No,
we have
it's
more
not.
social welfare span.
The United States of America is more socialist than ever before. We have a 10% union participation rate in labor. And not only that, but also those numbers are still dwindling even after 4 years of Brandonomics. What do you mean, dude? And labor unions aren't even socialism to begin with. Jesus Christ, dude.
No.
GDP, I'll say it again, 38% of government spending, of GDP is government spending. We have more social welfare programs. And look at what happens, but how come we have all these programs and the black community is still living in poverty?
What programs are you talking about that are geared towards the black community? We during in 2021.
What do you mean, what programs?
We expended. Hold on. In 2021.
What do you mean, what program?
Hold on.
How much money is enough?
In
When is it enough?
2021,
You have the
in
richest country in the
2021,
world.
We
I just
offered
can't.
$300.
The way you guys think is just insane to me. Like,
In
you have
20,
the
let me
richest-
just finish this.
All right, go
in
ahead.
2021, we extended the child tax credit, which is basically a payment, $300
Social
per.
welfare, so
Yeah, social
great.
welfare.
Yes.
We cut child poverty in 1 year by 45%. By 45%, but because no Republican would join the Democrats, and Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin voted against this provision in Bill back. I'm talking 2021. From 2021 to 2022, we cut child poverty in this country by 45%. Look it up.
I feel like when I look
And
at it, all
I
right, well,
guarantee you, I will give you my phone
It's
number. You
half-
call
all right,
me, and
we-
if I was wrong.
all right, we'll call.
I'll do it off camera. and you will see that we cut child poverty in a year
Okay.
by 45%.
I'll look at, and I'll look into your claim.
All right, guys.
All right. No, we'll talk after.
Wait, he doesn't know. He didn't know that. Like, even if you're a little bit interested in undermining the benefits of the American welfare state, as he claims, like that's a basic fact that you should know, that you should have a counter for. I mean, that's like, God damn, the Brandon admin truly did a number on not actually advocating for the things that they were doing. It's kind of crazy. Like, a competent Democratic Party would have been featuring that formatively. That would be like the first entry point into the conversation, and that Republicans would have to address it everywhere they go. Like, why do you care? Why do you want to increase child poverty? Why did you actively undermine and increase child poverty? The very fact that they were having to fight amongst themselves and also couldn't whip the votes for it, and also had to and never really attack the Republicans over it is abysmal messaging overall. Something that I talked about on Pod Save America as well.
My next claim is Trump's policies make the rich richer and the working class poorer.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Hunter Howard. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask what policies in specific are you referencing to?
Tax cuts for the rich. I think his idea of tariffs on countries in the way that he's talking about will make people poorer. I think all.
Hassan actively chooses to fight against his own cause in Palestine. You're using a platform to harass. Anissa can go F herself, and so can Frogan. What? What are you talking about, dude? I'm pretty sure Ethan exposed you as a radical and you're doing damage to your own cause. You're scared. What is this person saying? I know who Anissa is. I don't know what she has to do with anything. What? Okay, well, I can't. I've already expended too much of my mental bandwidth on listening to broccoli haircut Zoomers talk about being white nationalists and stuff. I don't know what that person is talking about. God damn.
All the work that they're doing in terms of attacking the government agencies will make people poorer because, you know, when you get agencies that are supposed to protect us from corporate interests, they will externalize their costs, those corporations, instead of actually assuming themselves. So their profits are made on the backs of all of us, whether it's our health, our protection from consumer rights, worker rights. His anti-union policies will make us poorer.
So real quick, I'm going to touch on one of the things that you said. Now, there was a lot to unpack there, but
there's
we'll
a lot of policies.
We'll start at the very beginning. You talked about taxes. Let's talk about, in his first term, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. There are a couple things in that specific policy that actually do benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the top 1%. So you mentioned taxes, right? But in that, from the IRS data that came out, the middle class and lower class got affected. I think they ended up saving like 3 to 4% on their taxes, on their tax cuts, whereas the billionaires only saved 2%. So if we're talking an actual dollar amount, sure, the billionaires saved more, but they also make a lot more, right? Also, the billionaires don't really care about an extra grand or two. In that specific policy, the child tax credit doubled from $1,000 per household to $2,000. No billionaire cares about an extra grand in their pocket, but I can guarantee you the working class does. So how would you rebuttal that?
I would say, in terms of the taxes themselves, well, the policies that Trump wants to pursue this time are to expand those taxes for wealthy folks. And over time, what starts to happen is you have this wealth disparity, and as the wealth disparity increases, it becomes harder for working people essentially to keep up. Things become more expensive. You get inflationary pressures when you have people with more money. We have more and more billionaires than we did 4 years ago. And a large part of that was obviously COVID, but a large part of it is also money starts to accelerate. Once you, like you say, when a millionaire gets a tax cut for a couple of grand or 60 grand or $500,000 at the end of the day, they end up investing that and it ends up growing because they're not out there working for their money. Their money is just is doing all the work.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we can agree with you on that when it comes to, you know, billionaires and millionaires and there being a wealth gap in our country, right? I don't think Republicans or liberals would disagree on that, but I think where we will fundamentally disagree is under Trump, right, the stats show that take-home pay was higher for the middle class and the lower class. Inflation was down. They weren't paying as much on taxes.
Inflation was down, but wage growth was actually greater during the Biden administration.
Well, I mean, good thing that Trump is here in a second term on the heels of an inflationary crisis. So now they don't have to compare it to an economy that actually was doing comparatively better after 2 terms of Democratic leadership. And they can actually see how Donald Trump manages that situation. As a matter of fact, he is managing that situation currently in the worst ways possible. So, you know, it's neither here nor there. I feel like one of the biggest advantages that the Republicans have is that when they make these tax code changes, the impact of that is not seen immediately. So they'll just keep harping on how wonderful everything is. Meanwhile, things are just getting marginally worse. And the only direction that we go towards is more tax cuts for the wealthy. It's like the problem that wealth inequality, mass layoffs, an affordability crisis born out of all of these regressive policies that the Republicans and also sometimes liberals both implement. And then the solution to that problem, more of the same thing that caused the problem to begin with. Good stuff. I guess overall the question is, like, since the Reagan era, have Americans actually been better off overall or not? Sure, American productivity has skyrocketed. Sure, the GDP has grown, but is the 99% doing better overall? Or is the bottom 80% doing better overall than the top 10% of the wealthy in this country? The answer is no. Quality of life is down. Everything sucks. People don't have any confidence in their own futures. And there's got to be a reason for that. And the reason for that, Republicans look at that anger and resentment born out of this volatility and say, oh, it's because the federal government is funded too much. We should undermine it further.
Well, that's because due to COVID, when a lot of people lost jobs.
No. I mean, I'm talking in percentage comparison between those 4 years and these past 4 years, wage growth grew, not from as a baseline on 2020, but I'm talking as a baseline from 2016.
Interesting. Okay, well then another point that I want to talk on with you real quick is you talked about slashing government agencies, for instance, the Department of Government Efficiency. I'm sure you've heard about that a lot in the news.
That's not a government agency. That's just some
actually an executive order was signed to make Doge an official government agency as of less than a week ago. So yeah, It is an official government agency.
It's not. Doge is not an official government agency. It just operates as like, it operates under a Obama era agency. It's like supposed to be, what is it, like the digital thing?
So
Doge is not a full government agency. Yeah, it reorganized an existing group within the executive office of the president to form Doge, the U.S. Digital Service.
Obviously, we're talking about money. We want people to be able to afford a house. We want them to be able to afford to raise a family, right? As a young man myself, I want to be able to grow up in America and be able to afford food one day, right? I mean, I can't now, but continue that. And at the way things are going, it's unsustainable for people on the left, people on the right, people in the middle. So we have to come to a common ground on how to fix that. What's unsustainable? The fact that cost of living is increasing year after year.
What does Doge do to inhibit cost of living?
Yeah, absolutely. So what Doge is going to do, the Department of Government Efficiency, is slash a lot of the federal spending, right? So what happens when the feds...
What spending is going to get cut?
So I'm getting there. 1 second, sir. So what's going to happen is the Department of Government Efficiency is going to slash a lot of federal spending. What happens is the government, Republicans, Democrats alike, spend a bunch of money that, excuse my language, but it's nonsense, right? They spend it out here, they spend it out there.
Be more specific. Here or there, are you talking about cutting defense? Because they're not going to cut defense.
Well, for example,
wait a second.
Well, no. Let me finish. Okay. $175 billion to Ukraine, first and foremost. That was a bunch of nonsense. So we're going to talk about that, but we also have a bunch of other things in the Defense Department, as well as a bunch of DEI departments.
Well, they're not touching, first of all, there are no DEI departments.
That's completely false.
Listen. Defense spending is not going to be touched by Doge. And when you talk about the government, what's the biggest expenditure government has?
Our military and Social Security are our top two.
And Medicare and Medicaid, right? Now, they're not going to touch the military. Are they going to cut Social Security?
You're asking me like I'm part of Doge.
No. Well, you're telling me that Doge is going to help everybody here. And I'm telling you, if they cut Social Security, everybody in here is going to get hit. Because these folks are going to have to pay for their parents because Social Security keeps 2/3.
I think like being a leftist or even a liberal, really, and being surrounded by conservatives is like a nightmare where you're just like, dude, they're going to kill you. Like, don't jump in the hot lava. And you're just like surrounded by people who are like, no, you don't understand. Like, they told me the hot lava is actually like a molten lava cake. And it's delicious. Like, I'm going to jump in the lava. And you're like, no, don't do it. I know people that have jumped in the hot lava. They've died, okay? And it's a really gruesome death. Like, their body starts melting in real time. And you just have to sit there and watch them melt. And you're like, nah, lava is actually yummy. I think you're stupid. And I've heard other people jumping in the lava and eating a delicious molten lava cake before. And I'm going to do you. Like, that's what it feels like. You're just like, no, dude, your life is going to be worse. And he's right. He's like, they're actively destroying your future. Like, what remains of your future. The reason why you talk about the cost of living crisis and all this, like, all these things that are harming you is directly born out of deregulation and causing so much wealth disparity. And you're just actively demanding more of it. Nope. I'm going to jump in the lava. Shut up.
2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no longer going to
so he's going to...
So Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you, sir.
Donald Trump is going to stop giving money to Ukraine. And then guess what, dude? We're saved.
Okay, so why did we see a higher increase in the top 1% paying as part of federal income revenue under TCJA?
Why did we see a higher increase in the...
So under TCJA, it was passed 2017, it was effective 2018. 2018 and onward, we actually saw the top 1% pay more. They had more of the federal income tax burden. They paid 45% as opposed to Obama. During Obama's tax plan, they only paid about 40 to 42% of the federal
Because they got more money.
Right, okay, so they got more money.
They got richer.
But why are they paying, and why did they get richer? So this goes on inflation that...
I mean, that's my point, is the rich are getting richer.
Right, but you mentioned, why would you say that they're getting richer? But you mentioned inflation? Or?
No, they're not, well, I mean, I think that
I do want to mention something, but like, Sand Fact Check is owned by a wealthy billionaire, if you're feeling some type of way about some of the fact checks. In the first term of the Trump administration, the share paid by the top 1% ranged from 39% to nearly 46%, as opposed to under the Obama administration, the taxes paid by the top 1% range from 35 to 39.5%, okay? That is because the wealthy, the top 1%, accumulated more wealth in the process. That hasn't even changed, really, and that's probably going to still continue. If the bottom 99% have more wealth overall, they would contribute a higher percentage to, this is not individual tax burdens, okay? This is not an effective tax rate. They're not talking, don't get tricked by these percentages. They're not talking about the effective tax rate to the individual in the top tax bracket. What they're talking about is what the 1%, the top 1% of wealth, and how much they paid in taxes overall, as an overall percentage of income tax. Okay, this is not an appropriate metric of the overall taxes that were accumulated in the process, and it is a very deceptive, underhanded way to approach the subject matter. If your argument is about destroying wealth inequality and bringing back some kind of parity, okay, this is an awful metric to look at, because this basically proves Sam Cedars' point, which is that yes, the top 1% grew wealthier and wealthier. And in the process, as they were growing wealthier and wealthier, the amount that they contributed to the coffers in the lower tax rate that they got was higher overall. But the reality of the matter is, in terms of the effective tax rate at the end of the year for a wealthy person, that percentage is incredibly low and gotten even lower. The effective tax rate for you, as the average American, is like close to 50%, whereas the effective tax rate for someone like Warren Buffett is like, what, 0.06 or some shit like that? So overall, this number doesn't mean anything other than the fact that, yes, the top 1% became wealthier overall and therefore contributed to the overall sum by a higher percentage. Having said that, if there was more wage parity, or if wages had actually adjusted across the board alongside productivity, for example, and there was less income inequality, then the top 1%'s contributions to the overall taxes, the overall taxable revenue coming from federal income taxes, would be far smaller. Yeah. The easiest way to debunk this figure is to say if the top 1% had 100% of the wealth, then they would pay 100% of the tax burden. Thank you. Exactly.
Inflation? Or?
No, they're not. Well, I mean, I think that the inflation, to the extent that there was money that wasn't a function of like logistics and other problems that we had during COVID, yeah, the rich got richer. Not all inflation is a function of monetary inflation.
That's true, but when we look at COVID and we can see that they increased the money supply by 40%, they added $6 trillion, and you have a Federal Reserve System that's doing quantitative easing and pumping stimulus into the economy, you can attribute that to left-wing policy. The entire Federal Reserve System is Keynesian economics. Those are very left-wing.
Well, I can tell you this: inflation went up in Western European countries the same rates that it did.
That had stimulus.
No, they didn't have the same level of stimulus that we did. No, they did.
They absolutely did.
They did.
You can look at Japan. Yeah, I hear this topic all the time from the Democrats. They say, oh, inflation was global. Not true. China never went above 3% inflation. inflation during all of COVID, and they were actually they were under deflationary pressures. Japan, which is part of the G7, was also never had deflationary pressures. They never had inflation increase. The only countries that had inflation
talking
increase.
in Western Europe, you
Like
could
what
see
country?
inflation. Well, you could England, Germany,
Because they
Italy,
stimulated.
France. They didn't stimulate as much as we did. It wasn't monetary inflation. If you look at the cost of goods and
why-
logistics got screwed up because of COVID.
So let's look at the reason. All international trade, because we're the world reserve currency, is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experienced it, domestic inflation was high.
Dude, these fact checks are
Wasn't
coming in
monetary
so
inf-
fast. In a study of advanced economies, the inflation rate at least doubled from early 2010 to early 2022 in 37 of the 44 countries. In 16 countries, the inflation rate quadrupled. Okay, so that's 1 point for Sam.
Inflation. If you look at the
Second, all international trade, because we're the world reserve.
China's annual inflation rate has been below 3% since May 2020. Japan suffered from economic stagnation from 1990s through 2021, resulting in deflation. It is often called Japan's lost decades. Japan is not an adequate comparison, and neither is China. Obviously, our economy is closer to Western European nations, which did see tremendous rates of inflation.
Currency is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experienced it, domestic inflation was high.
So you're saying our inflation
yes,
caused
it affects
higher inflation
absolutely
in Europe?
because
That's not what economists say.
Well, you can look at the facts. International trade is we have dollar-denominated international trade. All international trade is that's why we're the world reserve currency. You guys claim that the U.S. recovered faster than anybody else. It's like, well,
it did.
It's because we have a privilege of being the world reserve currency, and we export our inflation. Like the strength.
We export our
yeah,
inflation.
and let me explain that. Let me explain that the U.S. dollar is the most safe asset in the world. In times of great crisis and great volatility, like COVID crisis, everybody turns to the dollar.
Sure.
Many currencies are tied to the dollar. So it's like when you
The euro is not tied to the dollar.
The euro is not, but international
Okay.
trade. So if the euro actually crashed against the dollar during COVID. The euro used to be above the dollar.
I'm unclear what your point.
My
on
point
this
is that the inflation is caused by left-wing policies and
so inflation was caused by, you're saying
supply shock and pumping trillions of dollars into the economy.
First of all, you understand that the Federal Reserve.
Inflation is never caused famously by any fiscal policy, because the only fiscal policy that ever happens is not leftist fiscal policy, but right-wing fiscal policy, which is tax cuts. Inflation can only be caused by monetary policy, which this guy is saying is leftist, okay? Printing money is a leftist principle. Tax cuts are also inflationary, but of course he won't recognize that, or he won't mention that, because that would undercut the point that he's trying to make, which is that leftist policies are what is causing inflation. Yeah, famous socialist Jerome Powell and his fucking and his inflationary policies
is not part of Biden. Didn't have control of the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely not, but the entire Federal Reserve System is left-wing in economic theory. That's the.
Oh my God, bro, that is crazy. American monetary policy is left-wing. Is hilarious to me. That is insane. J.D. Powell equals J.D. Pond. Keynesian economics is left-wing. I mean, from his worldview, probably. Yeah, if you're like a Friedman truther, then yeah, you're like, that's the most left-wing thing I've ever heard. There's nothing beyond that point.
Keynesian economics. It's interventionist economics. So
you're saying that the
more you
quantitative
stimulate,
easing,
the more you stimulate. Yeah.
Why didn't we get it through QE?
We do get it through
Why
QE.
didn't we get inflation during the
2008?
Obama years?
We did get inflation.
We didn't get
the wealth gap that you guys attribute.
Wait.
Absolutely did.
What numbers were inflation?
From 2008 to 2014, the Federal Reserve did quantitative easing, buying up treasuries to increase the money supply. Okay. The rate of inflation back then was nowhere near comparable to the Brandon admin.
We get during the Obama years that were outside of like the 2% sort of Fed target.
I don't think it was as high as COVID. COVID hit as high as 9%.
No, it wasn't even remotely
right,
close.
But when we look at the effects of compounding inflation.
QE1?
For most of the Obama admin, consumer price inflation hovered around or under 2%. In summer 2011, annual consumer price inflation briefly rose to 3.8%, driven by higher food and energy prices. By spring 2012, inflation was back below 2%.
1, 2, and 3 all happened during the Obama years. If your theory was correct, we would have had rampant inflation. In fact, Glenn Beck was talking.
No, we didn't. We did not. We did not have that. That is crazy to say we did. I mean, he doesn't. I don't know why he's saying we, because he's like younger than me, so he definitely doesn't even remember it. But
talking about how we were going to turn into Weimar Germany, and none of that happened.
Here's the factors you're missing.
None of it.
Here's the factors you're missing.
So if you look at what's happening at Western Europe, well, no, listen.
We didn't close down the economy. The Biden administration closed down the economy.
I understand.
No, they what?
Wait, what?
Excuse me. The Biden administration.
Yes, they forced mass.
Wait, is he saying that the Trump administration's actions were also like it should be attributed to Biden? Or does he think that Biden was the shadow president when Trump was president?
Mandates, they supported Democrats.
Wait.
They supported Democrat states.
Do you not remember who was president in the first year of COVID?
What? Yeah, it was Trump. I'm not saying Trump. Trump had a role in this, but I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. By the time in 2021, the economy was.
See, you don't understand. Jerome Powell is famously a Maoist. And he was actually not appointed. He didn't rise to power as a Maoist under Trump. He was actually under the secret mind control of the other Maoist, Brandon. Okay, all decisions made during COVID in an effort to do COVID recovery was actually the Brandonian mind control. Okay. All the printing, all the money printing, all that was actually Brandonian Maoist mind control. This is Mao Zedong thought. Mao Zedong Brandonist thought. You understand? That's how it works. Jerome Powell is a Republican, a registered Republican. But that's besides the point, I think, because that's a secret. That is actually to cause you, a simpleton, to not realize that he's actually an Irish Republican and a Maoist. And the appointment was actually Trump that was also under the mindset of Maoist Brandonist thought when he was doing shutdowns.
Opening back up.
Yes, the economy.
All of what you're talking about.
No thanks to the Democrats.
Well, okay,
the Democrats wanted to keep it closed.
Okay. You can talk about hypothetically what the Democrats want, but
it's not hypothetically. We can look at we can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Good job.
How's it going, sir?
Good. How you doing? Sam.
Finally, dude, the Amish get a say in this. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear an Amish person's position on Trump's policies making the rich richer and the working class poor.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
When you're talking about inflation in
Talk to me, Ezekiel.
2021, Janet Yellen said it would be transitory, and then again in 2022 she said it would be transitory, and it turned out to not be transitory. And then one major thing happened in 2022. I think we all know what that was. That was the war in Ukraine, and I believe, and I can explain that the war in Ukraine was explicitly caused by Joe Biden's bad.
Oh my God, I was wrong. This dude is just from Dagestan. My apologies. I thought he was Amish. It turns out he's Dagestani. He's going to connect it all to Brandon undermining Russia and also Dagestan. My mistake.
Foreign policy, and that shot inflation up from, there was already pretty bad inflation in early 2022 and in late 2021.
Yeah, his parents sent him to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years and forgetti. Yeah, that's what happened. He learned how to grapple with the best of them, okay? He's back, and he's grappling with Sam Cedar's mind right now. One phone call, brother. Brother, one phone call. Send him to Dagestan for 2 to 3 years and forget.
But it shot it up from the low kind of margins in 3 or 4%, all the way to 9% in 2022 of July at the peak.
Jedediah Nurmagomedov. Yeah.
Inflation is now down around 2%, around where
in between 2.5.
Yeah,
and 6,
where they're looking to get it, and we have really close to record unemployment that we've had over the past 4 years. But how does this have to do with Trump's policies not making the richer richer and the rest of us poor?
Okay, so what I was just explaining with, I was going to get into oil prices. So oil prices skyrocketed in 2022 because in 2021, when Biden got into office, he shut down our Keystone pipeline, shut down all new oil and gas leases in America. Then he took the sanctions off.
We are producing right now more oil in this country than we ever have in the history of any country everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
On top of the fact that Biden is credited by oil traders, and this isn't something that I am terribly excited about.
What did he just do on the East Coast?
Apparently,
What did he just sign?
what Biden did during the past 4 years is he used the strategic oil reserve to drive down oil prices and essentially broke and it's filled back up. And he filled it back up, and he broke the negotiating power and the price setting power by oil countries across the world. Really, I mean, oil traders hail him for doing this, and frankly, I don't think it's that impressive. But let's talk about what Trump's policies are.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I was getting to that. So oil prices in 2021, Biden took all the sanctions off of the pipeline in Russia, and then the pipeline in Russia ran straight through Ukraine originally, and he knew that if he invaded Ukraine would destroy the pipeline, and his economic success would be destroyed in Russia. And then when the sanctions,
Biden or
Putin knew that would occur in Russia if the sanctions were taken off of that pipeline. And Biden took all the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2 in Russia, like the second week he was in office. And then a year later, Putin invades Ukraine. Sanctions happen all over the world, and inflation rises within 6 months all the way up to 9%. Trump is going to do great things with oil and let us drill, and what that actually...
I don't know if there's any way to have a conversation with this person, because he's just making a lot of assumptions about what Trump will do, and also fantasizing about how the things that he's assuming Trump will do will end up being very positive. He also said that Biden, I didn't understand it. Was he saying that Biden was too soft on Russia and Trump is going to be harder, kind of? Like what? Or Biden released the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and that's what caused inflation? How would that even work? I don't know what he, like, I don't understand. Or is he saying that Biden was conspiring with, Vladimir Putin? What?
Actually does for the economy.
Like I say, we are producing more oil in this country than any country in the history of the world.
What executive order did Biden just sign to have to do with offshore drilling in the East Coast?
He stopped it.
Yeah. Really dumb idea. We're about to begin a new...
So you want to go beyond even the record-breaking thing?
Yes, I want to become energy independent.
Climate?
And that lowers inflation.
We're going to sell this oil.
Better.
We don't use the oil. We sell it. We sell
getting money in the pockets of American citizens.
We sell it. Well, how is that oil getting to the pocket of American citizens?
Because when you lower the prices of oil, that lowers the prices of all products.
I understand that the inflationary press is effective of energy. But the fact of the matter is, they're just going to sell it.
Yeah, we're going to
sell it.
Yeah, so we're going to.
You want to produce even more oil than we are now.
Yes.
And you don't think climate change is going to impact? You don't believe in climate change?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but no.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the same discussion.
Yeah, no, I believe that climate change is, well, there's obviously an element of climate change that is partially true, but lowering or
Which part of it?
Raising man-made raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in the next 150 years isn't necessarily a detriment to society. Human beings.
You don't think so?
He's like, yes, back in my home country, Dagestan, it's no problem. It rains, it's snow, not so much snow is good. I learned how to wrestle. It's very good. Now I wrestle outside. No more snow in mountain. In Dagestan, it's fine. A little bit. It's a little bit, 2.5 centigrade. Up there, high in the mountain, it's very cold. Lots of snow. No more snow after climate change. It's very good for me.
No, human beings are very good at innovation, and we can build seawalls, and we can create carbon technology.
What kind of seawall are you going to build?
What the Oh, that's amazing. Conspiring with Vladimir Putin to drop sanctions and invade Ukraine, to goad Ukraine into blowing up the Nord Stream? Yeah, no, you don't understand. His mind works in a mysterious way. He has gotten. Now I do believe he got choked out in Dagestan far too much, and lost oxygen to his brain for far too long, and that's why he's making up these insane statements. He's also popped off so hard, people aren't even hitting the red flag right now because they're just like, where is this gonna go? We wrestle bear, brother.
From Miami. What are you going to do about
There's a bunch of research on it. I'm talking about the economy right now, which if we get back on topic.
All right, guys. Sorry, time's up. I let you go
no problem.
longer.
Amish Dagestani. First I thought it was Amish, but then he started talking about how Biden and Vladimir Putin were doing a grand conspiracy to invade Ukraine together. Then I was like, maybe he's Dagestani.
I choose Ben because he let me lecture him about Social Security.
My claim is that abortion is immoral and should not be legal.
Abortion is immoral and should not be legal. Are Zoomers whole ass gone? Like, are they done? Is it over? Is the project over? No, right? Like there's polls on this stuff, right? Like they're not, this isn't like, this is far from the average Zoomer thought, right? That's not, this has got to be like unique. This is a self-selecting group of Zoomers. I don't want to think. But that's a boring fact versus fiction debate. It requires nothing to back up its claim. It's free. Zoomer here, bro, is mostly the men. I think one day scientists will study what like the Andrew Tate style phenomena did to the mind of the average Zoomer man. Like the podcaster, the state of podcasters and what it has done, like the permanent damage it has caused to the collective psyche of Zoomer men. Also on top of that, I think COVID too. If there are scientists that remain at that point, because I feel like they're all going to be underfunded, they're going to cut science in general. No more scientific discovery. No more of that. That's woke and gay. So if there are any scientists that remain, Joe Rogan, Andrew Tate, COVID, yeah, it's podcasts, dude. I think podcasts have done like lead poisoning levels of damage to the minds of Zoomer men.
Yeah, I disagree because largely because I think the primary rights that we have under a society should belong to the person, and I don't believe a fetus is a person.
Okay. Okay, so that's very interesting. You don't believe the fetus is a person. When do you think that it gains personhood, in your opinion? Would you agree it's a human life, at least?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't care about this. I just think that like the philosophical debate about personhood is unproductive, especially when you're talking about the legislative agenda. Okay? Like that's not how legislation works. You can't. Like having a philosophical conversation about personhood is fine and dandy, but the moment that you actually let that philosophical conversation or disagreement set the legislative agenda for what people can and can't do to themselves in their own bodies, well, that's when we got problems. Okay? You can't, like, it's ridiculous. You don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be about harm reduction. And obviously, making a woman carry a pregnancy to term is causing great harm to an existing human being with life experience, with loved ones and whatnot. It's a tremendous amount of harm that you're forcing upon the carrier. It's ridiculous. And the legislation that comes along with that, like the restrictions that come along with that, actually are incredibly consequential, incredibly damaging, because there's plenty of people that even this dipshit would agree should be able to get a right, should be able to get an abortion, like medical intervention that is an absolute necessity. That's who is being harmed at the end of the day. I also do think, jokingly, that if a little pill can X out the fetus and you just like kind of pee it out, you just kind of bleed it out, then, that's not a life. I'm sorry. It's barely a life when it's outside of the womb. You know what I mean? That's a weak ass baby. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? You got to no womb, no opinions, please and thank you. Okay, these are two dudes having a conversation about abortion, and a third dude that's also, looking at the conversation that these two dudes are having. Everyone's a dude. Everyone's a dude. If you can eat a pill, by the way, someone said good stop joke, and that's crazy to say because the whole eating a pill and pissing out the baby is like a thing that I've been saying for years, okay? That's not a Stavros joke. You probably haven't been here for long enough to hear me say this. Here come the mother say abortion pills are not benign. There are definitely pills you can take that would one-shot you, though. Nah, I'm built different. Bro's never heard of cyanide? Nah, I can survive it. I mean, a cyanide pill can also take you out a person, so your argument makes no sense. Okay, eat a abortion pill. Will it kill you? No. My point proven. Yes, there's obviously poison pills like cyanide that kill the average person, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about a pill that specifically causes something that is not a full fleshed out human being to basically turn into dust inside of the womb. Okay? If you're like this big, okay, and your carrier eats a pill and you're a clump of cells and you turn into a heavy flow period magically over the course of 24 hours, then you weren't a human being. What the are we talking about? I'm sorry. The comparison of cyanide pills are stupid, okay? There's no other process in which, like, you take a pill and then someone else dies. What are we talking about? You're on a good point. Stop losing what you actually mean. Like, you imagine you just, I took a fish oil pill this morning and then someone next to me just dies, okay? It's crazy. Crazy.
You could say that. I mean, yes, I think largely, I think that claim is largely like, it's not relevant to the way that I think about it. I think about it in terms of personhood. I mean, I think life exists all around us. And
not human. Well, I mean, human life, but not like there's not human life in a tree. Correct.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
And
so it's human life.
It's human life.
But it's not a person?
It's not a person.
At which point does it gain personhood and gain the value of being a human?
Well, I think it becomes a person when it's born.
Why? So 5 seconds prior, it's not born yet, not person. 5 seconds after exits the birth canal, person. Is there a magical...
Yeah, I hate this. I hate that there's a magical distinction. Like, who cares, man? No. It just doesn't matter. This is not how we do legislation, okay? This is why the argument is so dumb. I don't think it's a person after it's born, okay? How about that? How about that? What are you going to say about it? Dumbass baby can't make a sandwich. Dumbass baby can't hold a conversation. Get the out of here. Baby is not a person until like 5 or 6, okay? I don't want to hear no Google Gaga ass bullshit. How about that? Yeah, can't hold his dumbass head up. The hell? Got a soft spot? Literally has a soft spot. Has a button, okay? All right, let's keep going.
Equal quality to the birth canal? What is that?
The person becomes separate from the host that has been that it's been growing inside.
Okay, so would you assign that to other human beings that are attached to things? Like, for instance, if I'm attached to a machine, am I a machine now? Am I part of that machine, or am I still a human life? I just need support in order to stay alive.
If you've never been born and you're growing in, let's say, a test tube, for instance, then yes, I would argue you're not a person yet.
Okay, so then, but it's not really the disconnected part. It's the being born part.
Well, being born means being disconnected from your mother.
Okay, so you're specifically aligning having the quality of being birthed as what makes someone a person.
Person within the context of like our society.
I mean, yeah, that is the legal definition. That's why your fetus doesn't count as a person. You know what I mean? Until it's out of your womb. So yeah, Sam is taking a legal position here. That baby ain't nothing until it's got a social security number. Okay. Sorry, I don't make the rules. You know who does? The federal government. You feel me? Yeah. No, your votes don't count as 2. There's no babies being counted in the census. Yeah, no certificate, not a person. That's it. Sam Cedar should say it's his belief based on Judaism. I know. You could kind of lock a lot of Republicans with that as a Jewish person. Low key. It's kind of a superpower in that regard.
Society and civilization.
So just in our society, you wouldn't say that objectively that's a person. You would say that we just decide that it's a person because it's a birth.
Yeah, rights we give to persons. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting kind of definition of what human life and specifically personhood
Well, no,
is.
I don't.
That you're
I'm conceding that it's human life, but that you're not a person until you're born, and you do not have the same rights that we would give. Look, we have rights about cruelty to animals, for instance.
I mean, are legal arguments to define who's a person a good stance? No, we're just not really entertaining the philosophical concept of personhood, which is not necessarily definable. There is no consensus surrounding it, and that's not something that you can use to craft legislation. And because it's a wholly unproductive subject matter when you talk about the morality around abortion, but more importantly, the legality around abortion, that we like to have fun with the argument and make silly arguments. Because if you were to legislate around arbitrary designations that change from person to person, that there's no established consensus on, not even scientifically, then it would be completely ridiculous. Okay? It would be just as, that person's argument around personhood is just as ridiculous as me saying a baby is not a person until it can entertain me. Okay? It's just the difference is a lot of people think that his position sounds a lot more reasonable. Neither of these positions, and his position is closer to reason than mine because I'm obviously joking, but report for hate speech, can't report him for hate. Somehow his reports are getting denied. Off Hassan, you scumbag, report for hate speech. Wow, we got a real abortion illegalizer in the chat. Just spamming it. You know, when you say report for hate speech, that doesn't actually work, right? I have to literally do hate speech, and you can't just type it out. Also, why are you admitting that you're abusing the hate speech report tool in the chat? Are you a baby? Am I doing hate speech against babies? You might be mentally stunted like a baby. Did somebody poke your soft spot? Is that what happened? You did, and it refused to report. Wait, what was my hate speech? Report for hate speech, XXX. The only fun position is supporting recreational abortion at all stages of life. Agreed. But did that previous chatter understand my point? Which is that if you're advocating for the legality or illegality of abortions, then the conversation can't be centered around concepts such as personhood. Okay? It can't. You have to, that's not how legislation works. You have to look at harm and who's being harmed and how to mitigate said harm. And if you understand that the carrier is being harmed in every single case where a carrier is forced to carry a pregnancy to term, then yeah, you can't abortion illegal. It's ridiculous. I asked this person what my hate speech was, and he just said, you did. And it refused to report. I want to know what he thinks I said that was hate speech. The scientific answer to this question, real heartbeat brain function is about 7th month of pregnancy. Yes. Or viability outside of the womb is another argument, but it doesn't matter because ultimately, then you arrive at, I'll show you. Then you arrive at, okay, if scientists can carry a pregnancy, if scientists can offer viability outside the womb at 2 months, then is that appropriate?
That's right, but they're not persons within the context of our society.
I'm not saying that they are, but specifically, it seems like you're just kind of saying, oh, it's a person when it's born, but you're not actually providing any consistent reason for that. You're just saying it just is a person.
I'm saying that on some level, there's a certain amount of arbitrariness as to when we give rights. One could say, do you say it's at conception?
Sure, yeah.
So IVF, in other words, would have to be illegal under your principle because
I mean, I'm not sure that I would agree with IVF in that case. It really depends on the particulars in that case. But I believe.
Well, what do you mean?
Why? What do you mean? It depends on the particulars. What particulars? IVF is a literal fertilized egg. There's literally baby genocide happening inside of test tubes on a regular basis. Hello? You can't. What? This is the problem. These guys don't have any sort of moral consistency anyway. At least I admit, I'm like, I don't know what person is a person. I don't give a you know what I mean? I don't want like random women to have to carry pregnancies to term because I understand that that process is sometimes deadly, you know? Why would you do that? If I could get pregnant, I would not want to have the government restrict what I do in that situation. Like, it's that simple. It's literally basic empathy, you know? I just don't understand how so many people still are like, nah, you don't understand. It's immoral. You're doing murder. I was like, shut the up, dude. You're the one who's advocating the murder migrants coming into the country without proper paperwork. And you're over here talking about having a whole ass thing inside of you growing, sucking up your life force. Because that's the difference between someone who wants to have a pregnancy versus someone who wants to have an abortion. That's the difference. It's up to the carrier. The moment that they don't want to have this pregnancy, it's literally an invasive force on you. It's so stupid. It makes no sense to me. These guys literally are like, oh, if someone breaks into my house, they're about to suck lead, okay? Meanwhile, you're literally also simultaneously advocating for the government to be like, not even like someone breaking into your house, someone growing inside of you, and you just have to possibly die in the process of giving birth to this thing. Like, get the fuck out of here. This guy, by the way, instead of showing me, just said that I agree with. I think they meant I agree with your statements about abortion. We're slowly bringing this chatter back to life. He's slowly recognizing that I wasn't doing hate speech. I was really excited to see what he considered to be me doing hate speech.
Well, so for instance, at conception, you would still be a human life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fertilized egg attached to the uterine wall.
Is it human life for you or what?
It's human life, yeah.
Okay, so human life should be protected.
Yes.
Okay, so IVF.
Yeah, I would say that
So IVF should be illegal under your rubric.
No. So they're human lives, correct?
The IVF is when the egg and the sperm in that and then they're supplanted.
Yes.
Is it when is it human life?
As soon as it has unique human DNA. That's a human life.
Okay, so
it's a new human, correct?
Now in the IVF process, there's stuff that gets thrown out. Like,
yes,
you would consider that.
Yeah,
murder.
I'm not even defending IVF or going against it. I'm specifically saying abortion. That was my claim, right? I'm not going to argue IVF.
But isn't that abortion under your principle?
I would say if you get rid of human life after conception, I don't think that's moral. I'm not going to argue the IVF particulars because that's not what my claim was, right?
When we're talking about laws, right? Because you want to outlaw abortion.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When we're talking about laws, it's not just morality when we form public policy around and create laws.
Not just, but it should be moral, correct?
Well, I mean, I think like your definition of what constitutes moral and mine are different. For instance, I would prefer in a perfect world not to have abortion on demand until, up until birth, right?
Sure.
In a perfect world. However, we know in practice that when you start to restrict things like, say, only in the threat of life to the woman, let's say, that's the only way we're going to allow abortions, right? When you start to have these exceptions, they're in practice, they don't work. Because when your life is in jeopardy and you come into a hospital, the doctor doesn't see a bulb that shows up above you and say, like, your life is in jeopardy. It's always a subjective assessment. And what does life in jeopardy, hold on, what does life in jeopardy mean? Does it mean a 30% chance of death? Does it mean a 50%, a 70%, or a 20%? That's why we now have women who are dying, because doctors are afraid to perform abortions on them. That's true.
Are you referencing, just because some doctors misread plain text doesn't mean that that it's all of a sudden that life is less valuable or more valuable.
No, it means that you are subjecting the woman to more risk, and it's impossible. These exceptions are all, they're canards.
No,
when you oppose a law, it is not just about morality, it's in practice.
Sure,
in practice,
I understand that.
You cannot do this without sacrificing women.
There we go. Bringing it back. That's how laws are written, or at least in theory, that is how laws are supposed to be written. Okay? That's it. That's why so many Republicans that go abortion is murder are like, but also in cases of incest, it's not murder any longer. Why? It's still murder, dumbass. Why are you lying? If you truly believe that it's murder, and you should not believe in IVF. You should make IVF illegal. You should literally advocate to force pregnancies born out of pedophilia and incest and make these little girls carry pregnancies to term. The reason why you don't advocate for that is because you understand that there are exceptions. And the reason why you understand that there are exceptions is because it's not murder. Deep down inside, you also understand you just don't care about what happens to women broadly. And that's the reason why you're like, okay, it's murder sometimes. I hate it. I hate that. It's just, you said abortion is immoral and should not be legal because you think it's murder, but you don't actually think it's murder. There are some who do, but those people are real freaks. What do you mean? Oh, well, abortion is murder, but sometimes murder is awesome. Okay, what a stupid position you have. I guess, I guess you don't think it's murder then. Like, what? This is why, considering the actual financial restrictions and the medical restrictions and the medical intervention necessary for third trimester abortions, that is a self-selecting group of people who actually were trying to carry a pregnancy term and had to get medical intervention that's necessary, which is why even the conversation around late-term abortions is a red herring. It's a silly distraction. Oh, late-term abortions. Like, no, dude. There's no woman is carrying a pregnancy to almost term to then be like, now is the time for me to baby. All right? Hell yeah. Can't wait to get this insanely invasive procedure done to me that's going to cost like $40,000 minimum for fun. Psychotic. Yeah, it was awesome. I was throwing up for 7-8 months, okay? And felt like all the time. And my back hurts all the goddamn time. And on top of that, it's an incredibly costly procedure. And it's also invasive. Sick. Definitely doing that for fun. You're a psychopath. Conservative policies, or at least like the harm that they perceive as happening, is literally always invented. And it's so psychotic that all you need to do is make someone describe who's doing this thing in the hypothetical, okay? Who? Like, you think that there are people out there who are like, I'm pregnant. I'm going to carry this baby for 8 months, okay? And I want the thrill. I want the thrill of someone scooping out the fucking body parts of this fetus from my pussy. And that's the reason why I'm carrying this pregnancy to 8 months, 8.5 months, and not because it is an immediate medical intervention that is necessary to save my life, okay? Like, you are psychotic. You are a psychopathic individual if you think that people who have actually carried a pregnancy for 8 months are actually doing it for fun.
Women's lives because
what about
of your
the unborn
morality.
children, though? Because let's go back to your born
Unborn
thing.
children
so let's
are
say
not
you have a
persons,
9-month.
and the mother has more rights, in my mind, than the unborn child.
Yeah, that's a claim that you can make. But so a 9-month birthed child, or just 9 month and just now born, it's a newborn baby. A 5-month could be emergency C-section and could be birthed, right? Let's say they don't do that. What's the difference between the arbitrary choice of taking that child out of the womb at 6 months or 5 months?
Why don't we take all children out of 5 months?
What I'm saying is that the personhood just because of birth runs into a problem where it starts to say,
All right, guys.
well,
my dad would say it's because the woman is being irresponsible. What is your dad saying? What, like, that doesn't, so your dad, honest to God, is like, no, a woman is such a dumb broad. This hypothetical woman is such a dumb broad and so vicious that they literally their body up for 8 months just to all of a sudden remember that they're pregnant. Like, what is the argument there? It just doesn't make sense. Do you understand? Third trimester abortions are incredibly rare, and the only reason as to why it happens is due to a medical necessity. Okay, some kind of. First of all, there is no place where, even when they say no exception, third trimester abortions. Okay, because there are some states where they say there are no exceptions, like you can get a third trimester abortion. Okay, those people are still locked out of that process when. Those people are still locked out of that process due to the financial and medically invasive procedure of getting a abortion, okay? No one is actually doing that unless there is severe harm to the carrier. There's no reason to try and legislate that by being like, nah, it's actually illegal until there's a medical necessity. Because in the process of legislating third trimester abortions, okay, we're not even talking about, second trimester or, the first trimester where like 90% of abortions happen anyway, where you take a pill, boom, okay, heavy flow period, it's dead, okay? This is not a real thing, okay? It's this. But like, if you're talking about legislating third trimester abortions, for example, you are creating unnecessary paperwork and unnecessary hurdles for doctors to clear, okay? And in the process of clearing these unnecessary hurdles, doctors are sometimes going to refuse to do an abortion on someone who needed it. And in the process, the carrier is going to die. Now, the kid is dead and the carrier is dead. Good job. That's how it works. So in order for random people to not fall through the cracks, I say there's really no reason to try and legislate this. It's just you're only doing it to make yourself feel better. Like you're actually stopping something that is not actually happening. And in the process, because you've invented a problem in your mind, and now you made it everybody else's issue.
I hate to do it, but I got to do it. I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay.
I'm glad I was here. It was interesting. I know my questions were more sort of policy oriented, I think, than maybe folks anticipated here. And I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't many people here who could address the policies. They were very, very sure of themselves as to why they voted for Trump, but a lot of it was sort of not material in any way.
So there was stuff that conservatives were saying today that I fundamentally disagreed with my entire heart, but at the end of the day, we're still part of the conservative movement. So I think there are people that I disagreed with, there are people that I completely did agree with, but the cool thing about this new conservative movement.
Yeah, there's also the other side of this, by the way, which is obviously legal restrictions on abortions don't actually make abortions more rare. It just makes them more dangerous because guess what? At the end of the day, it's still up to the carrier. That's right. So, you don't want a coat hanger abortion, okay? You don't want back alley abortions. It's so stupid. And before people say, oh, well, murder is illegal and people still murder. Yeah, there's a difference, dumbass. It's not the same as like going out and actively killing a person.
And the people here today it's people from all different walks of life sharing their perspective.
I don't think Sam had at least when I was speaking to him, I don't think Sam really had great responses because the reality is not on his side. I don't think socialism works. I think social programs can be good up to a certain extent, but we are very socialist as a nation, and yeah, I mean, I'll just say it again. Socialism does not work.
Oh, sick. That's a good note, man. Thank you. Yeah, socialism doesn't work, but America is very socialist. All right, that was an experience. I am reminded as to why I had a blanket embargo on the Jube, regardless of how much chatters will come in here and actively try to get me to watch the Jube. But that was rough.
That's what she would do if she hasn't even said this, but if Ethan and her were actually pro-Palestine, they would try to use that position. But until that point, oh, you're an actual, like by her husband's own logic, she's that has never repented and done anything, not even in a vindictive way, but in a like you have sway over people's opinions.
Okay. In any case, I wanted to briefly get into this, but I guess Bad Empanada also has a take on the pro-Israel grifters and the Sloptubers.
Ooh, this is the second channel?
I don't know, but live. So the reason why we're covering this for a lot of people who say like, oh, dude, like this is just drama. I totally understand why you think it is, but there is at this point like millions and millions of views that have come from these Sloptube content creators in defense of Israel's, even if they don't directly say that they're pro-Israel, even if they sometimes say they're anti-Israel, okay? Or even if they say what Israel's doing, if they spend we all have a finite amount of time on this planet, and certainly as content creators, we all have a limited amount of time to make an impact. If you're using all of that time to attack the pro-Palestinian side as aggressively as possible and never reserve even a fraction of that animosity towards the actual responsible party here, Israel, then you're not pro-Palestine. You're just not. You are a coward who is pro-Israel, but too ashamed to openly say you're pro-Israel. Sure hoping your time here is finite, law. I mean, we're all going to die, chatter.
Wait,
myself included.
It was your birthday a few days ago, right?
Yeah, I'm 34 now.
Yeah, so, you know, keep doing what you're doing.
Seen a bunch of drama YouTubers defend Israel just because they don't like one guy has made me lose a lot of faith in humanity. I think it's not necessarily just that a bunch of drama YouTubers defended Israel because they wanted to attack one guy and thought this was a great way to farm clicks and do drama. It's the fact that there are plenty of people in those audiences that didn't go, this seems weird. This feels like you're just attacking this guy because you hate this guy. You're using this as like a point of drama.
Well, part of it is they don't have a lot of them, and I would
it's the audiences that
they don't have the
exist that
context.
make me sad.
They don't have the context when you say a clip of, it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th, that doesn't change the dynamic that Palestinians shouldn't be subjected. When they take the first part and then they make a whole 20-minute video about how you love rape, even though all you were saying was Palestine should be free and not, then of course people are gonna, you know, come to a less informed conclusion, especially when they are Sloptuber audiences where they don't have the context. And I think like that's why a lot of times taking the opportunity to provide more context, helpful thing to do with those people. But at the end of the day, they, you know, I think drama as like a category, it doesn't really adequately cover what we're talking about here, because we're talking about creators talking about other creators, but there's a lot of undergirding political issues that drama doesn't suffice if you're just, because it gives a sort of a tone that you're just talking about another creator for the sake of talking about them.
Yeah.
When they are doing drama content in the sort of format that they've always used, but they're also defending it with it by only attacking anti-advocates. So yeah, it's
I hope that their audiences at the very least, like as the attitude around this shifts, as more and more people come to that recognition. I hope that people in their audiences at the very least, like even if they still hate me or hate you or whoever right, they still at least like arrive at the correct position inevitably. That's why I'm more open-minded about people who are like, oh, now it clicked for me, right? Like the average person online that has only now come to this conclusion. I have a lot less smoke for them than I do for politicians, for example. And my only expectation from those people that come to the conclusion, the correct interpretation of events that Israel is doing it, and it is perfectly valid, both legally and morally, to resist against these people, that they don't do this wishy-washy, but, you know, I only came to this conclusion late because the left was too aggressive, or because I don't like Hassan, or because I don't like Noah, I don't like Bad Empanada and the way he was speaking about it. Like, don't try to come in after the fact and then still try to like attack people who have been on the right side on this issue from the start. I know people don't remember what you said. They remember how you made them feel. And maybe I made you feel really bad. I'm welcoming at this point, as long as you don't consistently keep trying to cope and act as though you would have been right all along if it wasn't for these like leftists who were being annoying to you or something.
Yeah, if all the people that have been like propagating this these attacks against creators that are pro-Palestine or anti, if all of them decided right now or realize, okay, I was wrong about this, they don't need to address that they were wrong through like I don't even care if they address that they were wrong, and that they don't need to tell us that we were right, because none of that really matters. What matters is that this is happening and they have a platform to say something and shape public perception, and they need to start using it. And like I think even on the left, a lot of people get caught up with this idea that like the history books will reflect poorly upon these people, which is absolutely true, but it gets to a point where people are more focused on the fact that people are wrong and kind of bad people, which is true, for supporting it rather than, I guess, wanting it to end and wanting to do whatever we can to do that.
Like, I'll give you an example, okay? Mudahar. If Mudahar came out 10 toes down tomorrow and was like, Israel, free Palestine, you know, he doesn't even need to say he was wrong in the past. Like, it would be nice if he did. It would be nice if he apologized to all the people that he smeared just so he could farm content off of it. I would literally be like, all right, good. You know, great. None of this like wishy-washy, it's a gen, but all the people resisting against it are also bad and scary because they're Muslim.
Dude,
like
Ethan Klein, if you're clip this, Ethan Klein, if you're watching, spend one day on your Instagram stories, just one day, or like through every other Instagram story about Hassan, post a photo of a starving kid in Gaza. Post a video from Bisan, or post a video from a bombing that just happened, and show us what this state of Israel that you claim to think is a free and open place, what Israel is doing. You don't show that. On your stories, you don't show that. You just attack people because you have your own gripes. Whatever, you can do that. But at least one story, 2 stories a day, not pro-Israel propaganda. I saw Hila like a post from a pro-Israel propagandist. That's pretty crazy.
Hen Mazik?
Yeah, Hen Mazik about starvation denial.
That's their favorite. That's their favorite content creator.
Post every day. Post a few of them, right? And see what happens from there. Like just do that.
Start peppering in some anti-Israel sentiment, please.
I'm not even saying this vindictively or for any reason other than you have a huge platform of people that could see this, and that I think it's framed a lot of times by that crowd as like gore porn, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. They're just like, oh, I don't want to see that.
Said too.
Yeah, they said like a thumbnail of mine.
Someone said he 20 minutes ago. Shut up.
Yeah, so at a certain point...
So he's doing the opposite.
At a certain point, with some people, you have to say, appealing to humanity isn't going to work. It's not going to work. And
let's see.
We don't need to spend any time...
This is my first time looking at his stories.
Oh, wow.
Holy
Is this a live
shit,
react?
That's so many stories, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That's so many stories. What is this? Does this recognize this individual? I don't know what's going on here.
I think,
does anyone recognize the individual from Montreal, my Jewish friend?
The burger guy that was a fighter, Harley Morrison, he went to a concert and people said some anti-Semitic stuff to him, or they called him something. And then
I don't know who these fucking
it's like a
people
random
are.
guy that's like an anti-Semite or something, or like some kind of bigot.
This is like a random... Oh, yeah. What is the difference between a fat kid and a Jew? They both had time... What?
See, like, that's an anti-Semite.
I dedicate this... Wait, what? I'm mentioned here. I dedicate this convo to Hassan Piker, iDubbbz, and Anissa, who insist that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism. This is a very persistent hallucination.
No, that's an anti-Semitic post. Ethan, you know how that's an anti-Semitic post. What's that got to do with him? What does that got to do with him? When people say you're hallucinating anti-Semitism, it's when you call...
This guy probably doesn't like me either, dumbass.
Oh, no. One thing I was looking at is, like, if you go back through your videos, the only person that's like criticizing Fuentes consistently for the last 6 years is you, and other streamers in this zone are like hanging out with him and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like this anti-Semitism accusation is not borne out by the facts, other than the facts you spin off of a, out of context clips.
Hamas on behalf of their international...
Oh, it's Hamas. He's doing the thing.
Hamas on behalf of international spokespersons like Hassan Piker, they sure aren't doing it for the people of Gaza who will only suffer worse from further propagation. Has Hassan ever suggested that Hamas surrender?
Yeah, so this guy's... Okay, yeah.
He reposted Hen Mazik.
Just surrender, bro. Israel will...
Dude, this guy literally
leave.
Thinks
they won't
I'm
annex
Hamas.
Gaza.
Like, I think he genuinely thinks that, like, I have control over this situation. This is insane to like take a ongoing and actively turn it back to like your own personal distaste for your former podcast co-host because he made you feel bad when he was gently trying to explain to you that you can't call like Jewish Voice for Peace capos. Like if he had listened to me in October 2023, okay, and respected me and wasn't so and a massive piece of shit, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. He wouldn't be looking like a 40-year-old man who just cannot comprehend that this is beyond him and myself. Okay? It is crazy. But it's also insane because there's so many people that literally think that this person is actually still invested in like the emancipatory needs of Palestinians. This is just not the case. Like this is an incredibly selfish, incredibly self-centered person.
I mean, it's just insane to say you're
like he just keeps saying Hassan Piker
and only use talking points that propagate the genocide. Whatever he said about Hamas sending the hostages is the line from Israel. The official line. It's the official state-sanctioned, U.S. weapons shipment sanctioned line to justify a genocide. Just return the hostages and we'll stop. No, you won't. Of course you won't. That's not true. That's never been true. And they don't want the hostages.
Hamas has literally set conditions of surrender 1,000,000 times. The last round of ceasefire negotiations, this is just like objectively untrue.
It's just misinformation. Like,
okay?
Literally.
You are spreading misinformation at the behest of Israel while simultaneously claiming that you're an ally of Palestinians. Okay? I don't understand what this man disagrees with Benjamin Netanyahu or with Israel in general if he's saying that like Hamas is doing Israel's propaganda for them since we're trying everything to stop the killing and we suggest that Hamas surrender. Are you stupid? That's literally the number one thing that Israel defenders have been saying since October 9. Yes, Hamas has openly stated that they want to, on October 10th, 2023, they said they would release all hostages if Israel doesn't invade the Gaza Strip. Since then, they have put forth more than 40 different proposals where they've talked about a hostage swap for both the prisoners of war that Hamas has currently, which are the remaining hostages, or prisoners of war, they're Israeli military, they're IDF people that they have in captivity still, in exchange for in exchange for Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 10,000 plus Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 2,000 more of them that Israel has actually kidnapped since October 7, specifically so they can use them as a bargaining chip. And Hamas has said 1,000,000 times over that they would disband, that they would allow the Gaza Strip to be controlled by a technocratic committee. Over and over and over again, Benjamin Netanyahu and his team have said no to this proposal because they do not want the what is this? Hold on. Someone's just trying to sell shit.
You don't want a qualified home loan?
Okay. It was just, you
sure?
Yeah, all right.
$1 in $10 million home loan, please. Just kidding.
In any case, people like Hassan Piker want the people of Gaza to pay with their own blood so we can continue to profiteer off the tragedy is so stupid. Okay.
I came in with the intention today to try and avoid talking about people like this. But when we got on
thought we were doing Sloptubers.
Oh yeah. I mean, specifically, I guess he's one of the Sloptubers, and we can. I don't know. It's just like, I think before talking about it, just establishing the fact that like, there's a focus, a hyperfixation from that community, but also from people that are pro-Palestine on what these people are saying and doing, and what they're not saying and doing. And when they spread propaganda, that should be focused on, but it needs to be placed in the bigger context of what's happening rather than just this guy is a Zionist freak that's supporting a genocide. It's like, he is, but so is the U.S. government, and so is like a lot of the public, and that's the problem. He is not the problem. He's the his actions are the result of this broader system. But when he says shit, like when he's doing propaganda, like obviously we should talk about it.
But when someone says like I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians,
that's the big thing, right? Saying you're an ally.
That makes me so mad because it's like I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians. I spend every waking moment attacking other pro-Palestine content creators, demanding that they get deplatformed, sue them for ridiculous shit, try to silence them over and over again, spend every waking moment having my sizable audience attack them, no matter where they are, literally spam like media hits that they do, and try to get them to be deplatformed or at least like have be blackballed, basically. It's not even working, but it doesn't fucking matter. And then on top of that, I just, say the exact same shit that Benjamin Netanyahu is saying when it comes to, it's actually Hamas. It's actually Hamas that's responsible for the starvation of Palestinians. Okay, well then what's the difference between you and Benjamin Netanyahu in this regard? You are saying the exact same shit that he's saying.
And it's not like the Hitler drank water argument, right? Where it's like these things you're doing are unrelated and the comparison isn't unrelated. The talking point and the propaganda you are saying is the exact same propaganda that's being used to justify the genocide. They're not unrelated. And when the propaganda you're using is used in service to attack pro-Palestine advocates, then you're doing exactly what the state of Israel is doing in committing a genocide. You're running cover for it. You're propagandizing for it. You're normalizing it for millions of people on the internet. And that's why we say you backed it, is because there's only two options, really. Right?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Maybe this is a change of attitude from the Sloptubers.
Friend of the show, John Aziz. So John Aziz is this British guy who happened to have a Palestinian dad, though he has no Palestinian culture or vestiges, doesn't speak.
Oh, yeah. The other thing I was going to say about Ethan was like he kept promoting the Gaza Holocaust Front, the GHF, over and over again.
Yep.
Again, also invoking my name for some weird goddamn reason. And then as recently as like last week, when everyone was talking about Israel's starvation, he was like, well, what about Sudan? Why is nobody talking about Sudan? He's literally doing Hasbara while simultaneously saying he thinks Israel's committing a genocide sometimes. He says that sometimes.
These guys are so stupid, actually. That's just a very very dumb guy perspective to say not talking about something means that you don't care about the thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing. But I mean, again, it's it's two audiences.
It's incredibly
I hate to be dismissive of the propaganda because it is, but it's like, okay, it's
incredibly stupid propaganda, but unfortunately it does work for some people, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn frustrating because people, I think, just want to feel that their favorite content creator is not like a bad person. And there is nothing more bad person coded than to defend Israel's ongoing genocide. Okay?
I got to get my maid outfit. We're redoing the podcast we did.
Arabic, he barely knew his dad at all. And he uses like this Palestinian ancestry to grift as like a pro-Israel Palestinian. Post October 7th, he like monetized his Twitter account. He's like, I'm a Palestinian, but I'm pro-Israel. And like, this got him opportunities that he otherwise never would have gotten, like writing op-eds and stuff in the Atlantic and stuff like that. The generic like capo sort of grift, the collaborator grift, where someone weaponizes trace amounts of ancestry. It's like if there was a conflict between Turkey and Greece, and I started saying, like, I have Greek ancestry. Here's why Turkey should genocide all the Greeks. It's kind of like that. So if you want, like, more context on this guy that I'm not going to be able to give you here, because it's just a short clip covering something that happened with him recently, I have a debate with him on my main channel where I totally exposed him as being just a pro-Israel shill. And then I also cover him in this video, the token Palestinian industry, about 11 to 12 minutes so check those out. So John Aziz has recently been noticing that the tide is now turning against like Zionism and pro-Israel shills like himself. And I think he's realizing that he's not going to be able to keep up like this grift forever, right? You can't like trade off you being the token Palestinian for an Israeli genocide. At this point, like this is the offloading point where a lot of these grifters are going to like realize that this is not a sustainable long-term career path. And they're going to have to transition into like broader things or try to make themselves like viable in a broader sense. And one of the ways that they
for them, it's for the Yemeni guy, that's another guy who like hates me. Because all of these guys, like, they're so clearly invested in like preaching to a Western audience that Luai Ahmed, that they like focus their energy on someone like myself. Why would they do that? If you are a guy who is of Yemeni background or of Palestinian background, and Israel is like slaughtering your family members, like you should never even for a moment think about like pro-Palestinian college campus activists or pro-Palestinian content creators, right? The only reason why you would care about that is if your role here is a unique one where you are supposed to talk specifically, like directly to white liberals and white conservatives in America that care about that shit. You know what I mean?
It's like see this guy from Yemen loves Israel, so
yeah,
that you just got owned.
So
like, that's crazy.
So what I saw with like that Louai Ahmed guy, basically, because like they are they're now that this situation is undeniable by even more people. They're moving into like the right-wing content grift, and I think that's probably what these guys are going to do. He said, Bad Hasbara trying to message you. He said this, Turkish fiend, watch my actual token Palestinian industry video essay, not the second channel slop.
Yeah, it does give good, it's a long video. It gives better context to like, because he's saying John Aziz is like
yeah, I mean, I know them, and I have talked about them before as well, but I think it's good to do a refresher on those guys for sure. But we'll get into it after we watch this.
We'll be trying to do that is by disowning what they have previously said about the Gaza genocide and being like, oh, I didn't see this coming. What's happening here? What? It's a genocide? They're starving them? Oh, damn, I was fooled. Crap. And now they might try to like rebrand as like enlightened centrist grifters or like even maybe pro-Palestinian grifters in the future because they want to keep the money flowing in from their Twitter monetization. They want to keep getting like op-ed opportunities in major media outlets and stuff like that. One thing I want to talk about is like,
it's one thing for someone to realize they were wrong and then actively work towards helping alleviate the problem, which is a genocide. It's another thing entirely to use this as a way to boost a media career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no. On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel is doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel is doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what you were focused on during this.
Yeah.
So you can try to move on. And you know, it's good if you want to make videos about how it's a genocide and you want to make like contributions to this, to like, you know, the knowledge of the space. That's a good thing that should happen. But we have to keep in mind that the reason they're doing it is a grift. They're trying to make money.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yes.
And basically out this entire pervasive influence network and work as a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Like that is the maximum impact that you could have. If you are one of these people and you have gotten your bread buttered all along, the only way that you can change the top, salvage what remains of your morality, okay, is to basically snitch on all of the people that have been like, hey, this is a good article to write. Okay, here's some money for you.
It's like breaking the silence, right? It's like the only, like we talk a lot about people, I mean, to a certain extent, you know, the world is like scattered with these IDF war criminals now that should all be tried and given the punishments that are legally enshrined. But with someone like Hila Klein, she served in the IDF. She could be talking about what happened, talking about the raid she went on in specific detail where they kidnapped a Palestinian man from his home in the occupied West Bank. She could talk about that and talk about how it's wrong. That's what she would do if she hasn't even said this, but if Ethan and her were actually pro-Palestine, they would try to use that position. But until that point, oh, you're just a terrorist. You're an actual terrorist. Like by her husband's own logic, she's a terrorist that has never repented and done anything, not even in a vindictive way, but in a like you have sway over people's opinions. And if you come out and say, this is what happened, this is how it's happening still to this day, and this is how it, you know, relates to the Gaza genocide, that would be a good thing. But that's the only way. That's the only way.
Yeah. The thing is like, people will be like, oh, well, you know, you knew Ethan had lived in Israel. Like, that's what people say to me sometimes, right? Like,
yeah.
Or even Ethan himself has actually, I think, brought this up to be like, Hassan knew I lived in Israel, or, you know, knew that he served in the IDF or whatever. Yeah, I never have this automatic assumption that someone that's like now living in America is going to is going to be like super pro Israel. That's not my assumption at all. I meet plenty of people like, sorry, I'm not the anti-Semite that you want me to be.
Yeah.
You know? I'm not.
He should have judged me for being from Israel and being Jewish. He should have been anti-Semitic. Like, that's crazy.
it's so strange, especially because like I always thought that he was like right at the edge of liberal Zionism and could have been someone who could be convinced.
Yeah,
because of like his past statements about like what Israel was doing and stuff like that.
There was that moment like in the podcast, like right after October 7th, where he was like crying about seeing a footage of a dad holding his daughter that had been killed by Israel.
Yeah.
And that didn't stick, obviously, but there were signs that showed that potentially someone could be like rehabilitated or whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought that he like recognized the humanity of Palestinians in that moment. And maybe he did genuinely recognize the humanity of the Palestinians in that moment and just forgot about it. I don't know. But once again, people going, he had a whole N-word compilation. Come on now. Guys, this is not about like being right all along.
Slop brain. That's
okay,
internet
you're
brain.
doing that
internet
thing.
brain.
We're not talking about that. I know. I knew that he had said horrible shit in the past. I thought that because I have this idea that like people have the capacity to change and people can genuinely
It's like
become
how you talk to the Nelk boys, right?
become better versions
Like,
of themselves.
You are willing to have a conversation with
Yes.
someone. And I know that like platforming and like changing minds thing gets like abused a lot. But when you talk to the Nelk boys about their interview with Netanyahu, that was a genuinely very good thing. And you could tell that they were receptive, at least to some extent, of what you were saying about how they platformed a war criminal and let him do propaganda.
I
That's
do
a
think
good
I
exchange.
do think that like aggressive negative backlash also helps though, because I think that was
True.
probably more helpful.
Oh, yeah.
In,
Certainly.
in getting the Nelk boys to like change trajectory.
Absolutely.
And have like the Boss and Music podcast on.
Yeah.
So
with Ethan, it's different in some ways,
yeah,
but
yeah.
just your approach generally,
Dude,
I think is
I think prior to the Benjamin Netanyahu interview, the Nelk boys have done less pro-Israel propaganda than Ethan, with the exception of like literally going to Israel and doing pro-Israel propaganda before October 7th.
100%.
Like that's the difference. Like this man has spent every waking moment shitting on pro-Palestinian voices and constantly repackaging like the same kind of propaganda that Benjamin Netanyahu ironically deployed on the Nelk Boys podcast. So that's the difference here. It's the same principle behind like Bernie Sanders. It's disappointing, and it definitely caused me to see him in a different light. That he like still holds on to this liberal Zionist position this far in, when as and this is a conversation I had with Noah Cullowen before on the broadcast, where he is like an incredibly prominent, the most beloved Jewish political figure in America, and who has never shied away from demonstrating radical politics, right? And saying the truth. For him to, at this stage, still consistently, not Chuck Schumer, I said beloved chatter. What I'm saying, like a popular politician who has run for the presidency and has openly said, has openly floated the idea of like denying weapons transfers to Israel in 2016. That was a radical proposition in 2016 for many Americans. And the fact that a Jewish man was saying that was huge for many Americans, okay? And in this time and place, like Bernie should not be still promoting liberal Zionism and liberal Zionist talking points, saying
not
Israel
calling
has
it
a right,
genocide.
Israel has a right to defend itself. Hamas started this on October 7th. These are ahistorical and also just incorrect interpretations of this conflict. And
he is unfortunately doing this like weird form of genocide denial, where he says it doesn't matter what we call it, it's bad. It's like, well, but genocide, you should call it that. But anyways,
but the point I was trying to make with Bernie is that like Bernie doesn't get in the way of other people who are past him on this issue. Okay, he doesn't shy away from endorsing candidates and politicians like Zohran or even Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan, who are anti-Zionist, right? He does not shy away from that at all. Whereas someone like Ethan Klein straight up will, similar to Brad Lander, exactly. Brad Lander is another good example of this as well. Brad Lander has done even more than that, right? But having said that, there are other people out there who are doing propaganda for Israel and have not shied away from consistently doing propaganda for Israel, even if it's at great harm to their social standing, which is something that they care about, right? And that's what's crazy to me. That is what's actually insane in this situation, is like, you are so ride or die that you're still willing to do this thing that even your own fan base at this point is going to recognize is ridiculous.
Yeah, all out of spite, all out of a personal vendetta, and obviously, you know, Zionist propagandizing from living there and, you know, being married to an IDF terrorist. It's like all these things coalesce into this thing where you're causing harm, but enough people are aware of what's happening that it's a losing fight, and that's why I'm curious to see what'll happen, because it's like this guy. This is one of the most egotistical people that I've ever seen, like as a public figure on the internet or whatever. So being able to admit that you were wrong about a genocide and admit that you were propagandizing for it, it's not going to happen. It's just not. And that's, I mean, to a certain extent, like you're saying, someone like Bernie, you know, you're not going to stand in his way. Just like you'll criticize him when it's necessary, but you're not going to stand in his way. Just like he has, because he hasn't stood in the way of a lot of like activists and what's happening in the same way that a lot of Democratic politicians are. But at a certain point with someone like you just cut your losses and say, okay, we'll just like kind of farm this guy to raise awareness for the genocide and educate people for the genocide. And that's like, I really appreciate that about like Bad Empanada, Overzealots, Chris Kunzler, and all these people that are doing this like really good work to just use this person that clearly doesn't, like, if it happens, great, but it's probably not going to happen. And you have to identify which people, I guess, you can facilitate change through. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us. It's not about me and you. It's not about content creators. It's not about anything that we feel about anyone or anything a politician feels about what's happening. It's about the material action and what's happening right now and what we can do to stop it. And, you know, there's that quote from this poet, I forget her name, but it's like, whatever you can do, throw sand in the gears of genocide. Like however much sand you can throw, even if it's just a little bit in your nail, like whatever you can do means for you personally something different for everybody. But you know, I think my favorite form of it and the most effective, at least for like my channel and stuff, is just farming people like that don't want to change, and if they don't, then you identify that and you move on and you use that to try and do something. And I don't know. Yeah, it's like
I mean it's like, at this point, if you're still watching H3 and he spends an insane amount of time just like shitting on pro-Palestinian content creators and like regularly doing pro-Israel propaganda, you're not just like watching a regular goofs and gaffs show. Yeah, you're consuming Palestine, pro-Palestinian people propaganda. That's what you're doing. You are also, without recognizing it, slowly but surely, most likely changing your own political perspective, because he's drip feeding right-wing sentiment and pro-genocide positions, beaming it directly into your mind.
Dude, he's radicalizing them. That's the big thing they get you for, is saying that you radicalize people into like crazy left tanky stuff that's not the good kind of leftism, which is liberalism, which is fascism when it comes to Israel. And that's what, dude, posting like 50 Instagram stories a day, that's like already laying the groundwork for some crazy shit to happen. 50 concerted Instagram stories about specific people and, you know, characterize pro-Palestine activists as terrorists, but then combining that with like a 4-hour show where, dude, I was going to say that if you watch it, I've watched a little bit of it recently. No, I know you haven't. That's good. But the way the vibes of that show are, it's just a guy like kind of sitting there being like all worked up and angry about everyone and bringing up names of people to call them terrorists, and like having to have his wife get him to stop calling people bitch because he's just calling the women he's suing bitch, and like all this stuff where it's like an angry guy surrounded by a bunch of yes men. And I don't know, like if you're still into that, because they do goofs and gaffs in between, which they barely do, that's just like, oh yeah, you're at some point you're in it for the Zionism, or you're in it for the, I don't know, you're in it for the content, and you're in it for the Hassan battle or whatever.
But like what the content that you're getting out of that is just like slowly,
apologia.
It's going to your real world relationships as well.
It is.
Because like I sometimes like I'll see this on Twitter or on Reddit where someone will be like, I don't really understand. Are these people like Hassan snarkers? And they're like, they'll literally be talking about like a person who doesn't know who the I am, who just has the same position that I have, because many more people are finally coming to this conclusion. I didn't like break their brains into believing that Israel was committing a genocide. Israel made people recognize that it is absolutely invested in committing a genocide by killing children every day. Okay? So if you think you're like pro-Palestine because your favorite content creator says he is, and then you just like repeat the shit that he's saying, most people in the real world are going to look at you and be like, what? I think you're pro-Israel. That's going to start ruining your real world relationships,
I've
your
seen
real
those
life
posts where it's
relationships.
like my wife keeps calling me a snarker, and I don't get why she doesn't know, like shit like that, where it's like, what, you're using a term that basically just means, it functionally means the same thing as terrorist, which means bad guy. And everyone that doesn't like me or criticizes me and my favorite content creator is a snarker or a terrorist or a bad guy, and everyone that likes him is like, I like
get
them.
out of the get
but
out
it's like
of
my
this
wife
space.
left me because I like H3 and I watch it all the time, and I like, every time I see Hassan's face, I start foaming at the mouth and my like legs break from rage or whatever. It's like this seems wild. I don't know. This seems like an unhealthy exchange.
That's not good, man. I don't know how else to describe it. That's just not good for you. That's not good for your mentality.
No.
Okay.
But then combine that with the fact that your brain is now full of pro-Israel talking points, and you come out of your little like echo chamber to talk to someone, like the thing comes up, and then you're doing propaganda, and they're like, we all know it's a genocide. You're just in this little space that calls it a genocide, but doesn't actually act in a manner that would show that they believe that, or acts in a manner that actively, disputes that claim or denies it. You're an insane person, and they should be shunned. They should not be butcher, as you said, because that's insane. But one day, once they're out of it, it's kind of like having a relative that's an addict or whatever. You're like, this shit's not going good for you, and it's kind of, you're hurting everyone in your life, and it's really unfortunate. But I'd like it
glad
if you
you're getting
stopped.
better.
We should open a rehab center, Ethan Klein Zionism Rehab Center, something like that.
And how can they do that except by rebranding? Because, the tide is turning, the genocide is only getting more and more obvious and undeniable with time. So if they want to keep the cash flowing in, they want to keep their totally unmeritorious op-ed writing career going, they're going to have to find some other way to keep up with it. So John Aziz has recently been posting totally uncharacteristic things like, enough is enough. This is a government minister. It's not some random crazy person. Stop this right now. There is still a chance to make peace after an Israeli government minister said that Israel is racing ahead to wipe out Gaza and make it Jewish. Now, this is something that these people have been saying and doing as well this whole time. It's nothing new. But John Aziz has been defending it for the last 2 years. But now that he sees that, maybe I can't sell this anymore, maybe reasonably I should try to be jumping ship if I want to have any sort of future career as a grifter. Maybe this is my off-ramping phase.
You want
so
food?
now he's transitioning from, there's no
food.
Genocide, they're doing nothing wrong. Actually, what they're doing is good, to, what? Bad things are happening. This is the government's fault. And a couple of years down the line, when he gets called out for this, he's gonna point to these posts and say, hey, I was announcing this when it happened, and ignoring his previous 2 years of justifying it. And he's like, man, I've been bamboozled. I didn't know about this. I saw some individuals saying stuff like this, and I dismissed it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. The truth is that I should have taken a much harsher line against this poison all along. It's coming from the literal government. It has been the whole time. Yeah. It's coming from Israeli society as a whole as well. They all want this. Any poll shows it. Let's look at recent polls showing that more than 80% of Israeli Jews want all Palestinians expelled from Gaza. Recent survey conducted by Pennsylvania State University by an Israeli professor at Pennsylvania State University, published in Haaretz on the 28th of May. 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling Gazans. And this guy's like, I saw some individuals, just some individuals, like literally 4 and 5 of them, more than 4 and 5, in fact, saying stuff like this. And I dismiss it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. They've all been saying this the whole time openly. It was the plan from the very beginning. They leaked plans. Like the Israeli government leaked plans outlining their expulsion plan. Literally immediately after they started invading Gaza. Paper drafted in October 2023, which proposed expelling all of Gaza's residents to Egypt. 82% of Jewish Israelis support this. And this guy who has been insisting there's no genocide, they're not going to expel anyone, it's just to destroy Hamas and get the hostages back. Now he's like, what? It's actually to expel and kill everyone?
That's the face.
And take over Gaza for Israel?
Oh my God, no way.
What?
Crazy.
I had no idea.
2 years of genocide.
It's coming from the government? What? No way. There's going to be a lot of other people having this about face. Like Lonerbox has been doing this recently as well. Though he is worse than John Aziz still, make no mistake. Loner's prediction for Israel's aid plan came true immediately. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Look at that.
It's funny because he's like crafted such a Zionist audience, those videos don't do well, I suspect, as opposed to like,
I bet the comments are a mess.
Yeah, they're like, what are you saying? Israel's not number one? What are you saying? Israel number one. You hate Israel? Do you not love Israel?
I wish I could do an accent, but I would just come off very badly.
Yeah, I mean, I come off really badly too, but it doesn't matter.
That's pretty good. I thought it was pretty good Israeli accent. Yeah, the replies to all these
I
guys.
live two doors down from this anti-Semite on his screen. Bad Chinchilla. He wears Teddy Fresh tracksuits on the weekends.
Exposed.
He was mad at his own chat calling him anti-Semitic. I wonder why you have cultivated such a community that would consider any criticism towards Israel to be anti-Semitic. I wonder how that happened.
Dude,
oh, no.
This guy said, what did he call it? He called a one-state solution anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Right?
He also, he had some choice words. I heard, he said something along the lines of like, if all Jews are pro-Israel,
right,
then you're, and they're all, no. If all Jews are pro-genocide of Palestinians, you're against the genocide of Palestinians. And I was like, yeah, okay. Who cares? What do you mean? Like, that's such a stupid argument. What do you think? Like,
if that's anti-Semitism, the word doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
anymore. then being Jewish is being pro-genocide. That's what that means. And it's like, that's anti-Semitic.
Which is incredibly anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It is such a stupid argument that you could only put together if you just think like Jews are magical, mystical, mythical people or something. Like, what the do you mean?
They're allowed to do that. Right?
Like, that's so
they
insane.
Get an excuse. I mean, that's the logic of Israel, though. Right? It's like this happened to us, so so anything we do is justified because anything we do is in defense of allowing it to happen again, and just weaponizing it, right?
Contemplative thumbnail. Unacceptable. Oh my God, Israeli policy didn't work at giving aid to Palestinians in Gaza? No one could have ever seen that coming. It's almost like it's not intended to help them, but it's like, oh man, Israel really effed up. They took a big L here with this bad policy. They were genuinely trying to, like in good faith, trying to implement a policy to help people in Gaza, right? That's the sort of thing that he's going for. And he's like, oh man, I'm just critiquing them. This is the sort of
everyone has something to say about ContraPoints.
the guy who would like critique the amount of rations in the death camps rather than just denounce the Nazis for having death camps. That's who he is. These people are going to be trying to dial back and whitewash what they have been saying this entire time. Think about it.
Lonerbox is my favorite Marxist. You should listen to him sometimes, brother.
That's awesome.
I bought my wife a Teddy Fresh hoodie yesterday. Long story short, we're getting a divorce, and I'm ashamed to say I was married to an anti-Semite for 10 years.
True, it's anti-Semitic to not.
Don't let them off the hook.
Teddy Fresh
as they
like
realize that what they're doing doesn't sell anymore.
He did say that. He did that with Vanilla Maze. And this is before I even met Vanilla Maze. Vanilla Maze literally was like, Teddy Fresh tried to send me like a PR poll, and and she was like, yeah, that's gross. I don't want that. And he straight up was like, she's an anti-Semite.
She doesn't want to support Israel Zionist-owned businesses.
If you don't wear my adult baby clothes, you are an anti-Semite, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
He straight up said being anti-Teddy Fresh was akin to the Holocaust. No.
Stop. Y'all tripping. If he did say that, I need a link to the clip.
That's great. Yeah, Vanilla Hamas. Vanilla Hamas.
Oh, shit. You got a funny chat, man, sometimes when they're not yelling at you or trolling you.
Yeah, she wasn't even talking about like Zionism, by the way. She just said the clothes are ugly. That's it.
That's anti-Semitic, man.
Which is, of course, incredibly anti-Semitic. I can't believe you said...
being Jewish is liking shitty, weird clothes. That's what being Jewish is.
He's going to clip you.
Anti-Semitic.
He's going to clip you. He's going to clip you and be like, "Oh, that's we got him. He's being anti-Semitic. We got him."
Yes. Brother, I was quoting you. You made the sandwich.
Anyway,
they will try to distance themselves from it. Oh, he released another one too. Whistleblower testimony on Gaza aid plan reveals shocking details. This isn't shocking for anyone but you, Loner Bucks. You're not even shocked by this anyway. You know that you're trying to defend a genocide. You're conscious it's happening. You're just trying to defend it. Whoa, shocking details. Everyone knew this was happening from the very beginning. Everyone knows what they're doing in Gaza and why they're doing it. You're just trying to pretend otherwise because you're an idiot. Well, yeah, you are an idiot. You're stupid, but you're not defending genocide because you're an idiot. You're defending genocide incompetently because you're a shit, terrible person paid by Israel to do so. These little rats are going to be scurrying out.
I think the saddest part for many of these people is, I don't know about Loner Box, but like a lot of them are not even paid by Israel to do this.
Yeah.
They're literally doing this because they just backed the wrong horse. Like, some of this does go back to Destiny because these guys are like his dick riders, right? His orbiters. They called themselves that. And basically after October 7, this moron who is a horrible deadbeat dad and a sex pest decided, oh, Hassan is pro-Palestine. I'm pro-genocide. And he just came out of the gate swinging with that statement and then had to basically engage in the worst ad hoc rationalizations I have ever fucking seen. And he had the audacity to do this in real time, okay? Basically documenting every step he took. And all of his dumbass orbiters that aren't even getting paid by the state of Israel.
That guy, Destiny, that guy's girlfriend, I think. Something like that.
I don't know.
There's some weird lore with them.
I don't know like the deep details of the lore and their background. I don't care. I don't care to know. It's just like...
But it's just like they're doing it for free because they are part of the orbit.
Yeah,
like
but it's
and then they
crazy.
join in on
like,
the propaganda.
It's crazy. At least like you could have gotten some benefits out of this, man. You just are doing this for free.
I think they might have got a free trip, but like
free trip to Israel.
Yeah, thank you. Super good. Super
Great.
Awesome. They got to hang out with Elon Levy. That's the best thing ever.
I got a free trip to Israel, and what is it? Here's a link to the vanilla thing. Oh, I think
you know who hit me up today on Instagram? Teddy Fresh. They said, "Hey, we'd love to send you some stuff." How about?
This is incredibly anti-Semitic. Please don't watch this.
How about that?
Yeah, they're going no. Her chat's going no way. Oh hell no.
Sorry, I don't know. Do I need like media training now that I'm like have more people in here? How about?
That's funny.
How about? Oh brother, this guy stinks. The fuck? Are you out of your freaking mind?
Do they design the merch themselves?
Bro, it's so over. 1.5 million likes on this, dude.
Really? Yeah, it's over. I've never seen that many likes on TikTok, I don't think.
Fuck, the millennials who wear only pastel. The millennial who only wear color block pastel.
Wait, pull up
are gonna
Teddy
come for
Fresh.
me?
Let's look at some of it.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Because it literally is that.
Damn it. Please, even if Ethan wasn't a raging lunatic, I still would never wear Teddy Fresh.
A certain
butt ass ugly. Oh my god. Okay, anyway.
Here's another dipshit I need to deal with. Why can't y'all take a day off? So brave to dogpile a Jewish creator who was at the CPS's skull sent to his house in retaliation.
Snarker, stop it. Dude, he said I was trying to kill him the other day. He's awesome, man. He's so awesome.
Stop. Oh, you're dogpiling on me. So brave.
So anti-Semitically.
Oh, yeah. You sent the skulls. You are Hamas.
She totally sent the skulls.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like he did so much content around like skulls being sent to his house and like CPS being called to his house or something. And I think it's like ridiculous, obviously, to do those things and stuff, right? And I said that from the start, but he tried to literally bring that to every conversation where it was like, oh, you don't like Teddy Fresh? You sent skulls to my house. How dare you say you don't like my wife's adult baby clothes at a time in this troublesome time.
That's murder, bro.
In this troublesome time where I've had, as a Jewish man, skulls sent to my house.
It's not even that he has it. It's
CPS.
like she helped because she said this thing. She's a part of the snark, the giant scary thing that's all around me that did skull stuff and did CPS. It's like, I don't know. It's like a guy that's backed into a corner, alone in a room. Crazy.
Oh, man. Hold on. I'm texting my manager. Bye, Teddy Flopper. You're a Hamas. Holy.
I didn't say anything about Judaism, CPS, or skulls.
Oh, man. It was
TikTok
just,
hates that guy.
Yeah. It's not. Twitter obviously is already a shitty-ass space to try to figure out whether someone is good or not, But he's got the only place he can hide in is his Instagram stories at this point because no one can like respond to it.
Yeah, and he's like said that publicly, right? Like, I like posting these because no one can say anything.
No
back.
one can just like quote retweet him. So he just like can say from his hug box whatever he wants. His own chat, which is like heavily moderated to eradicate all criticism, even from fans. And then I guess like that's it. He just has his little community that's increasingly getting smaller and smaller, and the clothing business is falling apart. Other producers in the space are leaving. No one wants to collaborate with him, and he just can't understand why. And he just keeps pushing over and over and over again.
When you get on NPR, it's because you paid. But he's not on NPR. He's paying like random Substack writers about how, it's anti-Semitic to not buy his clothes. What I was gonna say is this shit is like, this contributes to anti-Semitism. Very a lot.
Oh, anyway.
It's cheapening. It's saying, anytime a Jewish person, something happens to them that they don't like, they just call it anti-Semitic. That doesn't mean anything now. So now I'm anti-Semitic. Like that process is. These types of things like facilitate that process, which doesn't absolve blame from people being anti-Semitic, but it's like, if you're weaponizing it every time something bad happens, then you're cheapening it. Like you're making it something that doesn't actually have real world effects.
Oh,
right?
isn't this is Dan Stalkman, the Diddy man himself, his
Diddy
company.
Dan, yeah.
Diddy Dan's company, Redact Dev. Oh God, that's another freak. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's a weird.
So anyway, you would
annoying.
expect Hassan to make this valiant.
Hassan's shocking and totally unexpected response to the Mikey clip.
Who's Mikey?
It was Michael from Pennsylvania, who is banned right now because he says some fuck shit. Then and then immediately was like, "Oh, I meant Zionism. I didn't mean Judaism." But
He
it doesn't.
said like Jewish Judaism is a constructed demonic identity, but then he said it was Zionism. He meant to say, right?
Yeah, and then they of course snipped the second part. I mean, you got God. That's you know.
You can't be saying that, white baby.
Yeah, you got God, and it's so it's funny because like I didn't know what he had said at the time. Okay, I just literally said I don't know what he said. I'm talking about children being starved right now, and this is what you want to bring up because you want to farm a clip. Okay, and I don't give a okay. I don't give a. I ultimately don't care. I'm not Michael from Pennsylvania. Go take it up with him. Okay, that's what I said.
Yeah,
and I also said in the process, you're just looking to farm a clip
from you,
from me.
Yeah,
and they clipped it, and then he literally played that part on his stream. This is the video. I saw this.
Offering to his Jewish audience. And if there are any Jewish audience left in his crowd, which I'm sure there are maybe a few of the like the ones who are proud tokens to be spent by a person who wants you to die.
You hear that, chat? All Jewish folks in the chat? He wants you to die. And they're still here.
Yeah.
Are you guys, you need mental health. They're suicidal.
Must hate yourselves.
They're suicidal. Please get some mental health.
And not in the regular depressed kind of way, but in a special, different kind of way. You hate yourself. You want, you're all tokens. Oh.
Not anti-Semitic, by the way, him saying that. Yeah, not anti-Semitic. Crazy, bro.
And who's about to defend a Nazi. Let's hear what he has to say. But I hope that if there
There a
are
mic
any
from
Jewish
BA?
people left in his audience,
low to no.
right?
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
Dude, oh God, Dan. Oh, this is the saddest. This makes me more sad than Ethan's decline, honestly. Like, this man has a proud history of like being direct descendants of Bolsheviks. Okay, Bolsheviks. Like, he is part of the reason why I did Leftovers. You know, and now he just is the most well-paid babysitter, I guess, and has slowly but surely, increasingly become a bigger and bigger dick rider. When initially his role was to just like keep Ethan in check, and now he's just low but no.
That one was way you should have gotten.
Yeah, like
the moment,
I don't know,
because that
like
was
2
more about-
episodes ago, Ethan made the claim that I said that I was trying to kill him. That I said that I said you should get a gun and go kill propagandists. It was something to that effect. I'd have to get the timestamp. It was crazy, like crazy thing. And Dan immediately was like, he didn't say that. Nope, that's not what he said. And he was like, I'm pretty sure he did say it. He was like, nope, that's not what he said. We can pull it up. And then he's like, no, I'm pretty sure he did say that. And then we watched it. It was like, oh, he didn't say that at all. What are you saying? But then Ethan's like, well, it was pretty much the same thing. And Dan's like, yeah. And then they move on. And it's like, oh, he's willing to challenge him, but it doesn't, like, it's the king on the throne. Like, there's nothing you can do at that point.
No, he's not even like challenging him. He's just ass covering so he doesn't get
legal,
himself.
It's a legal threat. Like, he lost that lawsuit, right? Like, he knows what defamation. I mean, he doesn't know what defamation is apparently, but because he's still doing it. But like, he has people around him that are.
For him, it's literally, he actively defames me and Sam Cedar with regular frequency in like horrible ways, right? But the reason why he does that is because he knows that if we sue him for defamation, that's a long and drawn out, convoluted legal process that he can make content off of. So because he's just so busted in the brain that even if he ends up losing that long and drawn out legal process, which he would, right? It's still, he's made this calculation, I think, in his mind that like, it doesn't matter, even if he loses hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process, it's still worth it because in that year-long period, he can constantly make content off of it. Just like with the what was his name? Brian Kavanaugh, the billionaire guy.
Brian Kavanaugh, yeah, the guy who sued him for defamation.
Yeah, like successfully and won.
He had to apologize. It was so funny. He had to read an apology.
But
on
in the
stream.
process of like creating, like, he always needs villains. He doesn't have any other content. He just like needs to have major villains that he's positioned against, that he like psychotically stalks. And for the most part, those villains have been like universally acknowledged bad people, whether it be like a billionaire guy or whether it be Keemstar, you know,
Myron
people like
Gaines
this, or like
whatever.
Myron Gaines. Like, so it's never been like this before, where he can, where he has a hard time coming to terms with the reality that like all of these other liberal outlets are not like taking his propaganda seriously.
Right. No, it's like it's like debate lord stuff. Like when you foster a community of people that just are there to see you get mad at people and own people and have enemies and fight with people, your community is gonna be full of weirdos that are gonna be down to just be like, yeah, I mean, I'll support a genocide as long as the guy who I don't like is the one we're attacking for it. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense why that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like your aversion to like debates and that sort of stuff, even if you do like the drama slop occasionally, probably makes your community a little less,
oh, for sure,
freakish like that.
And we also actively stamp it out. Like, this is one of the few instances where I'm allowing it to, I'm letting it rip because you're here.
No.
But under normal circumstances, I don't. Like, especially because you're here, I would normally never entertain any of this because I'm covering the news. And most people in my community, other than the people that are in here currently, most people in my community have no clue what, I don't know, Ethan Klein is up to. They're not interested in it because they're...
Yeah, I thought it was done for a little bit, and I was glad. I was like, damn, this stuff, I hadn't heard about it for a while, and then, we came back in the news cycle when he said I was going to kill him or whatever.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Should we watch the content?
So go ahead,
again?
Hassan. Teach us how it's done. Paragon of anti-racism.
Let's go.
I don't know what the Mike from PA said. I don't give a shit, okay? And I don't care about what your concern is. Let's be real. You are not concerned. You are just trying to simply farm a clip.
Oh my God. Oh my
Which
God.
they did. They literally did do that.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
Like they were successful.
Yeah, and Dan is like, they were successful. They farmed the clip off you.
Oh, they're gonna farm this clip. No, and then it just cuts right to him fucking
gotcha.
ending the clip.
He's so pathetic.
But also he saw
That sounded more like he doesn't give a shit about Mike
Yeah,
from
I've
PA,
already
if I'm being
antisocial
honest,
behavior,
which
you
is
know?
in line with what we have previously kind of asserted, that he's sort of not really in the inner circle despite wanting to be.
I don't think
This is a straight up bar for bar. Shame on you, Dan. You know that you are repeating something that the sex pestiny community has cultivated. You are literally saying that bar for bar, that, oh, like Mike from PA wants to be in Assange's inner circle and he's not a part of it. It's like Mike from PA is his own man,
That guy
okay?
makes like 20 grand a month on shows.
Yeah,
man.
he's an adult. He has his own successful, content creation. He has his own views. It's just so sad to just constantly be like, oh, no, Mike wants to be Assange's friend and Assange doesn't give a shit about him. It's like, it's parasocial. It's silly. Just stick to the issues. If you have an issue with what he said, then, talk about that. But you can't do that. Everything has to be considered from the framework of drama.
Got invited to the
Because like what as it was clipped,
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
I think what you're saying
was anti-Semitic. The way it was clipped, talking about Judaism as a demonic ethnicity. Of course, that's obviously anti-Semitic, but it was clipped out of context. Apparently, and you can't.
But if it
defend
doesn't
what
matter,
you said.
there's no defense of it.
There's no defense of what you should say, and it's anti-Semitic to say that. But being mad at that, not for what he said, but because you didn't respond to it immediately, and it's not like your response was adequate, even if you didn't watch it, is like, oh, you're content brain. Like that's not actually about anti-Semitism at that point.
Like you said, you have a childish brain and you do childish things.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. Mike from PA is way more radical than you and pretty often disagrees with you on stream. Great. I have no issues with people who disagree with me who are on the left. I've said this over and over again. I don't have issues with people who disagree with me. I think that's healthy. That's a normal part of discourse. And that's also a normal part of coalition building. Okay? It's normal. There's a reason why you don't see me left bashing often, even if there are things that I disagree with. Like Bad Empanada is a great example. Like there's disagreements I have with his methods sometimes. Okay? But that's how it should be. That's how my fans should be as well. You shouldn't be going to other content creators, okay, who are on the left, who are advocating for progress, advocating for the same things that you want. But because they have like any sort of disagreement with me or with whatever your worldview is, you shouldn't be like going into their chats and like constantly chirping at them. Okay? You shouldn't be doing that. It's up. Okay?
I mean, it's indicative that maybe your values aren't actually aligned with the left, right? Or aligned with pro-Palestine activism, if that's all you do.
Yeah. Do you have issues with people who criticize your drip, which is, to be honest, extremely warranted, Onk? No, my drip is excellent. Actually, that's the one thing that I do not allow.
Permaban.
What? By the way, you called this out ahead of time.
Didn't realize.
While discussing the Netanyahu interview, Ethan Drine draws a line, an equivalence between the Prime Minister of Israel and a Yemeni teen TikTok influencer.
No way.
No, they think he's worse than Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah. Totally.
That's the thing. Like they literally think it's
He
worse.
was even
than
saying shit like, "Oh, your worst take is that he's Burger King."
The whole thing was Netanyahu saying we're so relatable. We're just like Americans, and actually, it's not just about protecting Israel; it's about protecting you. It was insane.
It was let's humanize the killing of Palestinians. It was genuinely just like, what are we? I can't believe they had access to that, and I can't believe that it was carried out. I genuinely just like, it is so dangerous that such stupid people have access to such powerful, stupid people.
Mm-hmm. And to add on to what you said, Tom, I think Hassan said there's no circumstances in which I would interview Netanyahu, and I think Netanyahu's like the one exception.
That's not true. He said he would interview Netanyahu.
I from what I saw, he said no.
No, I said I wouldn't interview. I said I wouldn't interview Nick Fuentes. And I wouldn't platform Nick Fuentes. Benjamin Netanyahu, I would interview. I would just be incredibly critical, obviously.
You would platform
Netanyahu.
No, he said he would.
Unbelievable.
Although I'm sure he said I'm equipped to interview Netanyahu. Meanwhile, again, he goes, I heard you guys have this video. He goes, you guys asked him about Burger King and McDonald's, like, which is crazy. And then you crash cut to Hassan being like, yo, there's KFC in Yemen, bro.
Dude,
This only works if you legitimately think that even a prominent figurehead within the Ansar Allah movement is equivalent to Benjamin Netanyahu. They are not, let alone a random Yemeni TikTok influencer, okay? They're not equivalent. Yes, one is on the right side of this genocide, anti-genocide. The other one is the one responsible for doing the genocide. Okay, that's why you're mad. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's like.
But this is the problem. Like, these that watch this shit and watch the Sloptubers without realizing are unironically, they're unironically tapping into this distorted worldview. That's the problem. That's what's so frustrating about this issue, is that there are so many people who just like don't even exercise a little bit of critical thinking on this issue and go, yeah, no, actually, it's so much worse. It's so much worse that Hassan interviewed a Yemeni teenager or a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist over and over and over again. And being like, why are they terrorists? Oh, that's right. Because they're implementing a naval blockade because
fighting the genocide.
Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? It's crazy.
Yeah, in
No
the just
way.
world, Rashid would be able to sue these people for everything they have, because the evidence they had for him being a Houthi is crazy. But even if he was, right?
But yeah, that's what it is.
Genocide. They're against the genocide.
They're so unbelievably committed to the delusion that this guy is a Houthi, is what they keep repeating over and over again. Even if he was, it doesn't matter. And I've said that from day one. Like, I have told Ethan Klein 10 toes down within the framework of Israel doing a genocide and a regional actor trying to take action against Israel doing a genocide. The Houthis are right. They are correct. They're correct to do a naval blockade.
They're the only ones following international law. The obligations of states under the Genocide Convention to intervene against genocide.
Norm
They're the only ones.
Finkelstein literally said the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, that they're heroes of morality. Okay? Like, their domestic issues are utterly irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? We are talking about a genocide, and I've proven that this does not matter. This calculation does not matter to you either, because you don't make this calculation when you're talking about the Allied forces during World War II. You don't say, well, the Easy Company was comprised and defending America, which at the time was a segregationist woman country, okay? And in many respects, maybe we haven't really evolved from those positions, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They were on the right side. They were fighting against the fucking Nazi scourge, okay? You don't make that assessment when you're thinking about World War II, when you're thinking about the Holocaust. You don't go, I don't know, was the Easy Company, like, what was the Easy Company soldiers and their opinion on black people, their opinion on women, their opinion on gay people? It's fucking ridiculous.
What a fucking hack loser bitch that guy is. Fuck
Dude,
that.
I do the hamburger. Like, they're talking about the
I love that they
interview.
invited Hassan Piker on to nestle in so comfortably with Myron, Nick Fuentes.
Wait, what?
And Sneeko.
Wait. Now he's saying I'm like nestling in with Myron, Sneeko, and Nick Fuentes, people who fucking despise me, by the way. And I despise them.
And you've talked about that at length.
And I have talked about
For,
them
like, what?
more than he has. That's the craziest part.
Exactly.
Because I do care about anti-Semitism. He doesn't. He just wants to weaponize it against not even like critics of Israel necessarily, but it usually is critics of Israel, obviously. But but it's more so just people who fucking make him feel bad.
It's Jews in your chat. Like, that's, he said Jews in your chat are tokens. He called them tokens.
That's like, that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Myron, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko. He has the same valuable opinion as all of them on the topic of Israel. He's a valuable voice in the panel of great anti-Semitic fucking lunatics. So, by the way,
is no one gonna push back? Are there what happened? Did their mics get muted? Like, I know none of those motherfuckers in the room feel that way.
You saw how, like, even he on his own got to the point of talking about you, and that riled him up to the point where like he's yelling. And they didn't even say anything. So I'm assuming challenging him on that point on anything to do with you would result in, I'm pretty sure it has. He kind of freaks out. So it's like,
he does.
The vibe of the show are so fucked because it's like, everyone's like, I don't want to say anything about this because this guy's going to freak out at me and it's going to be uncomfortable for the next hour.
Who's this? Are you going to have Peyton on soon now that he's out of jail?
Peyton?
I don't know.
I think that the inability for people to distinguish between that group of people that are anti-Semites that have extensive evidence of being anti-Semitic versus you, who is pro-Palestine and has an extensive evidence of being against anti-Semitism, and then, framing you as just the same thing because, they don't, they're not willing to even look into it.
How is Goblin anti-Semitism? Ethan is a goblin because of his behavior, not his identity. Let's make it known. No, Ethan himself has like called himself goblin mode over and over again. But I think now that his community has changed so much in the last year or so that people are, people think that people are being anti-Semitic when they call Ethan being a goblin. Like that was his own personal, assessment that he would just be like, he calls it goblin mode when he behaves in these, I guess now it's all goblin mode now.
Yeah, it's like the whatever historical tropes are being invoked that have history to them are now just being used to defend Israel.
Like goblin is like
rats.
Like
and
J.K. Rowling has basically really pushed that fucking trope, okay?
Gringotts goblins are crazy.
Yeah, what do you mean money goblins? They control the money.
with the big noses.
Nuts.
That's so nuts.
Yeah. But no, I think like with Ethan, it's just like that's him calling himself goblin mode, which is usually an indication that like he call him a goblin. They're literally referencing that. And it's really interesting because like his new fans don't know that.
Right. And they're all Zionists, so they think it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I was invited to participate in that panel. You know what? I didn't want to have anything to do with it. How about that?
What? Okay. Anyway, all right, we're done with this shit. This is
jump scare.
Fleeing from responsibility for what they have done and said in the last 2 years to help enable this genocide. Do not let them do so. Remember who they are and do not give them a path to opening up a new grift.
True. Hey, I don't know who the fellow on the left is, but has he condemned Hamas? I'm scared.
And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Are not Palestinian, you moron, you racist piece of. Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of Zionist
you are out of your mind.
Not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel? You big.
Terrorize the
you
Palestinians.
are so out of your mind.
Iraqis.
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba. You think racist piece of
Folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hassan Piker.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here. There you go.
If you want, just show like, not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey, Hassan, leave the production notes to my team. You can switch your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a while, my friends, and guess what? They are not now.
No, I know.
So let's start. I mean, so you did this content cup, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit very hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
Of course,
good.
we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if you will allow
Sure.
me in that
Of
process.
course. Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so
I'm
let's...
also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on
Sure.
1 second.
Go ahead. No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, start. No, I know you're not. I just want to get going.
So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism, so you can understand where I'm coming from.
Is the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic, Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir. How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get that. We'll get that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's do the.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine. Did you not? I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
No, but that Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches. Okay.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed by.
Oh, really? Who was interviewing you?
That was happening. I can't
really
remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot.
Wait,
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this."
No,
and by the way, I'm giving you credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You participated in some sketches. It happens.
Nothing that. I mean,
really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay.
By the way, you believe that the likes were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop? I don't know.
The dislikes were botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. It was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm
I
asking.
don't recall
I don't care.
But I don't know why this is a major.
You
point
did
of
say
contention.
it.
All right. So you asked that question.
No.
Let's get back to some other definitions.
Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it was?
Definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like.
I hope you know that, like, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I
good.
addressed him
All right,
thoroughly.
Do
you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me what my opinion is on
the video
content cop.
Correct. That's
about
correct.
The CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yes.
I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also harassing.
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were from the episode entitled "CPS Came to My House," Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan? I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call CPS.
No. That's obvious. I'm saying your friend Hassan you made a video with did a total fucking hit job. All right, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I don't have any, like, dude, listen,
go ahead.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Listen, we're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hassan, I don't care. Let's just go on.
You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
Also
go ahead.
That Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on and let me.
God
forbid.
forbid.
My position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting. All of this stuff, okay? Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before
it's been a while.
Before we, stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against
CPS.
Same
exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate for that.
Okay, ask me a question.
And don't think it's appropriate. And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's Content Cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it. It would have been all right. This is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character
Hassan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next topic here.
Me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his Content Cop.
I'm asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay. Great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that? Pro-Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I
think my coverage?
I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that
not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
Vendettas that you have experienced from pro-Palestine.
I was going to explain that. Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
Go ahead.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
It's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward on your podcast.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up, but yeah.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Yeah. Anyway, my point is, Hassan, if I can continue, my point is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan?
Answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm going to gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even, was I?
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan?
Answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made. But I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Okay, well, Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, considering
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. Right?
This is true.
So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hassan. Stop.
Can I just say
you are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people? Do you not see this as a problem, or at least am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath. Okay.
Answer the question.
Take a deep
breath.
breath.
I don't need you to console
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
The other ones are heavy, Ethan.
Let me paint a scenario. Let me paint, Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for you're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane, yes.
So microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why IDubbbz made
it's your sword,
decision,
bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
IDubbbz, and
you were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me why IDubbbz chose that.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that it's most
just
likely
a
because I
cosmic chance.
previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo, I don't think, right?
I know, it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hassan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that IDubbbz should have removed?
It's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Ethan, can we? Okay, you got me. All right, I don't know what to tell you. Listen.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism.
I didn't.
You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay,
again,
laugh about it.
It's
Go
not
on.
a swastika. And I don't even
then
think
why should
you
he leave
have
it up?
that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh, Oh, I didn't realize the Nazis
is
only
anyone in
killed
that room
Jews.
Jewish?
Is that what
Was
happened?
anyone in that room? Did I draw a swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack. You
and who are
that,
you
right?
to say that
that's
to
the
me?
point
You
of
pose with the
contention here.
swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not. Is it?
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol
but
and
it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika. I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, a tasteless joke on IDubbb's shirt 10 years ago. Yeah. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
As looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up. If I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
So you know it. So you know it's not a swastika.
No, they know that looks like a swastika.
Sword, so I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay,
no.
Interesting. So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke. You brandished what I.
Only Hindu people have bleed swords. Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke? There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on the
he
decision making of a person.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him. I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing this a lot.
You don't need to. Go ahead.
I am not iDubbbz.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on in his mind.
I'm not accusing you of being iDubbbz, Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on.
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't have a problem telling you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Just killing civilians, that's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate,
killing
civilians. Time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay,
I totally
good. So then we don't disagree.
Great. Okay.
Great. So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this Tavris tier list.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay, so hold on. Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio,
It's fine. Take your
my
time.
audio
to get
keeps
the audio
going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying, all I was trying to do.
What's happening right now?
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it is.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
No. I want the audience to see this, Hassan.
Can I just,
Hassan, I want the audience to see this video.
Because I know Norm's positions.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hassan. Hey, Hassan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
But I have a disagreement with
So
him
it's
on that,
nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
Yeah. I know. I have more positions that I disagree with him on after this.
The video can play, please.
Be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the chair react.
To the sea, Palestine will be free. Obviously, a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea,
my goat.
One person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
Well, I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good.
Norm has
You're
also
laughing at
routinely
Norm.
talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans that are.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy.
I'm telling you,
it's not even my opinion.
With him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
It is exterminationist.
When have I opposed it?
That's what people think. If you think
When have I opposed
if you think
it?
that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
He
shape,
literally
or
is
form
in
on
agreement
any
with
issue,
me.
please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No, that's great.
Actually,
You said
even
it was
more.
anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan, do you remember me advocating against it?
Do
you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation you said
No,
it
it didn't happen.
You said
You're
it was
lying.
anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra
Norm
tier
does not
list.
believe
Now,
it's an anti-Semitic slogan.
very good. I'll ask him about it. Now,
Are
let me
you
ask you
actually
about
going to
the.
do that? Because that would be wonderful. I think that would
Yes,
be
I'm going to talk to
productive.
Norm. We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's
Okay,
my
go
turn.
ahead.
You
know
spoke,
what?
and now
You
it's
know
my
what?
turn.
You go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
There's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think that
I can care about two things, my friend.
Narrow framework surrounding
Very
your own
easy.
personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no, I can too.
Even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that the genocide
Hassan,
is a more urgent issue.
Hassan, please,
but
let
you
me
spent
ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary
Yes, very
surrounding this
good.
issue on talking
Very
about
good.
your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you
Wait,
claimed
can you
on
answer that question? Does
No,
that make
Hassan, you
sense?
asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but does that make sense?
I said
to
you're
you?
so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What
Does
happened?
that make sense to you?
Don't make me take it back.
Does that make
All right,
sense?
let me ask you a
to
question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this.
Okay.
You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
And
pleasure.
Yeah, it's not
It's
even
insane.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic. It's like
Very good.
identical to
Let
the
me ask you
cracker
a
ban that
question.
Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said.
For what?
This is the thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan.
What?
Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan? I wanna walk
Whoa,
you
answer
through
the
this
question.
again.
What, you're
I'm
dodging?
not iDubbbz, and I'm not
Oh, but
Frogan.
you can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
I
don't.
do.
Like, this is so,
I think it's
this
great
is-
you don't care. Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also a massive.
Probably because he's Jewish?
What? Because it's
the
Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this.
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, take your time. I know it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty
no,
bad.
because it's so fucking stupid, Ethan.
Well,
you
tell
look
me then.
Kind of dumb right
So
now.
why
you
is
look
Ben
kind
there?
of insane. That's
Okay,
why
very
I'm
good. Why
having
is
a
Ben
hard
there?
time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail, and I don't care.
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he is a prominent defender of Israel, I suspect.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro in F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences, Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned. His name
Very
is
good,
Rafi.
and I'm
You
glad he
called him
did.
a
He
token
definitely deserved
Jew.
it.
You called him a token Jew.
And I still stand by that. The man is just fucking, yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra Hummus.
This is Frogan's tier list. This is her.
Lowest, the Sabra Hummus, liking Sabra Hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben
and
Shapiro.
The highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to call Ben Shapiro.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
You get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra Hummus is dog shit.
He can say whatever he wants.
Oh, so
I'm not criticizing. By the way, I'm not criticizing. You think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra Hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream soda.
Isn't that who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS national BDS.
Are you
list.
sure?
Yes,
we'll double
I'm 100%
check.
Sure.
Okay, we'll double check that.
You.
It's not about Sabra Hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes,
and
it was.
ever since it has
You're
been on
lying.
that official BDS list, I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Wait, what is?
What? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke, even though I love Diet Coke.
You know what's funny? You told her.
It's like not.
You remember what you told her,
significant.
son? You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra Hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly about this. It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right?
So doo-doo.
Nobody.
It is
yeah,
doo-doo
I don't
hummus.
like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good,
Ethan.
Go ahead. Next question.
Again, I'm not Frogan.
I know.
And I don't know why.
I know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also, there is a tier list in front of me. And it seems like a bunch of people, both Jewish
Ben
and
Shapiro and
non-Jewish,
me are in the
on
F
the
tier.
Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but
right?
I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point. But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man? What's happening?
Yeah, I know, it's confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a Jewish man?
So this is a cosmic mistake. Let's move on.
The tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Well, that's fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents that even
the Jewish
come across
man
as
is
remotely
crazy. He
anti-Semitic,
sees
and you're having a
anti-Semitism
really hard
everywhere.
time. Well,
These are just cosmic mistakes.
If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels of
Yes,
open
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well,
And
they're
you
not wearing
want
a
to
shirt that
make
says
them-
"I hate
it
Jews,"
seems
but they're
to me-
walking around
it seems to me like
swastikas
you-
and doing tier lists with Jews on the bottom.
It
I mean, that's as
seems to
close as you
me
can pretty
like
much fucking
you-
get without them just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like you
And I
want
think you're
them
acting
to
really
be
silly and obtuse
anti-Semitic.
right now. The guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating
Yes.
anti-Semitism and
I'm
won't
doing
even
that.
concede that this looks bad.
No,
okay,
you're
fantastic.
hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance. I'm not
Very
saying
good.
anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded in
Very brave of
popularity
you to
in
say.
American
Very brave.
politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic. So you're trying
really
to
don't.
find anything you can hold on to.
It's
But
really
once
not a
again,
stretch, man.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why we've
Stop with the
devolved
value judgment thing. Like you
conversation
can't make a
away from-
decision. It sounds stupid as hell, dude.
Wait, I sound
Let me
stupid
ask-
as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I
and
want my
don't know.
best friend
I can't
Idubbbs to
tell
be
you what their-
anti-Semitic?
What their process was.
Why would
But
I
don't
want
think
my
it's
best
an
friend
issue.
Idubbbs to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I be honest?
being
Do you
anti-Semitic?
want me to tell you why? I don't
would
think you're gonna
love
like the
to
answer.
hear. Yeah, this is going to be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel. And that
This
if
is,
they are
what
actually
an
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you've won the
Yes.
argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure
My
did.
Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation. Including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that
you
clip
didn't see
up,
that.
Hassan.
But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay, so
wow,
so
bow,
do you
bang!
think- do you think
hit him with that
Ethan-
anti-Semitism,
no,
boy?
Ethan, as your former
Like he was
podcast
on the
co-host,
vibe.
as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that.
At this
Are you
point.
as anti? Well, let me finish.
Then let's
Let
move
me
on from
finish. You
Frogan
asked me two
and
questions.
let's address
No.
what you think
You
I'm
asked
doing that's
me.
anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens
so
is
you think I'm
outright.
anti-Semitic
Hold
now?
on there, Hassan. This is an important
You
question.
think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said
I'm
I
going
wasn't.
to answer. I'm gonna answer.
Okay. Or yesterday.
Your
I
form of
think, or 2 days ago?
anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Can you everything?
point to-
And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious
Ethan,
anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and think that
Well,
this
let's
is
not worry about
sign
that.
of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's
Okay.
continue.
All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
No, I said I didn't say in the clip.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from
story.
Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
On your
the small head
Ethan,
guy.
I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't
Small
watch
head
your
guy,
stream that
Beetlejuice.
much. I don't. I only see like
In the
bits and
waiting room,
pieces of it.
bro. That's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right? $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day.
Yeah, you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said
Wait,
something.
what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate.
Wait, why are you showing me this?
Senator?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question. Yeah.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I
this
know,
looks
man.
ridiculous on my end.
It sure
I'm
does,
sorry.
buddy.
Okay. So yeah, this was if you want,
And
you
it's
can
not
also
just
pull
'cause
up
of the
post
video.
as well. But the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator. And I believe there was another post about it or something. But again.
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. And you guys were hitting that same flavor
on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right.
Very
cool.
good. Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Officially, not talk about like Frogan or anyone else, and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic? Because yesterday,
we're kind
2
of
days ago,
getting
you said
there.
I wasn't, but also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite. You
never did.
You did. You went back and forth on it.
I have
Even
actually
Dan
went
checked
back
you
and
on it.
checked. I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked. You're lying.
Spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No, I don't. I
Here,
don't think
for
it's
example, is
appropriate.
someone
But if you're
using it
talking about me
anti-Semitically.
saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison got
Hassan, let me finish.
People,
You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
I do think that that's a
You're getting
valid
ahead of
thing
yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on
Hold
that
the
for sure.
phone. Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Who's this? What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You
wait,
remember?
Is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking F slur.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not? The point is, hold
on. You brought this dude up.
It doesn't matter.
And I believe
I'm
this is not
showing
the
him
first
as
time
an
you brought this
example
dude up.
of you.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay,
You brought
fine.
him
He's
up.
not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up.
Listen.
Wait, what do you mean you don't care? Now
If
you
I
don't
brought
care.
him up, Hassan, if I brought him up,
that
let me
person is
finish
not
my
a fan of
point.
mine. Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of
Hassan,
mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You
No,
asked
get
me.
there right
It's
now.
my turn to ask a question.
Why do you
Just
think
because I
this
brought
random
him up
fucking
doesn't
guy
give
is a
you
fan
the
of mine,
space to
Ethan? Is it
interject.
because he rolled up to me and tried
Let
to
me
fucking
finish.
clout farm? Is that why? At
Yes.
the encampment
Okay,
where I
thank
was
you very
very
much.
clearly disturbed by his presence? Is that
Hassan,
why?
I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared.
Ethan, can you
Yep,
answer
let me-
the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random
Because
dude
he's
who
on
does
video
not
saying
like
he
me
loves you, that you're his
is a
favorite
fan of
person in the
mine?
world. What do you
Didn't wait.
All right,
Didn't
Hassan, here
use
you go,
him
buddy.
approaching you?
Here we go. You
Didn't
wanted
use
it, I've
him
got it.
approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro? I'm so sorry.
I love you.
I'm so sorry. I love you.
I love you,
This is
bro.
an environment
You're the GOAT.
For me?
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
Look gay in that.
I'm fucking, is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Because we spent
Wow,
a good
dude,
deal
I
of
love
the
you. You're the
encampment.
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask
listen.
me dumbass fucking questions. For
Okay,
his
but that's
own
got nothing to do with he's a
dumbass-
fan.
For his
Listen,
own dumbass
Hassan,
podcast.
please, you're derailing this, and I need
I'm not
to
derailing
make
it.
an.
It's not
You
called derailing.
absolutely
When
are.
I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation. You
very
are
good.
nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need
He
to
was
play
just
the
trying to
clip
clout
again?
chase.
I'll play it again.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add subtitles.
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also happened in the
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
well,
I'll do it again.
My
Fuck it.
producer and my camera
I'll play it again.
March. My producer and my camera op March was there.
I love you, bro. I'm so
and he's
sorry.
in the chat right now.
I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay,
You
very
are.
good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him, and he's
I know
not a
you
fan
don't.
of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking clout
I'll play it
chased-
again. I mean, I feel like
Because
we're
he was
running in
clout
circles,
chasing
but
a
I'll play the
fucking
clip again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love
He
you."
didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview
He
for his
literally
podcast,
recognized
for his
you.
POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care.
Wait,
So
now
let me
you
move
don't
on.
care.
Do you want
It
to talk
seems
about this
like-
for 2 hours, or do you
it
want to
seems
actually have a
this is
conversation?
Wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who
I'll play it
stalked
again.
you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in. I believe in your in
Okay,
one
I
of
lied.
your videos.
Yeah,
you
I
said he
lied
was a
about
fan
him
of
being a
mine,
fan.
And I was sending harassment your way.
I concede. Yes.
Don't you think
very
that's
good.
a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point
I
of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
do you
of.
see my side of this though? Because
I
like
think you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me, wants
Random
the clout
Hassan
chase,
fan comes up to
and wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point to make a false point to imply that I'm sending people to harass you. Do you feel like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort.
So
that is an outright,
you did not
horrific,
imply that this person that was a fan of
lie.
mine was actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, you are a liar. You know that,
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Did you
send him? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you, and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine, leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
Who cares? I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him in the past.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing
it.
You
used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
Bro, you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak and then we can figure out, we can take the journey together.
This clip, though?
So this clip is just an example, not that you're endorsing him, not that he's a fan.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the first
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who is this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey.
I can be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming. Just live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why aren't chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip.
I played it.
Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip. That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous," it seems. That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a fan.
Fine, bro. I don't care. Who cares?
Well,
let me ask you a question.
Because
very good.
Care because you have made an inference that is
oh my
erroneous.
God, dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
You've made
Can
an
we
inference
please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy. I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
Yeah.
Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it.
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionist a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that. I stand by that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL to
You just
draw
told me
up
briefly ago,
concerns.
you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I am famously.
Oh, okay. We're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL. Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly come after me when his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL to take
You know
action.
how
Well,
silly
actually, you know
you
what? I am
look.
kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action. You are
Well,
a
that's
prominent.
that's
you are
a
prominent
defamatory
content
claim that has
creator.
zero proof.
You are,
and frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said you worked
I've not
with
spoken to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that you have taken
I do not
credit
work
for
with the
these
ADL.
bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign with
That
your
is not
YouTube
working with the
videos
ADL. Would you say that
falsely claimed
I got
that
nothing to
this-
do with the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a
That
viral
wasn't a
story,
racist
independent
panel,
of me.
Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
except public pressure clearly works on Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them. Twitch has
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
on numerous
As it was said
instances.
with the last
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't think you worked
Okay, well,
directly
you
with them.
doubled down on it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that
No,
that
I
is
don't
a
think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL. You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them.
ownership over it. What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously, are you working with the Neo-Nazi Group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan, have I
do you work with them?
Credit?
Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident and I took credit for it and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes, you would be.
I was on the tier list, bro.
Saying that comparison.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list.
Especially
Why wouldn't I
considering
respond?
Ethan.
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
please
dumb?
Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is.
Looks like
but on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside the ADL.
That's not what you said.
In getting streamers
You said
banned.
I'm partnered with.
That's
Partnered with.
You
are
took credit for
lying.
it, my
You are
man.
rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the
Ethan,
ADL.
I can't take
Do
accountability
you
for your
think,
hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think a reasonable person would
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you, Ethan
Bro, you are
Klein,
literally
make
gaslighting me.
numerous
It's
videos
so
demanding
obvious what
the
you
bans
meant.
of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it. What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude.
What?
I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
Because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable.
I'm so glad this is on record.
In the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think
I'm glad you, yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL? Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit for
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
Matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
I'm laughing in your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
I didn't even know what they were.
I hope she gets permanently banned.
If you have the thing, did I ever?
It's a clip where you are saying, I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference. You're saying,
well, they attacked
which
me.
one do you think? What do you think the average person would think in this situation?
You sound so silly, bro.
When you are saying that you did that shit, and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such a ridiculous,
bro, I was being silly. I don't care.
Not anti-Semitic thing at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know who? Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on then.
Well, do I think I got them banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know.
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days because you cried about it.
There's a reason they call him token, my friend.
Reacted
you spend time being a token, you're going to get spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them, right?
You want to cash in on your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to reveal. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't want to dox them.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are. You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah, do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes,
okay.
I am.
Very good.
And
don't believe
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah,
surprisingly
they're
enough.
not on the receiving end of an insane fucking
I can have a more
harassment
normal conversation with
Why
them
would they? Why
than
wouldn't
you,
they?
seemingly.
All right, so you
they
think
would most
that's,
likely laugh
just
at
to
all
recap,
of this.
just to recap here, but so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up. But
I know you
that
don't,
has nothing
but you're
to do with
acting
me.
up.
I'm not
Part of your
shtick,
shtick, Hassan, is acting obtuse when you're caught in a corner.
All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that.
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get back to Israel?
This is quick. It's very quick.
You see as a genocide.
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
You're doing the thing that I'm so critical of you on. Okay.
Partnering with like the ADL.
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a
you didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay. It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
It's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about, Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case? No, I don't. Well, fucking there it is. Let's let him free.
Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone.
No, obviously not.
Then why are you bringing up stupid fucking
because you are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I partnered with the ADL. Remember what you said.
Talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have talked about how you gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause. You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian, even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
Harassing me?
What?
I'll answer your question.
All right.
So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not
but you
that
wanted me to be
hold the phone, let me finish.
Anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that received
What's not the case? What I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong in terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing people,
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point I'm trying to make here
that's kind of up to other people to decide.
Your criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope, this is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistle.
Because, Ethan, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on, as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
There you go, dog whistle.
You literally think that people
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
Well, I know. I definitely don't like you.
After doing a podcast
let me
for 2
stand on
years.
business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do hope.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well.
No, not it.
All right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking. Not only is there
welcome.
video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism from a unlisted link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah, I don't think it's that ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operations that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to, worked with, talked about Destiny in my life.
I don't need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy.
Okay.
I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating. You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't say that.
Hassan, are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast co-host.
I said he discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think so.
It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah, you brought that up.
So how is that an endorsement?
Ethan, are you claiming that you don't have direct correspondence?
Is this what you do whenever you're trying to avoid Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan?
Hassan?
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade and also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's own community.
I don't really fucking care because that's not Destiny, is it?
Sex crimes that he did.
Man,
do you feel like that's
really
a good person to align with? That you
I'm
now
not endorsing him. I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting information from him.
Have you ever spoken to somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
That is, yes.
Well, there you go.
I don't endorse.
Dude.
I'm speaking to one right now.
You talk to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now. You also
I said I've
brought
spoken
forward,
with Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points without ever having to address them. And isn't that convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't think I didn't bring up Destiny. You did. And also.
Because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing.
Year and a half.
But I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until pretty much.
What have we disagreed on?
The December of 2024.
What have we disagreed on? I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead.
What we are disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on and
that
what
seem significant?
You think is the major point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context? Wasn't a clip compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening. Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose to use that.
Her name is Hila, by the way, Hassan. I don't know why you referred to her as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is.
Okay,
You've written her
Hila.
Emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, yeah, that's
so
fine.
why don't you say that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no, she's just like, oh.
I wasn't, can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
because
initially
Hassan,
understood the full
that was
context
one
until Hila stopped you and said,
very good,
no.
he said it. I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th.
In the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom, do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going, but
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most accurate way to...
I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. And
Ethan, I want you to really understand, you're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hassan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves, you fucking liar.
I mean, this is the baby.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link? Just Control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism to other
that's
people.
a little silly considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady.
Okay.
Anyway,
while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it.
Well,
okay.
The violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
I'm gonna grab another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not gonna let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that a? There is one instance. Did you put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my reaction.
Oh, you're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
No, I'm not giggling. I'm
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that?
What?
Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific
I'm
acts
not
of
exactly,
sexual violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
Oh, okay,
but
so
I don't really,
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that. Yeah.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence. And took.
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
But I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone
women
is.
and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen.
There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. Great commentary, by the way. Okay, so
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out. That was
the one that you misrepresent. I'll continually.
I did not
that you
misrepresent
fucking
the UN
continually lie
preliminary
about the
report.
conclusion.
Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
Go
preliminary
ahead. You
report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was
raped. The Israeli
raped.
government lies?
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped. There is, as far as I understand, one instance in captivity. It is not
as far as you understand, because
systematized
you don't
mass
give a
rape
fuck about
directed by Hamas.
the reality of it.
What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth.
Wait.
You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, you know,
okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull it up right now.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not victims of sexual assault.
I remember you do that.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative of Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you through this real quick.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible circumstantial
That's why I said
evidence
Pixar didn't happen, bro. You need rape kits.
Credible
Hassan needs rape
circumstantial
kits.
evidence is not enough to
Pixar didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. It's show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women, hey? Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive, right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
The PBS article about how to debunk the counts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's two accounts. But the rest of
there's way more than two accounts.
Can you?
Hey, Hassan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual, to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
Said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
What you don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution of journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says.
What do you mean, you guys?
Sound
Who
credible.
Is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical, like, rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence.
I sent the debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're
the
all
admission
dead.
is in line with the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why someone sent me this link.
They're all dead, bro.
What?
Do you think, what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about,
Ethan,
do
where
you
are
think
the
that they
victims?
raped people and then didn't kill
You
them?
said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes,
I will.
yes.
First of all, I am not in the business of denying rape.
You are.
If there's
really.
If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? You're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English.